Good afternoon, everyone. Definitely didn't think it was good morning. Definitely not used to saying good morning when I start the stream, and I'm definitely remembering what time of day it is. We are going to do a really chill afternoon of playing a little bit of Bitcraft. We're going to watch some game trailers. We're going to watch some Warhammer lore videos. There's a few things we're going to do. It's a good morning to all of you. Good stream morning. The morning starts when the stream starts. That's how this works. It'll either be a shorter stream or we will go live for 24 plus hours. I haven't really decided how this is going to go yet, but let's get started. Live. Ooh, and then I press this button. Ooh. Hello, everybody. How are we doing? Great to see you. The Ministry of Truth is indeed watching. Actually, very much so, because I know that a couple of them are actually here in chat watching. I can do this. I can press this Bitcraft button. Nice. The nice thing is, I can put Bitcraft here and we can have the video somewhere else. But for now, we'll make Bitcraft the full square that I've got it at. Why am I taking so much damage? Probably because I'm starving. We'll eat these fission bulbs, and then we'll try and work out where the hell we are. Okay, we're in Tortuga. Okay, well, I'd forgotten about some of this. Let's make this a little bit larger. How are we doing out there? Great to see you all. Thank you for being at Kawaii Cars. Thank you very much for that resub, buddy. 7 months. Absolutely huge. By Bitcraft 4 to 3, I mean, yes. Yeah, Bitcraft 4 to 3. Taffy, we are going to watch the trailers. So one of the things I want to do, obviously, during this is I want to watch the trailers. And we can talk through some of what we've seen from the Game Awards. We can talk through a few bits. Ooh, got a lot of wood. Withdraw all of the stripped wood. And then view the cart storage. There we go. We can deposit all of this in here. We can go and do some lumberjacking. Wait. Yeah, we can do that a few times. We've got a lot of stuff. Oh, wait. We've got an inactive task. My bad. We've already got some, we already had a job to do here. Whoops. You can clip and it automatically generates it. That's awesome. Tortuga's upgraded to tier 9, so there was a bit of an expansion. Absolutely huge. Let me just amend the title. We're going to go through a bunch of game trailers, don't you worry. I know you're all excited. I will review them with you because I have been very careful to not see any of the game trailers from the Game Awards. I know of 2 games. I know of Divinity 3 and Total War Warhammer 40k. That's it, pretty much. I think there was also a Star Wars one someone mentioned earlier. Sorry for Polish. Don't have to say sorry for Polish. Don't worry. That's you don't have to worry about speaking Polish. I don't care. Doesn't bother me. You're welcome to speak the Twitch auto-generated language. It's like when someone says happy partnerversary and you're like, how dare you say that in a foreign language when Twitch has automatically generated it for you, you haven't written it out yourself, and it's reading your local language. Ooh. So we will watch a bunch of trailers today. I also want to start watching Warhammer lore videos with community while we play, because like Bitcraft is described as the perfect second monitor game. I completely agree with that. It's a really good kind of AFK-able. It's a bit like old school RuneScape or RuneScape 3 in that you can just put it on your second monitor and kind of slowly grind away and do a few bits. So if we were going to watch some stuff, we're going to hang out, we're going to chat, we're going to chill. It's a really good game just to keep on in the background, and I'm really happy with it. Senson, thank you very much for that tier 3 sub, buddy. You're absolutely awesome. 7 months of tier 3. Absolutely insane. Thank you so much for being here, bud. I really appreciate you. Thank you. So the new Control trailer, again, we will look at all of the trailers, like all of the new trailers, if they are there. You guys can link some. We'll chat through about the games you're excited for, and we can just see. Warhammer Lore Victory, you know nothing of it. That's why I want to show it, because some of these videos are really good, really clear, really kind of good ways to delve into the lore for the first time. And I'd love to kind of share some of that with you guys, because I've always loved Warhammer. I can just kind of put it down here and we can kind of play Bitcraft, talk about the lore. I can pause it. If you guys have questions, we can discuss things through. There's a lot of stuff that we can do, and I'm excited to kind of chill, have fun, and give that a try. Just want to make sure that this is working, so bear with me a second. Bitcraft Online. Go into this channel. Make sure I'm getting drops. Yes, watch to earn drops. It's happening. We are getting drops, chat. Let's put an image of what the drops are. And do this. Do that. You thought I was Santa? Oh no, you thought James Brown was Santa. No, that's not how it works. He's not Santa. He's a very naughty boy. No, wait. You should all be getting drops, so let me know if you're seeing that when you're getting them. You're actually dying at the naught boy. You said Chibi very often, do you actually? I'm glad you guys enjoy. Seem right. What have we got? We've got Cheery Mask, Midwinter Beanie Presents. What do we get from these? Up to 12 hours. Okay, that's okay. We've got quite a lot of drops. It's a lot of droppage, chat. Huge amount of droppage. F5 and drops alive. That rhymed. Thank you very much, Pan Miyagi. I really appreciate you. How you doing? I do love some Pendulum. I mean, who doesn't? You know, as we're watching a seagull with this much droppage. Add as friend. One second, I'm just speaking to the guys from Fun Combat something quickly. Some exciting stuff coming in the next couple of weeks, I think. Holy zombie mode today. Doggo did not sleep. You did not sleep because someone was going for an airport at godly 3 a.m. How dare they go to the airport at such an unreasonable time of day for you? Not taking into account your needs whatsoever. No. Very rude. Can't believe it. Very disappointed for you. Last night, Bailey was very happy that I stayed up a little bit later on the sofa waiting for him to come in, so that when he got in, he got loads of cuddles and was just very, very excited. Which I think is pretty good. It's a good way to, you know, be welcomed in. Is a human there waiting for you? What more could Bailey want? Oh, they're happy in Edinburgh enjoying the Christmas market. Ooh, the Edinburgh Christmas market. Very nice. Okay. Ooh. Edinburgh. Edinburgh. A very lovely city. I was going to do Ashes of Creation, but in all honesty, like, I just didn't want to sit in the queue for 2 hours and then go live this late. Wait, I have an idea. I go to here. Go to my Twitch. Starting the riot. You said Winky was complaining about arc raiders, about exploits and that kind of stuff. All were fixed in yesterday's patch. Awesome. That's nice. You can try rioting, but it looks like a solo riot to me. And the good thing is that as a moderator, I can deal with a solo riot very easily. Happy birthday weekend, Laxia. How you doing, bud? Good to see you. You're invincible. There ain't no queues for Ashes. Truly a good start to the weekend. Am I playing or yapping? So this game, Vicky, it's a bit like old school RuneScape in that, like, it's like very AFK. Like, literally, you see my stamina. Like, this is what I'm currently working on. I'm working on this stripped wood here, and basically as the stamina goes up, that's how many of the various bits of it I can process. So I can just do this. One stamina will get used up, and it will get 20 progress. So I'm going to be here for a while talking to chat, like playing this game. I was going to watch some YouTube videos and just like, I was going to do React content. I know. I'm going to be a React streamer. I'm going to react. Well, it's not really reacting. We'll be reacting to the Game Award trailers, I guess. Oh my god, I've become what I hate the most. Taboo, if you riot, I'll just mute you. It's fine. I removed 2 people as mod because they're not here and they don't have the capacity to moderate. So I don't want them to feel the pressure. It's not a big deal. You genuinely shouldn't get upset when when moderators change. You could have built your D&D character during a game moment like this. We could have done, and we can do more. Yesterday we interrupted me talking about how to make a D&D character. I can do that. Hello, nodding off. I'm doing good, thank you. Yeah. You recommend hearing David Harbour's opening for the Total War. So we will we're going to go to the Game Awards stuff. We're going to look through a bunch of the trailers and a bunch of things that were announced because I haven't seen any of the game trailers. And, you know, Warhammer 40k Total War, absolutely up my alley. Divinity 3, if it is Divinity Original Sin 3, again, absolutely up my alley. I love the Divinity Original Sin games. I have hundreds of hours in it. Oh, I'm getting a call from Vicky. Hang on, I'm going to answer that. Hi. Hello, let me unmute. Let's do this. Let's turn the music down a bit.
That works.
Hello, Vicky's chat.
Hello, chat of Vicky's. Hello, chat of Kronos.
Hello. Now I end up with some kind of like weird loop where I hear myself twice and hear you twice.
Time to mute my stream.
Mute the tab, you mean? Because, you know, it's very important that, you know, everyone is like,
yes. Only mute the tab, never the stream.
Yeah. Never touch that volume control on the Twitch side, no. Use your local volume control instead. Have you played this game, Vicky? Bitcraft?
Absolutely not.
I think I mean, they're currently developing it with the mind for it to be released for free to all players when it comes out. I think it's next year they're planning on doing it. It's basically like a very kind of cozy, chill game. It's like old school RuneScape, but with less combat and more like player-driven world rather than becoming like the world preset. That's basically it. I think you'd enjoy it.
I feel like I keep picking up all these cozy games, spending 6 hours being cozy and moving on.
I think my feeling on Bitcraft is that it's a really good like second monitor game rather than like single monitor game. Like you work on it AFK like while you're doing something else, so it's really good. Like when you're doing your puzzles, for example, it's a game that you could have on in the background, and the whole community can come in and join you. You can make a whole town and run together.
Extra, like brain capacity.
Nah, this thing runs on a potato as well, so it would run on your like TV screen easy.
But Balthazar, if you use the correct browser, when you can mute individual tabs, not every tab of Twitch.
There's an option to mute tab in certain browsers and mute site separately. Divinity Original Sin, no, Divinity 3 trailer might break terms of service. Oh dear. We'll watch it anyway.
Oh, CS Majors on. FaZe is playing. Quarterfinals.
Is that what you're doing today? What were you doing today before I just rudely swanned into your channel and was like, hi,
what am I doing today? Today is my last day of my Vixmas. I'm doing the big long stream. I am doing all my Hearty names. I'm doing all my giveaways, and then I'm finishing myself off with 2 bottles of wine, and then tomorrow I'm gonna speak to Jesus.
After 2 bottles, are you also gonna finish your? Was it smoky bacon and what's it called?
Yeah. So about that, I thought that should be served to like murderers as one of their last prison meals.
Your last meal is meant to be delicious and nice, and I can't imagine that drink it.
I don't know about that, man. No, I digress.
I feel like for my last meal, I'd have it, I don't know, like a really nice, like, pasta dish or like a nice big steak, not a whole bottle of smoky bacon. Was it vodka?
I feel like
Gin?
they have it just gin.
Oh.
So I did some research. Apparently it's a Bloody Mary mix. So if you love a Bloody Mary,
that makes
that would
so much more sense. Of course you can, was it?
Yeah.
You're always free to send a clip. A smoky bacon gin, only, like, you're not going to have smoky
they're
bacon
putting like
gin and
Worcester
tonic.
sauce. Do you want me to read you the recipe? Let
Yeah,
me
go
read you the
on.
actual recipe. The recipe for that gin was 50 ml of bacon and horseradish gin, 100 ml tomato juice, 50 ml fresh lemon juice, 3 dashes of Worcester sauce, and 3 dashes of hot sauce with a sprinkle of salt and black pepper.
The clip is bacon. Hilarious. Oh my god.
But people understand in the context. I was gifted a bottle of gin, and it's the Whitley Neal gin, and it's a smoky bacon and horseradish gin. And I don't have any free will, and I forget that I can think for myself. So chat said, drink it. And I said, bet.
That's wow. Right, let me show you. I'm going to show chat this.
Daffy said.
Let me do this. Gin from hell. Here we go. You can capture the audio as well.
He's gonna watch it. He's gonna watch it. He's gonna watch it.
So those of you who aren't aware, this is the reaction when, you know, Vicky tried to have this delightful gin.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Huh? Oh no. Oh no. Dead man. It doesn't settle with me whatsoever. Oh shit, I forgot you guys can hear all of it.
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, I gave them the full sound.
Oh my god, Suk, I'm so sorry.
The worst part is, right about a minute after this, I forgot I had my mic on me, and I was in the fridge, literally just galloping the milk out the carton.
Oh my god, you're a monster.
All you heard was hop, 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 hop. I need more. Hop, hop, hop,
oh my god. Oh my god, you're an actual gremlin. Look, what the worst bit is though, I really want to know what it tastes like. That's the problem. Like, when it comes to like taste of it, I'm an experiential learner.
Have you been to Harvester?
I have been to a Harvester, yes.
Do you know the pasta bar they've got?
Yes, I know it very well. I was a student.
In the pasta bar, in one of the ends, they have this ceramic bowl filled of tiny bacon bits crisps.
Okay, yep.
Imagine that infused in shitty alcohol. And then maybe a spoon of mustard. And then you mix it up and go, voila, mummy, I made your drink. Sorry, mummy, I've never made a drink before. That was the vibe it was given.
The kind of drink you say for Christmas Day when your mum's had too much to drink and you wanted to stop, right?
Yeah, exactly. It's one of the things where you go, sorry, I've lost my sense of taste. This is really good, I promise.
That's so funny.
They're not even bacon, Popular said. They're paprika. Well, there you are then. That should give you a hint on how bad it fucking was. If it didn't even taste like bacon.
I'm just personally not really feeling that. I just don't think that's really worthwhile, sensible.
Odds on.
I mean, I would try it. I'm gonna be real with you.
Odds on.
I do
it for the content. Do it for the chat. Do it for the content. Better start diving over there then.
But next time I visit.
No, dude, I said I don't hate anyone enough for that.
The thing is, though, I want to try. That's the problem. It looks so.
You don't understand my problem and my free will.
20 subs, I take a shot of that gin. If you go on then, 20 subs, I'll do a shot of that gin next time I visit Vicky.
I did it for free. Chat, what the fuck?
Yeah, but you didn't know it was horrifying. And if you did, then you sold out way too cheaply. It's one shot of alcohol. No, okay, John really called me on that bet. On the bright side, we're now 25% of the way to our goal for a new Bailey emote. So that's a whole thing, right?
Thank you, Jono, my hero.
Well, John, thank you very much for the subs, the sub gifts to Sato, Faithful. Wait, hang on, I'll mute so Vicky's chat doesn't get this as well. Thank you for the gift subs to Sato, Faith in Lewis, Emma's Journals, DDP, Trolley with a bag. Wait,
did he mute
with
me as
the
well?
trolley with the bag.
Yappa, yappa, yappa. Yappa, 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 yappa. Yappa, yappa.
To Yerby Diego, to Sil Merialis, thank you for those gift subs, John. To Ezekiel, to Crush, to Alfredolin, to Santiago, to Kayla Bourne, to Gold Vipex, to Lebichimo. Vicky, I can't hear you in the background. Thank you for the gifts up to Blue Panda, Final Gruel, Mad Raving Man, The Lucent Eye, and Amari the TV. God damn it. God damn it. Do you know how difficult it is to read things when I'm just got you yappa, 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 yappa in the back? This is why we should do a game like RV There Yet, because it's going to be absolutely ridiculous.
I know. Well, oh, you missed out my story time. Let's go, Tony!
Tony Seaton! Okay, well, first of all, that's a new emote. Tony Seaton taking us over our sub goal, so we're getting a new Bailey emote today, which is great. Tony, thank you for those gifts to Layla Rich, to Muramelis, Feral Violet,
Go, Tony.
Olivia, and to Lottie and Tone.
Look at him showing off that he can read. Have you not thought about the kids that don't have schools?
What, you mean the Americans? They don't worry, that they can't read the UI to get in. You're fine. Peter, thank you very much for that community gift sub to Kirasame. You're a legend. RV There. I mean, I definitely want to play RV There. Yeah, I've seen a couple of videos of it. And it looks hilarious. If you're up for it, Vicky, we can do it sometime.
Jokes. Yes, please. I'd love that. I would absolutely love that.
Yeah, at some point you should come play. At some point when Bitcraft's like out or like some point, like you should come play. I think you'd enjoy it. I think you'd really enjoy it. It's a really cool little cute game, and like I say, it's very AFKable. A lot of people do it while they work.
I like AFK games. I just don't like it when they log me out. RuneScape.
Oh, this one I think the AFK timer is like 25 minutes.
That's more up my street.
The reason they manage that is like you have this, you have food. So if you eat food, that increases your stamina. You know, it does a bunch of different buffs for you. When that runs out, you'll eventually get down to starving, and your health will go down to 1 hit point. You won't die, but you won't be able to do very much. Your stamina doesn't regenerate. So like, the logout timer isn't really a thing so much because you don't need to balance the logout time when you're balancing the other stats in the game. RuneScape could learn a thing or two from that, but they don't.
We've given them over 20 years. I don't think learning is in their forte.
Hey, we say that, but they've learned enough to listen to us and get rid of MTX and RuneScape 3. Like I said, that's huge.
Yeah, that took a decade.
It did take a decade. That certainly wasn't a quick one, but it's another game that, you know, it's nice to see it's nice to see a game getting rid of microtransactions, because let's be honest, how many games get rid of them in this day and age?
Oh, no one.
Everyone's just adding them in left, right, and center.
Oh, I forgot to tell you a story.
Oh, okay.
I told the chat earlier, and then I realized that you probably definitely should have been there for that one.
Okay.
So I hit a car yesterday.
What? Okay, were you driving?
Yeah.
Okay. Are you okay? Yeah. Are they okay?
Yeah. It was a guy I paint with.
Oh, okay. Happens. Yeah.
Yeah, I was sparking up, and I got really excited in my reverse gear, and I went whoop, bum.
Oh.
I drove into the back of him.
Oh dear.
Well, with my back, and kissed him. Mwah.
Were they parked with the parking brake on?
He was parked. I was learning how to park.
Those kind of kisses don't normally have a huge amount of damage, so I'm hoping that the cars are okay.
His tow bar went into my bumper.
Okay, so his car's completely fine, and your car has a bit of a bruised bumper.
Yeah, it's got a bump.
That's fine.
Bump.
As long as you're okay, that's the main thing.
Lawyer Kronos kicking in. He's making sure I'm not gonna get sued.
No, I'm just making sure you're like being in a car accident, even if it's a slow speed one, can actually
felt
like
really bad.
Yeah,
I felt really
the
bad.
mental impact exactly. Yeah, the mental impact. You'll pretty much immediately hit like a shock state, and that's why I asked, because like that's the important bit. Like
I just felt like
I need to be safe at that speed.
I've just paid off my car.
Yeah.
Literally just paid off my car, and I was saying like, oh yeah, look at that, 2 years in, don't have a single scratch, loving life, yeah, I don't have, never chewed up my alloys. Stop smiling. Women driving is good. Few years ago we couldn't even vote. Now they let us touch the steering wheel sometimes, but if I carry on driving this way, it won't last long.
Touching the steering wheel wasn't the problem. It was touching the accelerator while in reverse that was the problem.
Called Sod's Law. I know. It's literally just because I said, oh yeah, no, everything's going well. I'm not hit anything yet. Bam.
Is that your first time you've hit another car?
Oh no, I had 3 car accidents. I like to hit cars. No, that's a fucking lie. That's a lie. One of them, we just both were passive aggressive. The second time, I decided to not be a murderer because there was 2 dogs in the road when I was doing a 40, and it was a 40 in the 40. Let's just quickly clarify that. I was going zoom, 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 and the dogs said nah, 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 and the post office van behind me was like, look,
oh, yes.
left and right, and I said, bitch, I have to brake, and she was still looking left, and I'm watching her in my mirror, and I'm like, I'm gonna have to do an emergency brake now because you're not seeing that I'm braking. So I slammed on my brakes and I ate her up into my boot, and then another post office van went into the back of her. And then I didn't know what happened because they took me out my car because I just was sitting there without having a conversation. I was like, oh well.
Wild.
That was the more severe one. You can't stop dogs if cars behind you. You gotta stop. You gotta slow down for dog though.
I have a question, Vicky. Do you have your virtual camera set up inside of OBS? Oh, you're not using OBS. Because I can give you a, what's the word? I can give you like a link to the my brain's absolutely fried. I could give you a link to my camera if you want to embed it. You have to show my stream, that way you can have my camera. How are you all doing on your drops progress? Be half an hour. We should be getting the first drops. Oh. Give me my drops, Twitch. Oh, it's 1 hour is the first one. Okay. My brain fried is deep fried. Yeah, probably is. Probably like deep fried, a little bit crispy on the outside, lightly battered. Hello.
What's up?
Not much. We're just getting set up. I'm looking at all the various things that are going on.
I need to stop writing some hearts.
Okay, so what was it that you needed me to do? You need to keep track of the ones that you've written, or?
Yeah, but can you, as a more logical person, how would you do this in the most logical sense? If I need to write down every person and give me a sub, I do have a list of probably majority of them, because I think, realistically, majority of those people will be on my leaderboard.
You might be able to export that from your feed. I don't know. Ooh, fascinating. I can write down a bunch of names. Actually, well, maybe I can. Actually, I might be able to find this from your stream. Let me do this. This for you. Imagine if I just stole a list of people who are giving you all the subs.
Can we please give some hugs to Adrenaline? It's Adrenaline's Kitty's anniversary of passing, and and we wanted to give lots of hugs in chat, please.
Oh,
Kitties are the
big
best.
shout out.
So
Yeah.
please, everyone, please go and hug Adrenaline and go hug your kitties for me. Thank you. Go hug your fucking girl. You do it. You do it. Love you. Yeah. What about biddy givers? Everyone's counted. Every single person counted. Give all your animals love for me. Yes, please. Everyone. Adrenaline.
I'll go and find Bailey. Hang on.
Good. Thank you.
I'm going to fall out of my chair. One of my legs isn't working properly. Oh, no, he's asleep. I don't want to disturb him. I need to set up a
I'll give him
camera so that I can like check up on where he
give him
is in
like
the living room.
a virtual hug. Adrenaline, I love you. Oh, Peter! Thank you! Nix! Everyone's getting hugs! Tiny! Rehab? We are not opening that. V-hug better.
Let's do this emote for people.
Bud?
Go to Twitch. I don't want to hear myself, thank you. You should hug your cat. Hug your cats. Everyone give your pet a hug. Give them some love. Do it. Your rewards, emotes, add. Where did you download to? Here we go. Do-do-do. The sus why. Here we go. There we go. That should be live. Let me show you guys the one that's been added. For those of you who want to see the new emote, it is you should have this now. Here you go. You should be able to use Chrono Clap. Now you guys can be. Look at how happy his little face is. I mean, look, I can. He's just.
Okay, that's so really happy. Beautiful.
Look at how happy he is. Yes, we need this. The good news is you have it. It's live now.
Oh, I like. BRB, I'll come back to you in 2 seconds.
No worries. Oh, I've just seen I've been sent a message by. Oh, Gracefully Insane. There you go. Hello, Grace. I've just seen your. What's the word? Whisper. Thank you. Show my D&D character for tomorrow. We could do that. Yeah, you know, I can show you the artwork for D&D character tomorrow. Winky. Open link. This is half of him. This is the whole of him. Build-A-God, the whiskers only show at this size because it's so zoomed in. When you think about how large it is in Twitch chat, it doesn't work with the whiskers. They just don't show up. They just distort the image, unfortunately. Am I going orc or half orc? I'm going half orc for this role because it fits better with everything. It's very heavily orc, half orc, but also, what's the other half, Jeanette? How do you know that it's half? Hey, Balthazar, thank you very much for that gift sub. You're a legend. Thank you for gifting a gift sub to Gracefully Insane. Now, Grace can have those have the clap emotes. Half orc, half bread. Half orc, half bear. Half orc, half giant. They were all options on my list. This time around, we've got an interesting twist to the character. In that it's not a solo cat. Well, it's not a solo character in the same way that the pet rock wasn't a solo character. Also, now I know I have to do a shot of that weird horseradish and smoky bacon. I mean, fine, I deserve it. When am I coming down to see you next?
Whenever you want.
Arrange it right now. Not that I'm coming down right now, but like.
Oh, whenever you want. Literally whenever. What are you doing in between Christmas and New Year?
The same thing I do every day, screaming about in December games.
Hanging out with me.
Yeah. I haven't looked that far in advance. Let me look at the mighty spreadsheet that I've made.
And then in January, you and I will go and take a trip to London town.
Yes, we do need to do that. Otherwise, you might get deported.
The part is, it's not even a joke.
Not yet. No, you might get unironically deported. Yes.
I might actually get sent home. I'm not ready.
Imagine how you'd get treated if you actually like had to go back to like living out there after you've been used to like, the UK.
Dude, I would have to go back to shitting in the shed.
Oh, am I actually?
I want to shit in the shed.
Do you actually have to shit in the shed when you were out in?
For the first 12 years, yeah. Outhouse. And then if it was really, now I can't even tell you. This is just, I have to be so drunk to be able to open up about this. No, Shaw. See, I'm learning to stop speaking when I don't need to. Huge growth.
Yes, that is good job. Well done. I'm proud of you. That level of self-control is very important. It's very helpful. Very nice. I'm really glad that you're learning that.
I live the weird life, chat. It's fine now. I have a toilet that flushes most of the time.
You've got 2 toilets now. Both of them are inside.
Some would say it's luxury.
Actually, technically you've got 3 toilets, but one of them is only Suki sized.
No, it still looks better than the outhouse.
By the way, how do you train a cat to use like a litter tray like that? Like, how did you do that? Because obviously she goes through that like cat flap into her loo, and I just kind of wonder.
I won't lie. I think obviously litter, once they associate that smell from when they're babies, when their mummy shows them how to use a litter tray, because that's how they usually learn, indoor cats. Their mummy goes, look, you go here. And Suki just likes going to hidey places. So anything out and closed, I think she's happy.
So would Suki be happy with, for example, in a room that you don't use very often, a large cardboard box? Do you think she'd be interested in that?
I think many people, including animals, would love a cardboard box.
I'm not sure many people. I don't think that's a fair state. Chat, right into the stream if you would go and sleep in a cardboard box in a quiet room somewhere, just because you're feeling overwhelmed.
I'm gonna be back.
Is that because you're writing into the stream? Oh yeah, well, gee, of course you would.
I'm gonna go look at the outhouse.
Let's find the video that we were going to watch while we think about our life choices.
I have my album.
Your album. Nice. Okay.
You want to tell people why you brought this shit up? Oh, you're an ad, so should wait.
Yeah, we should definitely. Oh, yeah, 100%. Yeah. I have the photo on my phone. What D&D edition? We're playing 2024. Or Winky edition, I guess, because Winky doesn't know all of the rules of 2024, and neither do we. We confuse them.
I feel like the story comes out better when you tell it. Because Kronos is like unironically just very fucking funny. Especially when it comes to just like telling stories. Because sometimes it comes out so blunt. And it's exactly the delivery you need.
Would I do that?
No, never.
Never. I would never do that.
Never.
I would never convince people of weird things just by like being like absolutely deadpan about it. Like,
no.
I would never do that.
That literally doesn't sound like you.
Penguin, the first drop is for an hour's view time. The drops have only been live for everyone for 40 minutes. So if anyone has got any drops yet, I will be deeply surprised. Even as the god of time, that would impress me. That's definitely the wrong drops command. Let me amend that. Do that. The link for the drops is in the chat, the pinned message, so that should be fine.
I'm ready.
Are you ready?
I'm ready.
My ad's finished in 10 seconds, so bear with me.
Was it 2 minutes?
I run 3 minutes of ads.
That didn't even feel like 3 minutes.
Nope. It doesn't. 3 minutes goes surprisingly. 180 seconds is actually surprisingly quick. If you're going to get up and go to the loo, it will normally take people about to like 4 and 5 minutes, and they won't even realize. I've had to train myself to go to the loo like kind of quickly and not get distracted by anything in order to get back in time for my ads. Yeah. The whole thing. Whole thing.
I'm actually thoroughly impressed.
I mean, I only go to the loo like, you know, once or twice a stream, if that, so.
But you have like a bladder of steel. I pee myself just by sneezing.
I mean, yes. Fundamentally, I can understand that. Yeah, that does happen, but like, it's not meant. I don't think it's meant to be that way. You know, that's not like working as intended, like kind of thing. That's kind of how that works. What's I doing?
Depends when you ask. A photo. You were talking about cardboard boxes.
Oh yeah, could you? Wait, no, I've got the photo on my phone. Okay, so yeah, Vicky and I often, you know, talk about quite deep things, you know, kind of how we're feeling, how we're doing, kind of things that make us us. And so there was a particularly great moment when I was visiting Vicky on, was it Monday? Tuesday? Monday?
Monday.
Now, where was it?
Monday.
That's the question.
Monday.
There's a lot of photos of Bailey on my phone, and it makes it very hard to find a specific photo.
Listen up!
There's Suki. Here we go. Okay. So we were talking about Vicky's time in the former Soviet Union. And one of the things that we were covering off was like in her house, there weren't that many rooms. So they did, however, have like kind of like a rough room, like a room that wasn't quite furnished, probably wasn't used in everyday kind of activities. You know, the kind of room that you use for storage, but like a spare room, a bit like a, you know, a garage, you know, attic, kind of that kind of room. And she very vividly described to me when she was feeling, you know, a certain way, feeling a little bit overwhelmed, feeling like, you know, life was too hard. And this, we're talking quite a young kid. We're talking, you know, 10 years old. Vicky would take herself upstairs to this kind of secluded area of the house, lift a bolt with a stick because she'd be too short to reach the bolt at the top of the door, go into this kind of quiet little tucked away room, and she had a nice little box in there that she could just, you know, have a nap in. Yeah, here you go, chat. Here you go. Here's Vicky in her safe place box, circa age 7, 8, 9. And I said to Vicky at that point, look, it really explains a lot of things about you, that even at the ages of 7 or 8 years old, you'd feel overwhelmed need to go and sleep in a cardboard box somewhere, because that just sounds about right. That's Vicky's streaming backstory right there. And to be honest with you, that's probably why you were fine during COVID.
My whole house was a cardboard box.
Pretty much.
Nobody in, nobody out. Just my own little box.
Oh, chat, today's a bit too much for us. We're going to the overwhelm box. It's just a really endearing, backstory for someone. I found it really, really funny. I found that more funny than some of the other photos, which are very Eastern Europe. You know how, we joke about the Eastern European, the Slav squat kind of thing, larders, the full tracksuit. Yet quite a lot of these photos, full meme, all the way down. You'd think they were staged if you saw them and didn't know they were just someone's childhood photos. It's that funny.
This one, incoming.
Oh, yeah, okay. Send it to me and I'll share it with my chat. Nice.
I'm gonna show it here first.
Nice, yeah. You show your chat. Oh,
the tracksuit slap squat is the dream come true.
At what age? 5? You start. They start the slap squat training young.
I was 7. I was
7. Oh, there you go. Oh, sorry. I forget the food in Eastern Europe not as good as here in the UK. So the children look smaller when they're young.
We look very malnourished.
All that malnourishment.
It's painful to look at these. I won't lie. Sometimes
it was a whole processing and really kind of getting to grips with yourself kind of day, wasn't it? We went through those.
So honestly, I won't lie. I need to be mentally very, very strong to have a look at that album once in a while. Some people look at their family photos and they're like, "Oh, this is so nice." I look at my childhood photo, I'm thinking I'm only missing a minefield and a few nades, and that's basically it. My childhood was different to your childhood, chat. She was tall for 7. That's the thing, though. Everyone was so much taller than me.
Well, that is when you stop growing, so it does make sense.
I just signed up for ridicule and just cooking today.
Yeah. You're the one that brought out the old family photos. I might have brought them up, but you're the one that signed up for this.
I just want to feel acknowledged and related to, but it's not gonna happen with the things I bring to the table.
I mean, it could happen. Maybe.
I still haven't done anything, by the way. How long has it been? An hour and 15 minutes? Oh my goodness, you and I went live at the same time. You've been live an hour and 17. Yeah.
Oh.
I've been live an hour and 15. Literally, we're 2 minutes apart.
I kind of was like, I just kind of want to be live to see, I want to check out some of the Bitcraft drops and see what some of these items are, see how the game is doing, try and remember what I was doing with it. I was going to watch some of the game trailers from the Game Awards. Because obviously there's some stuff that came out last night, but that was hella late for us and I was not around. I think I was still working when they were on. So, did you...
Game Awards?
Yeah, did you watch anything from the Game Awards? There's quite a few cool announcement trailers.
I didn't fall asleep till 5, so I fell asleep watching it.
That makes sense. I mean, Game of the Year going to Expedition 33, I think, made absolute sense. That was absolutely needed.
Oh, yeah. No, and I will actually play out.
Yeah. Oh, you haven't played it yet?
No.
Oh, you'll really enjoy that. I think it's a really good.
You need to remember, I'm very malnourished when it comes to playing new games.
That's true.
I get stuck in my own little rut. Oh, you're gonna love this.
It didn't need Indie Game of the Year as well. No, I agree. If something wins Game of the Year, it shouldn't also win Indie Game of the Year. I feel like, well,
I feel like it's kind of good that they won the indie game of the year because that's that's where it came
but they're
from.
not an
like,
indie game. They're not.
But
they're backed by Kepler. They've got publisher support.
Oh, okay, I didn't know that. I didn't know that.
I went to their launch event in London.
They were
Kepler sorted it. Yeah,
indie company.
That's their first game, but they are part of Kepler, or they are with Kepler. So I think that there would probably be other indies that you could have done. I don't know. To me, I don't think that counts as an indie. Game of the year makes absolute sense, but I don't think it needed indie game of the year as well, because it wasn't really an indie. It's a bit like, Dispatch. Like Dispatch, yeah, an indie game.
Never played it.
Again, you'll enjoy it, but it did get like 15 million of funding from like Critical Role and stuff, which is obviously huge. Like it's not the same as indie, but at least that is an independent company publishing it. Whereas Kepler were the publishers and the people who worked with Expedition 33 for Clair Obscure.
Have you ever looked at Blueprints?
Yeah, I thought play Blueprints a lot on stream. You'd hate it. Not your kind of game.
Tony was like, oh, I can't find anyone that played that game or anyone that would play it.
Thor played it at length. Big puzzle game fan. It's a very, very in-depth and technical puzzle game that has lots of kind of like very interesting, cool mechanics, very nice kind of interesting features. They did the game really incredibly well. I think that would probably have been a better indie game than Expedition 3. How do you classify indie now? Indie means independent and independently published and created.
Rather than in a studio.
Rather than by a large publisher or an existing company with venture capital funding, all kinds of things. There's lots of ways that you can not be an independent company. Whereas the games for Indecember, the whole focus has been companies which are completely independent, have no support, financial backing as much as we possibly can. Like there's a lot of indie devs are like one or two guys making games for themselves, in their kind of garages in the basements, kind of doing it as a side project for years and years. But broadly, indie developer or publisher, like independent.
Sorry, I was eating my crisps.
Yeah, Laxi says as well. If you can send up a different person for all 10 awards you win in the night, you probably aren't that indie. That's definitely a scale on indie. Yeah, that's because by that logic, Ashes of Creation, indie game, Escape from Tarkov, indie game. This is Battle State Games is the only thing. Like it's not technically yes, but also like let's be honest, like not really a fair competition if you're putting like. So you said that Tony Libra was the one who was playing Blueprints in your community. I've seen Tony around.
Tony Libra was he's
awesome.
He wanted to watch some people that play, but he couldn't really. Chat etiquette is also very different. That's one thing he mentioned. For example, like you can watch one person and like how the chat works, know what you can say, what you can't say. And if you want to go and watch a different game just to see what that game is like, and a lot of the time, like it's very different and ends up being meh.
And for puzzle games,
go on.
That's even harder because everyone will when you're solving a puzzle, everyone does it slightly differently. You have a different like way that your brain will process that puzzle. To have someone backseating you in your chat as you're trying to solve that puzzle, if you haven't asked for it, can be really frustrating.
And the fact that I'm insanely hot-headed as is. So now imagine somebody trying to explain shit to me when I want to do things my way and only my way, because that's the best way. And how dare you tell me there's another way? There's no other way. I told you the way I want to do it. It's that way we don't do it.
Baldur's Gate 3 was technically an indie game. See, again, I would disagree because while Larian Studios did publish and create it independently, there was an awful lot of input from Wizards of the Coast. And again, the Wizards of the Coast
Baldur's
input.
Gate, like I was playing at PlayStation 2. However, would they still be indie after like 30 years?
Well, yeah, that's because Larian are a studio. They are, by themselves.
Exactly.
Valve are an indie studio again, technically, but they're not because they're own they have percentage ownerships from other people. They go Tencent owns like 5% of the company too. Funcom, Funcom 10% have invested in Funcom. Dune is created by Funcom. Are we calling Dune an indie game? I genuinely think
hard-headed. I am. It's very hard. Actually, it's not. I've hit it quite a few times now. Becoming softer over time. Thank you. I need to write these goddamn hearts.
Okay.
Ah.
Let me see if I can export. There must be a way to export all of your subscribers across the month, surely.
Well, you can only Alpha, that side comes out after like a solid bottle of wine, but it just goes.
I haven't
Did you get the notification? We made some improvements on 2K beta.
Yes, I did. Yeah, which is good because improving something that just crashes all the time, very important to fix.
Have they fixed that?
I don't know. I'm not going to re-enable it just yet. I'm still going to work on. I'm going to let them work on things first. Let me see if I did.
I would love for them to like. I know they updated their articles, the help thing. No limitations and improvements. Okay, did you know what they improved?
No.
So known limitations are watching 2K streams on certain game consoles or TV apps may be limited. Viewers watching 2K streams in certain regions may be limited to 1080p or lower, and some plugins don't work with OBS 32.0 just yet.
That makes sense.
Improved viewing experience on living room devices. Clips update. We rolled out full 2K clipping and bot support. Expanded regions. Not sure who or where. Improved education for viewers. We may know that viewers were confused why they were not able to view a 2K, which created distracting noise in chat. We made improvements to user education and help article that is linked from video settings module. So will that pop up on your screen? Maybe?
Maybe? Grace, I mentioned that a minute ago. Yes, I did see that. Increased bit rates, that's important, but
from 7.5 to 9.
So the issue is, for me, obviously we always hear, Twitch makes a loss, Twitch makes a loss. Twitch doesn't make a loss, just to be clear, at the large scale company level. It does still make out a profit for Amazon, but it's for competition reasons that it makes a loss for itself and its own company on paper. Twitch needs to introduce AV1 encoding. I think I spoke to you about this the other day, because AV1 encoding means that they can do the processing that allows us to stream and to send the stream back out to the communities more efficiently and for less cost. That will reduce the cost on their side while keeping our viewership experience the same. That's the whole point of AV1 encoding, which YouTube is using. Doing 2K and increasing the bitrate means that once again, they're just increasing the amount of processing they're doing, the amount of encoding that they're doing without giving us the thing that we've been asking for 2 years, pretty much, which is AV1 encoding. And we still haven't been hearing any news about where that's actually been going. And that's vital for, because not only at that point can you do things like, streaming from your phone, for example, will be much, much easier. Because, your phone can do less processing to create the same thing. And there's no royalties to be paid on. I think they're currently using either NVENC or H.264, I think it is, which are all, they have proprietary elements to them. So, like, Twitch needs to not focus on 2K, they need to focus on AV1 first, start making money, then we can start actually paying creators. Is implementing an encoder on this scale simply more work than the others they've added? Not as far as I understand it. I don't know fundamentally what goes into making that a stable experience. I'm not an expert, I'm not a coder, I'm not a programmer. I wouldn't claim to know everything about this, but I would say that, like, Twitch outlines a bunch of priorities, which is getting profitable. It is, improving the experience of people on their PCs. People doing less encoding or using AV1 will benefit drastically because it's just cheaper. And Twitch can then pay people more, means that creators can actually start being creative, and they can stop with these ridiculous, $20 donation, or sorry, $20 sponsorships for things like PUBG, which is just ridiculous, which I'm sure some of you have recently heard about. The 1,000 sub button, you know what, you're right. Just what no one asked for during a spending and cost of living crisis. Oh yeah, let's spend 4,000 euros on subs. Let's spend like, you know,
Wow, you guys are so
£3,500.
poor. I wipe my ass at 1,000 subs.
I think if someone came in the channel and dropped 1,000 subs, I might actually shit myself live on air.
You wouldn't even blink an eye, would you? You would say...
When somebody donated
Pathetic.
200, I had a minor strong, because I didn't know that 200 was actually a thing when the 200 got dropped. At least I didn't, when it dropped, my brain just kind of broke and I forgot about it. But like, a thousand...
Sorry, Cause. Hi, Cause.
1,000 subs is just...
All right, Mr. B6000, pop in, drop us a couple bags, please, and we'll be on our way.
If Mr. Beast joined my channel, dropped 1,000 subs and just like walked out, I would probably shit myself right here or right now.
I won't lie. I won't lie. I would not be happy with him dropping 1,000 subs when he could just PayPal me the 1,000 subs worth of money, and I could just actually like.
Yeah.
Dude, Christmas presents.
Just give me a job. I'd love to go and work on like Mr. Beast videos for a while. I think it'd be hilarious. Imagine I know
somebody that does.
Imagine the power of a Chronos working for me. Imagine the Mr. Beast content creation if he had the Chronos powers.
We're about to stop printing money.
I'm not sure that YouTube could take it. Your credit card won't allow that. It's way over your limit. Good. You shouldn't be buying 1,000. Like the number of people who could buy 1,000 subs and it not hit their finances is probably not a very large percentage. I'm gonna be really honest with you. That's probably a very, very small subset that Twitch is targeting with that. And I just don't think it's necessary. Like, why on earth today? Like, no one's asking for 1,000 sub button, are they? Like, what? Let me go find an Eastern-based game with a whale or two. Be right back. Yeah, okay, Delchan. They are getting 40% of that 1,000 subs too. There's a big incentive on it. Well, exactly. Not all streamers, not all streamers have that 70% split. So, like, yeah, it's wild to me. And most importantly / annoyingly, Twitch still maintains that the default should be a 50-50 sub split, which is absolutely mad. I think that 70-30 should be the default split, to be honest with you, but Twitch can't afford it otherwise. That's the issue. That's the trade-off. Collect improved cart. At 35% off, it's 3,000 Canadian dollars. You're saying that's doable, Alpha? That's insanity. That scares me. That deeply scares. Like, at that point, like I said, I'd rather it was done as a PayPal like donation. Like we worked something out because like that's wild. The floor tiles in this gaming set can. So the floor tiles in this are. You have these individual plots, which are, 1 by 1 hexes, but actually each of these areas is a larger hex that you claim. And like, you basically end up with, I don't know if we can see the map, but you end up with these. This is broadly kind of how the map looks. It does have a very kind of Catan hex tile system, which is kind of neat. This is all for, there's a tier 10 over there. Jeez, okay. The funny thing is, I still don't have the ship that I wanted to have in this. You'd rather than Twitch, it's like Pally-like features. I mean, that would be really nice, Jeanette. I genuinely think that streamers should be able to pay their moderators from their pot. Jake, thank you very much for your resub, buddy. 7 months. Awesome. Dude, yeah, halfway through December is absolutely mad. I just can't. It's absolutely incredible to think about how quickly this year has gone and how much has gone on. Like, it's just. Well, this is the point. Twitch now lets you subscribe with money that you make as a streamer on the platform. You can buy subs with that money. Why can you not pay your moderators? Why would you not let me donate that money to any other account who is like tied to my account as a moderator, especially if they're verified on the platform as well? There should be no reason why that's not okay. But then you get into Twitch acting as a money kind of transferal site, which could be problematic for money laundering purposes. So there needs to be some controls in place. I understand that, but at the same time, they just want you exactly. Yeah, I was just saying they want you to give them a cut of it for subs. Think it's due to international restrictions? Why? Because they still have to extract the. If that person was a streamer, they would get paid anyway by themselves. So it gets paid to them in terms of their Twitch wallet, and they can export the money to themselves if they want to, pay relevant international taxes at that point, pay currency and forex fees, etc. Right, let's find our first one of these trailers. What have we got? We've got Star Wars: The Fate of the Old Republic. We'll watch this one first. Let's do. Can I do a pop-out window? I can do it like this though. Do that. We will pause this, and then I should be able to do. So this is Star Wars: Fate of the Old Republic, and it will be done right before the ads start, which is neat timings. Star Wars. So Fate of the Old Republic, I mean, if it's anything like Knights of the Old Republic, it's a new single-player, narrative-driven action ARPG. Action RPG, which is obviously very interesting. It's just a teaser, is it? I mean, it's certainly good cinematics, but again, cinematics don't teach you about, you know, the gameplay itself or anything about the game. That's the problem with the cinematic trailer. It's literally just there for hype. This is a hype trailer rather than an actual like content trailer. But again, interesting. Nice. Okay, well, look, it's a Star Wars game. There's going to be lightsabers. There's going to be probably, you know, the Sith, probably Jedi. What a surprise. Now, this is probably the one that we're more excited for, and we're going to save this one for after the ads. This is the Warhammer 40,000 Total War, which, as you all know, I'm a big Warhammer 40k fan and also a Total War fan. So, not upset, but the ads are about to start. You missed that one? Let me link that for you guys in chat quickly, those of you who didn't get to see it. I can let it replay again during the ads, to be honest, but here you go. That's Star Wars, the first trailer of our day. So what do we see? Oh, the ads are in progress, funnily enough. Whoop, and do this. I will be right back, chat. After I've regained some stamina and started this next set of building. I'm just going to go and grab a drink, nip to the loo, and then get myself sorted. So 1 sec. I'm back, chat. I've returned. Thank you kindly, Jeanette. How are you doing, bud? How have you been? Happy seasons, greetings, you know, whatever season it might be. I didn't get my drink, hang on. Hello, my hair is everywhere. Did I see the new Total War game? You mean this trailer? No, I know that it's happening, but I haven't seen this trailer yet. I've stayed away from seeing this trailer specifically. Why did the Return of Crows look like Palpatine and Sidious? I don't know. It's don't ask about Uncle Darth. The next one, this is the Warhammer 40. This is the one we're most excited for. Let me expand this downwards slightly. Peggy 18.
In the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
Okay. First, hang on. I'll save the pausing and the. Okay. I'll save all the pausing for after we've seen the first time. Very nice. Very nice. That is very reminiscent of the guy who made Astartes, the fan-made animation. It would not surprise me if they were involved somewhat in those, or at least that style is drawn on for that. Nice indeed. Love the use of the plasma pistol. That's Sky Talon.
Across countless worlds.
Was that just an Nighthawk?
Rage.
If you sound more, that makes sense, Jeanette. That does make sense.
Lead your armies. Conquer worlds. Fight on as the galaxy burns. For there is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war.
There is only war. I mean, that's the exciting. I just. Oh. Big 40k nerd. Captured in-engine from a pre-alpha build. That's pretty promising. We didn't have that on the Star Wars one. Okay. Okay, so that was... Oh, we'll watch this through and we'll do some pausing of what we can see, because as a bit of a Total War nerd, some of those UI elements are very, very cool and interesting. Okay, there's a few reasons why I'm very excited about that. Okay, hang on. Let's just reduce the playback speed on this slightly so that we can I can pause it more effectively. Mute it. Okay, so this is obviously a sector map. So you've got what we're likely to see is multiple planets. That's what. As soon as I saw this, I was thinking, okay, are we potentially seeing multiple planets? Then we obviously get into this in engine. So this is the earliest alpha. The fact that they are announcing this with this much already made is really promising. So you've got ships, you've got deployment down from those ships. This looks to me potentially like unit deployment. This might be how you start each battle. That's kind of how I'm seeing it. Okay, so then we've got, this is where it's going to start getting interesting. We've got unit cards. We've got 12 unit cards here, going from infantry all the way through up to armor. I'm going to make this slightly larger so we can zoom in on that one section. So you've got a hero. You've got 1, 2. So you've got, yeah. It looks like assault intercessors, just ranged intercessors. Hello, Bailey. You've got an apothecary or chaplain slots. That'll be normal. It's almost like you've got the leader and then you've got like a hero and then 3 squads with them. Potentially similar to the systems that work in 3 Kingdoms. So it looks to me like you've got captain and 3 units. You've got a chaplain and 3 units. And it looked potentially like you've got a psyker or an inquisitor or something. Can't quite see it the size. And then again 3 slots, which is quite interesting. That could just be a misnomer. But Laxio, if you want to do Total War when it comes out, if you want me to teach you how to play Total War, I can do that as well. I love the Total. I've been playing Total War since I was like 10, maybe before that. I'm down. If you want to learn how to play Total War, come and hit me up. We can play a historic one. We can play a Warhammer fantasy one. There's all kinds of options, but I'm more than happy. I realize that I'm covered up by the window tracker, which is quite funny. This should be here. Aha. You want to learn to on stream? I don't know how large of a campaign we can do, but we could potentially do that at some point. Maybe next year. I could do that. I would be down for that. He is a baby floof. You want to play this one? Well, this one's not going to be out just yet. But, okay, so then we've also got types of movement. One of the things that I think I'm not necessarily sure what these 3 slots are. It looks like a bit like a capture point. Is it potentially that you've got the hero and the 3 units, and then you've got 3 slots on the capture point, potentially? It's quite difficult to see. Quite difficult to say, sorry. Given that the game is going to work the way that this shows, let me make this smaller again. There we go. That was just a little bit of tweaking to get it into the right shape. That's all quite interesting in terms of how that's working. You're seeing a variety of weapons on each of those as well. So you're seeing flamers, you're seeing bolt fire, you are seeing tanks. I think I saw a flash of plasma for a second from someone as well. So there's very clearly different types of types of damage, in the same way that we're used to different types of arrows and different types of range units in the Warhammer series before. So this is actually going to be really quite cool. I'm really quite happy with seeing just even those small elements. They're planning on keeping some of that around. On the Orc side, you're seeing a wide array of factions, I'm going to be honest. You're seeing all of the things I would expect to see from Orcs and more. You've seen the giant war walkers. You've seen, I think they call them knobs. You've seen, even I think we even saw kind of like Gretchen a minute ago through this. We've got the flight guys. I'm sure we'll see Storm Boys. I'm sure we will see Weird Boys. I'm sure we will see a number of... Sorry, Weird Boys are the caster characters for the orcs, the ones who can access psychers. So that's a whole thing. You've tried Three Kings, but never really understood it. Three Kingdoms is different from the other Total Wars, but a really interesting entry in Total War. Yeah, orcs have knobs and mega knobs. Yeah, that's a thing. You what? We is the orcs. We is knobs. You can get armored knobs. That's a thing. The orcs are incredibly pog. That's what I said. Yeah, knobs. Dr. Crowley. Yeah, knobs. Okay, that was... You see the flash through there of... So you see Ultramarines. You're seeing basically... It looks almost like you've got... Either you can make all of your own customization for it, or you can choose from a bunch of preset different legions. Which is really nice. You can skin your characters to be the legions that you want them to be, or you might even be able to play multiple legions depending on deploying those legions to those multiple locations. YouTube can oh yeah, I don't want to advance frame by frame just yet. The next thing we wanted to see was, first of all, this in the background. You see this explosion going off on the planet? That's Exterminatus. That is the weapon of mass destruction. That is the Imperium's final option in a lot of their campaigns, where they would lose a planet that's corrupted by chaos or by tyrannid invasion. Exterminatus is the destruction of the planet by a number of means. The most normal way you'd expect to see is a particular type of orbital bombardment, but there are even like kind of planet cracking missiles. There are explosive charges that can be laid. There are all kinds of ways that a planet can be exterminated. This is kind of probably the most visually pleasing way, as that explodes in the background. You see the shockwaves spread across the planet. That is the death of that planet. And then this looks to me to have almost a Sins of a Solar Empire style planet map. You might know it more from something like Stellaris, where you'll have basically like phase lanes or kind of travel lanes between them, and that's going to be part of the combat. So rather than having a full campaign map, when you've got, you know, like you said in normal Total War, you got to march across a desert, for example. This will likely be slightly different in that the turn base will actually be moving around the ships, which could actually be a lot easier. I just want to know, like, kind of so we zoomed out, obviously, of this star. There is just this one planet around the star, which is like kind of an area which you can go. And these are all part of the last deal. So, you know, you've got Tertius, Quintus, you've got Quartus, and then you've got other moons, astronomical bodies, that kind of thing. So it looks like each system will be largely quite varied, which is quite nice. I'd be interested in knowing whether you have a system for a campaign or there are multiple systems as well, because if we go right back to where we were at the start of that segment, when we're talking about this is going to have what one star is one dot on this. So that map that we see here at the end is merely one dot. This is the solar system around one star here in the center. I'm really excited about that. It reminds me a lot of, if anyone played the original Star Wars Battlefront 2, not Star Wars Battlefront 2, the new one, but Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original one. There was a galactic conquest campaign that you would fight your way through and you would have battles across multiple planets. I really enjoyed that campaign because it was not only the tactical control, but also thinking ahead in terms of your route and your planning and your logistics lines and all kind. There you go. A bunch of you in chat recognize the same kind of game. I really enjoyed that. Yeah, that was probably one of the best campaigns I played in a game when I was younger. That still stands up today. I played that on PlayStation. I want to say PlayStation 2. I think that one. At the local youth center. Nice. Thank you for the hydrate reminder a while ago. Sorry I missed that. Just casually drinking about 300 mils. Trying not to breathe it all in. Have you got the itchable scritchables? Little bitchables? Oh, you want to go and have a snack? Okay. Okay, we're gonna watch that one again. I'm excited. Let's do that again. Let's change this to this. Unmute. Did that come out when the Slim 2 was released? Yeah, it did, Skyfarer. It was the first game I had on my Slim PlayStation when I got one. Okay, so you've got aerial support. So you're going to see some of the air support. You've got the large ships, the big boats. Just go back to this. There's a familiar name on that screen that we want to see. So if we go into quality 2K, Marnius Calgar, first of all, he is a hero within the Ultramarines. Those of you who played Space Marine 2 or watched me and Thor play Space Marine 2 with people like Iron Mouse might remember that right at the end of the campaign, we are fighting against the demon hordes and we are segmented from our unit. Without providing any spoilers, that's when Marnius Calgar shows up and things get weird. Now you can go and play that game yourself. Yeah, Fist Lord McGrumpy, yeah, but that's only his porn name, so don't call him that to his face. Yeah, meow, you're a good boy. You like Marnius Calgar too? Yeah? No, you think that the blue's a stupid colour? You're right. He should have been a Raven Guard instead. Yeah, they're much. Yeah, Bailey prefers the Raven Guard. Not a big fan of Ultramarine. Oh, okay. Look at him. Little blob. The chicken guard, exactly. But Calgar is kind of a big deal. Second of all, we've got a Xenos incursion. We know the planet name. We know the class of the planet. And normally, C-23 is going to be some other kind of sectoral designation. I'm just seeing if we can see anything else as to the sector. Can't see what these bits of text are from this kind of distance.
Survival.
Has been declared for purgation. It looks like half the planet has been taken over. So we've got, an area of threat. And then likely friendly area. It's been told to be purged. So it's not been exterminatus, but purgation is what's been requested. So it needs to be purged. Purge the heretics. And then we find out that the Xenos are in fact the Orc, who are a brutal group of mushroom people, and they die when you stab them and shoot them in the face. Like most creatures. Imperial battleships. Okay, so we've got Cadian support. Cadia is a planet which is no more. It was a planet that sat at the edge of an area of space called the Eye of Terror. Cadia was, unbeknownst to the Imperium for a long time, home to some very, very old technology which was holding back this chaotic force and warp storm from engulfing a large area of the galaxy. Newsflash, they failed, and Cadia got fucked. So, unfortunately, Cadia is gone, and the whole of the warp is kind of all out in space, not minding its own business anymore. Some of you might believe that Cadia stands. I disagree with you. I think that Cadia is now a nice ball of rubble. The really bad kind of... Cadia got cracked in half, basically. Got absolutely destroyed. With all of the defense forces still down on the planet, of course. Although some of the defense forces were able to be evacuated. So this is also interesting because this is showing you Deep Strike. Deep Strike is a particular type of technology or type of strike that the Space Marines and the Imperium use, which allows them to hit behind enemy lines. Normally, Deep Strike refers to the use of teleporters rather than drop pods. So they can use short-range teleportation, likely from the ships or potentially down from areas on the planet's surface. But what this is also showing is a sectoral segment of this map. This will likely mean, to me and my initial kind of view, that likely there might be multiple segments of a world that need to be taken before it counts as fully taken over. in the same way that before you take an area inside Total War Warhammer, for example, you've got to take 3 or 4 settlements. So it could be that each of these is like the settlement battles, and they're doing away with battles which are, you know, on the ground. You're only going to fight over an objective. 40k, that's generally tends to be how one fights. So I could see that being more of a thing, potentially. Hello, Red Arts. Hello, Waffle. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you guys. So that's interesting. We've got a different map name, Car Ferris.
Tides of aliens.
And then you've got a very, very large scale battle arena. If we can get custom battles this large with this many mobs, I would be very, very happy. He's just gonna get popped. That would have made Mad Max a very different film. A bit like the Soulstorm campaign, yes. Yeah, similar to the Soulstorm campaign, probably a little bit larger. The Soulstorm campaign was very, very small. I tend to use the Star Wars Galactic battle map as a bit more of a solid example. I think the Galactic Conquest map kind of covers that better. So this was also interesting. So if I go back a few seconds. On this, you are seeing a couple of other things as well. So these are Space Marine tanks. It's a Land Raider. Might be 2 Land Raiders. Potentially a Land Raider, maybe also a Land Raider Crusader with the melters, but I don't know. Could be a Land Raider Crusader, maybe. But you've also got Imperial Guard. So these are the Imperial Guard are basically the national support forces to the special forces of the Space Marines. So if the Space Marines are the Spec Ops forces, realistically the Imperial Guard are the army. That's kind of how you would describe that. The Space Marines, lots of armor but smaller in numbers. Imperial Guard, lots of men, big balls, not so much armor. And the nice thing is they have nice high casualty numbers, which is very helpful. That's where their high numbers are, casualty numbers. So you've got Lehman Russ tank. This implies that you will be able to have multiple force war zones and war sites potentially. So it might be that actually you would be able to become allies with the Imperial Guard faction if you're the Space Marines and do joint operations. Meow to you too. Yeah. He's a nice baby boy. Yeah. So I'd like to see that. Also, I like the variation on the maps. I like the weapon variation. Thunder hammers are cool. Very in right now. Oops. Dude, you can't park there. No. No, baby.
Lead your armies. Conquer worlds. Fight on as the galaxy burns. For there is no peace amongst the stars. There is only war.
Oh, okay, hold up. Some use for the frame skip function here. Right at the end of that battle map that we were talking about a second ago. Each of these lines looks to me like it could be a star. So it could be that's how many different maps or campaign areas they have on the map. Otherwise, I don't know why you would specifically identify these locations. Or was it like I was buffering with the video then? I was mentally buffering, yeah. That's a lot of war. You might say it's total war. Yes. I know that's a surprise. Can I explain what corpse starch is? No, I haven't got clearance from the commissioner. Sorry, from the commissar, not commissioner. Have I? No, he says no. Could I call it Total War? That would, if it was just an Orcs game, yes. Nice boy. Comparing against a 40k galaxy map on Reddit, yes, those lines are stars. I mean, we know those lines are stars, but which stars specifically identifying? Why are they drawing out these specific locations? To me, that might be a hint at the locations that we can fight on the maps. If so, I am very excited because that's a lot of fighting. Especially when we compare it to what we see in 40 seconds or so's time when we get to about here-ish. So again, hold those little kind of points of light in your mind, because this stuff that was captured from the pre-alpha build, obviously so very, very early in development, this is kind of what they want the game to kind of maybe look and feel like. Which is a nice big. Also, the different weapon variations there on the Dreadnought, also very, very huge. Love that. There's multiple locations on each planet, so there might even be, like I say, 4 or 5 locations you can fight. See, again, this is all around 1 star. So now multiple stars. This also is potentially like a sectoral map. Hello, Chicago Strong. We're looking at the game trailers from the Game Awards. We are doing a little bit of Bitcraft on the side. We're having a bit of a chill evening. Just kind of hanging out for a couple of hours, you know, seeing how things are going. How are you doing, bud? The ads are about to start. I'm going to go and feed B at that point, and then we will look at our next trailer after the ads, which, again, very excited for. Divinity 3, or potentially, well, this is a Divinity World trailer. We don't necessarily know if it's Divinity Original Sin, but if it is, I might shit myself and cry with joy. So there is that. Yeah. Hi, Bailey. Nobody has as many friends as the man with many cheeses. Yeah, from Divinity Original Sin 1. Yeah. He's a nice baby boy. David Harbour reveals other 40k details. Oh, we'll watch that. We'll watch that after the ads. They're about to start. There we go. It's the Thorbot. He's after Bailey.
Things that are going to happen.
Heaven doesn't care what you did last week. Welcome back after the ads, everyone. Hope you're doing well. Great to see you all. Thank you very much for sticking around. We're just getting some drops progress on Bitcraft. We're watching a couple of trailers. We're just kind of hanging out, having fun, you know. Great to see you all. Thank you all for being here. We are going to resume with our next one, which is the Divinity trailer, which is obviously we're quite excited about. Between Total War Warhammer 40k and Dawn of War, you can see your social life disappearing. Really, you don't need a social life when you're, when you're fighting against Tyranids and other people. You know, it's just not needed. Did that just crash? It did. Okay, there we go. This one I'm very interested in. Larian typically do very, very well.
All right, now it's time to put an end to gaming's most controversial mystery.
What is this? Is a bit of a spicy one. How do you mean? First, that's going to be so good that Act 3 is going to be a letdown. Exactly, Laxia. That's how you know you're playing a Larian game. Not spicy, it's very gore. Okay. You can't park there, mate. Why am I just watching? They're fine where they are. They're fine where they are. They're just hanging out, you know. Interesting. Some kind of conjunction. Oh, okay. First of all, the first thing we know about any Larian game, it's obviously Brachus Rex. That's the happy music. That's a real juxtaposition, that is. And that's like a sandworm. What do they call it? So it is purely being called Divinity. Wild Collector's Edition statue? Oh, that's true. Maybe. Oh, I mean, I've loved the Larian game since Divinity Original Sin 1. I'll be real with you, like that's a whole thing. So it's got a guest appearance of the statue that everyone's been talking about on the internet. Yeah, funny that. Yeah, exactly.
What?
Tough. You know, making any UI is
Okay. This is everything that got announced. So, horrifying IGN article, but fine. We've seen Fate of the Old Republic. Thank you update trailer from oh, are we 17 or over? We are, yes.
Rated M for mature.
Kids have quite the imagination now.
Yeah, they do. Lasso mentioned this place, but he never showed it to me.
It was his private hideout.
So they're doing a special thank you area that's all kind of hilarious, but also very much more like extra content for everyone. That's really nice of them to do. That's awesome. New area and optional boss fights in the update for E33. I still haven't finished Expedition 33. I've had the twist, but I haven't finished it, just so you know. In fact, I don't actually know how far I even got in it. Harriet? Yeah.
Yes. My hair is impeccable.
Ooh, you're an artist then.
Okay, allowing you a little bit more customization. Love that. That's a nice thing for them to do. We love that. They added some scary new boss variants. Oh, did they? That's very cool. I know I made off Tutorial Island last year, but that's wow. Shame on me. All that free time I have, Dalchan, of course. Resident Evil Requiem, we're not going to watch the trailer for. I'm not a huge Resident Evil fan. Very cool. There's many more entries to it, though. We got many Resident Evil fans out there. Tomb Raider Capitalist? No, Tomb Raider Catalyst. We're embarking a reimagining of the original adventure from 1966. Wow, okay. And also, yeah, so basically you've got a remake of the original one. What's a reimagining? We've had remastering, we've had a remake. What's a reimagine? What's... Okay, I've reimagined it. We're done. Yeah, so we've got Tomb Raider Catalyst for 2027 and a reimagine of 2026. Fancy name for the same thing, but which one is it? A remaster or a remake are different things. So a remaster is taking the old content and improving it. Remake is remaking the old content with improvements. It's the way I kind of generally split those two apart. So a reimagining is like neither of those. That's really helpful. We love that. But we will watch the trailer.
The entire world
That's
knows
not needed.
Your legend. You survived the
A remaster with artistic
triangle.
license? Artistic something.
Cross the threshold to Atlantis.
Okay, I love me some Atlantis. I would do this. I don't remember playing the original Tomb Raider. It was so long ago. I remember there being far fewer curves and nice graphics though than in any Tomb Raider game. Okay, Spider-Man.
That's where you're wrong. I'm just getting started.
I'm just getting started. Should I cosplay as Lara Croft? Is that what we should do, Joe? If I can get my hair that long for when we... If I can get my hair long enough for Catalyst, should we do that? Is that the plan? Like triangle... Well, I'll just get some triangles and everything. How about that? I'll start getting some cardboard ready just to make some really, like, awful triangles. Why are you all so excited about that? Look, Jeanette, everyone knows the triangles. Like a triangle is the best shape. Okay, so that was the new one. This is the remaster of the old one.
It's been years.
Oh my god, it would be it would be Lava KHR off, like Croft. Amazing.
Lost World.
I mean, like it's the classic puzzle adventure platformer. Yeah, like it was like the start for a lot of people for the jump puzzly exploration games that like many of us know and love. Like that's what started a lot of us off on some of exactly. There you go, Chronicles. That's how it would be.
I didn't know that.
That sounds like a good summary, El Crabs. The remake or remaster is the game will be similar. Reimagining a story is getting expanded, gameplay is new. It's kind of like a remake. Yeah.
But it lit a fire that still burns.
My favourite thing, quick time events, which I can't do.
To see more. I need to go further.
I remember that. I mean, I remember that scene by itself. Of course, we know where we need to go for that. We need to go to likely the Azores. If anyone's wondering where Atlantis is, that's where your best bet is. Just so you all know. Trust me, I'm the god of time. Twitch servers requested us to reconnecting. Okay. How are you guys doing out there? This is Dual Pistols Lara again? That is true. White/yellow paint is critical no matter how memed it is. I'll die on that hill. Gamers are obtuse. Okay. Atlantis is in Iceland. That's what Milo told you? Milo might be wrong. Control Resonant. Wait, I do remember Control was great. That was the telekinesis game, wasn't it?
Do you feel it? Something is coming.
This is the trailer that had you excited the most. Okay. You're just hanging in the Azores, are you, Chicago?
Intrusive pattern.
This is a follow-up. This will be the sequel, effectively, by those things, or the side story.
Power.
Okay, so you're not going to be Jesse Faden anymore. You're going to be Dylan Faden. You'll be the younger brother, according to the article.
Reality as we know it.
Put in a coma after being inflicted by the hiss, who have now escaped into the outside world.
Eventually worms its way out.
Okay. Look, your remod Deus Ex has been postponed indefinitely. Sort of reminds me, we know why that is. I agree, that is a very good shot of the Bureau. It's been very well done. But again, these are all cinematic trailers. You can't just waltz into hospital. Okay, fine. Sure.
For what would follow.
Oh, we do get gameplay, do we? Good, I love that. That's like the Warhammer one. Give me gameplay in with my cinematic trailers. That's what we like. Oh. Because of the complaints and I'll address them? Yeah, that was her brother, Jeanette, yes. sibling has gone rogue bush fishing. Has he got a transforming melee weapon? Oh, he's got transforming melee weapons. That's what I'm guessing. Yeah, he does. Because what was her weapon? She had, Did a service weapon, didn't she? Yeah. Hammer, it was like glaive. Dual fist. This looks very cool. Yeah, okay, you know what? Broadly interested. I enjoyed the first game. This thing will be fun as well. Is this the kind of game that you guys would like me to play bang on release, or you'd like me to wait a week for you guys to play it so you haven't got spoilers? Because that's always the kind of the trade-off with these. Kind of where I was with Dispatch. Returnal successor? I didn't play Returnal. It isn't PS5 exclusive. I'd be surprised if it was. PS5 exclusives haven't worked out anymore. Playing it on release. Wait. Returnal's bullet hell with dope music. Yeah, I didn't actually play it, but I do remember seeing it. We'll have a look.
Product not yet rated.
Oh my.
The sun is forever.
The stop motion game looked really interesting and cute. Oh, I mean, great. So as we go down this list, we should find it.
Be apart.
It pleases. It was promised.
Okay, he's been praising the sun too much.
I need to know that I just made the right decision.
It's me, boss. Wait, how long?
Since the last time the sun died, mate.
You left us here. We've lost people. There's no way to get home, and you...
Lies! This is what it does. It gets in our heads, and it twists, and it turns.
I mean, yeah,
won't break our promise.
It's so fast-paced. I remember the sound being incredible when I watched it.
Again. I know you're here, and I will.
More horror than Control, for sure. Okay, that's yeah, I'd agree. I'd agree. Okay, Saros. Mega Man Dual Override, Lego Batman, Diablo 4 expansion. I'm giving up with Diablo, I'm gonna be honest with you. Debut trailer for the Street Fighter movie, Star Wars Galactic. I've been hearing about this from former Burnout and Need for Speed developers. Gonna be honest with you, that sounds surprisingly good. Hello, Demac. How are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Now this is pod racing.
Back. The way it was before the Empire shut it down. Massive engines. Lightning fast.
Hey, Matt, I could do this with dual sticks. I'm hoping it has stick support. That would be great.
We're incredible. Best of the best.
Give me this with stick support.
United by one beautiful dream.
Doesn't look at the sound, they're focusing the sound as well. Okay, we've got hover bikes. All kinds of speed. design was very good for that trailer. They did very well with that. That was a very good hype trailer. Very interesting, wanting to see more. They look a lot like Destiny bikes. I mean, hover bikes are always going to look reasonably like hover bikes, no matter what franchise I guess you're looking. There's only so many ways you can have something that's distinctly a bike, but also hovers. Like, ooh, Phantom Blade Zero, 2.5 years of its PlayStation Showcase debut. It finally has a release date for September 9th, 2026. Kung Fu. Can we agree, chat, to stop making up words just something punk? Kung Fu Punk doesn't even what? 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 I wouldn't know Kung Fu Punk if he snuck up on me and attacked me with a ninja. Just threw a whole ninja at me. One ninja. Are you 17 or older? I think so. It's like Kung Fu Panda, but with more music and denim. Okay. It's like Kung Fu Panda, but he's wearing the Daft Punk helmet. Okay. I get it now, thank you. No, British punk is the music genre. You can't, you shouldn't be carrying that in a burning building. That's not safe. That's not OSHA compliant. Shouldn't really be fighting with swords while you've got a baby. That's not safe. Oh, you got shot. Okay. OSHA forever in our hearts, I got to. Jeanette Punk? No, I've not actually played any Jeanette Punk games. Can you give me an example of some Jeanette Punk?
But why did you come back?
The Order's blades are coming. They failed once, but they won't fail again.
Oh, okay. Okay, so some very lovely, like, Mortal Kombat style fight elements there. Oh shit. Okay.
Please, take it. Save our people.
Some of the animation has been very, very strange in this trailer.
But a shadow now. Shall never be the same.
Some of the facial animation's been a little bit weird. Reminds me of Wukong. I mean, it will be. Yeah, you'll see an element of Wukong in this because they're using the narrative elements that are very similar in that part of the world. Any kung fu style will incorporate elements of that. You know, that style that you see in Wukong. It's all of that kind of. I think it's like kind of wuxia vibes. You know, any kind of cultivation-based myths. You know, things like ki and that kind of normal monk powers from D&D all comes from wuxia. Yeah. Or if you're typing it, wuxia, W-U-X-I-A, if you ever want to look up what that is. There's also Zanzia, or I can't remember how to pronounce it. X-A-N-X-I-A. X-I-A, yeah. If there's magic, okay. Is that Chansha? There you go. It's looking like there's magic in this, so I'm guessing this counts as Shansha. Yeah, there's definitely magic in this, so very, very much Shansha. You remember reading all wuxia novels? The styling is interesting. Unintended Cultivator. There's quite a few very good wuxia books. Wuxia books tend to be in the kind of the literary RPG style, so I'm actually quite a big fan of read Cradle. What, you mean again for like the 12th time? I was reading Cradle every day that book came out. Like I started with Unsold when it came out. loved it, followed the entire series all the way through. Can only recommend Cradle. If you like Cradle, I've got more recommendations for you, Laxia, because Cradle is my jam. What have we got? Everything announced again was we're already reading this. Pragmata will get a date. That's on a Capcom game. Gang of Dragon. Oh, Warlock Dungeons and Dragons is a new single-player RPG that into the expressive magic. Tell me more about your expressive magic. You have the leather bound. Oh, the Cradle ones. Yeah, very nice. Let me go and see what's currently on my. What am I reading at the moment? Oh, I couldn't find my Kindle app because I was already on my Kindle app. Level 40 carpentry, let's go! We're still making like tier 1 or tier 2. Tier 2 wood here, so like, we're doing an awful lot of crafting. You're reading Path of Ascension, very, very good. I'm currently reading Welcome to the Multiverse. And I recently finished Magic Eater, Bog Standard Isekai, Hell Difficulty Tutorial, Unintended Cultivator, Ultimate Level 1, Beneath the Dragon-Eye Moon, Millennial Mage, Soul Ship, Rise of Mankind, The Fortifier. Quite a few. Sorry, I've not been looking at this. Okay, nice. Some very classic D&D monsters. Back to the Blade Warlock, okay. All the ads are here. Gameplay reveal next year. Okay, we've got the ads on, chat. I mean, look, it's a hype trailer of artistic, you know, artistic flair. Like, it looks cool, it has good music, it gives you a rough idea of some of the themes of transformation and transmutation magic, but it doesn't tell us a lot. It's playing the Warlock ad now? Yeah, exactly. Tool's a good band to hype with? I agree, yeah. So yeah, I've got a few things in my my book list. There's a few in here. Defiance of the Fall. I need to update that on the list. I've read that one more recently. Azarenth Healer was very good. 12 Miles Below. That's a great progression fantasy. Very much enjoying that one. That is a progression fantasy set after a whiteout where the surface of the world is the only place that's safe to humanity, but it's also deeply frozen. Inside the world, all the way down kind of multiple kilometers, literally, or 12 miles, there are floors where humanity has terraformed beneath the earth using nanobots called mites, which are now out of control. There is an angry AI overlord hunting down the remaining humans below the ground, but for some reason she doesn't know about the surface. And it's about humanity. 12 Miles Below, great series. Very much enjoying it so far. I want to see where that goes. What else would I recommend that's out? Maybe outside of the Lit RPG series, I would probably recommend the Malazan Book of the Fallen. If you're happy with a long read, that's a very good 10-book series. The King Killer Chronicles. Obviously, always good. We just need to wait for, you know, book 3. Still. I'm still having a mental battle over whether we're going to get book 3 of King Killer or we're going to get the next book of A Song of Ice and Fire. Like, whichever one happens first. Like, my death might happen. We might even get Star Citizen before we get either of those books, to be honest. Did I play the solo leveling game? You mean Arise Overdrive? I played the demo of it before it came out. We were sponsored to play that, I believe. Yes, it was I think it was my first sponsorship. Stormlight will finish before either of those. I mean, Stormlight's taking a bit of a lull now for the mid-arc kind of pause. I like where Stormlight has left off. I think it's interesting, and it's been a great series for a while. If you like Brandon Sanderson's work, you will likely very much enjoy the Powder Mage books by Brian McClellan, I think his name is. He is basically one of Brandon Sanderson's like proteges, or one of his students basically, and has learned an awful lot from him. And it's actually really interesting to see a gunpowder and magic based system, because an awful lot of systems will either cover gunpowder or magic, because you don't often get the two evolving side by side. So I really quite like the Powder Mage Chronicles, or the Powder Mage trilogy. That's very, very good. I would recommend that. What else on my? I mean, I've got a bunch of books on my book list. The Reria Chronicles were very good. I enjoyed that a lot. There's loads. This list is quite long. This is just a list of the books that are still going. So this is my book list that's still going. All of these are ongoing series. This is how I track like the last one in the series that I read and when the next one is at. Which region am I in? I think I'm in region 5. I'm in Tortuga, Varisa. The tier 9 Tortuga city. Winky doesn't read. No, Winky can't read Laxia. There's a difference. Not that we mind, but also, come on, Winky. Forest 3 confirmed by Night. Sons of the Forest follow-up with first trailer. Okay. Why is there no... Is it just an article, or is there a... Oh, there is actually a premiere. Very interesting choice them to do only this one onto the Twitter like this. Okay, we're going a bit far away from Earth. That's not what you want to see when you're in a spacecraft, to be honest. Oh no, it's like Subnautica. I like how you've got a claw. They're claw. You send him a single paragraph to read once he reads like 3 words and bailed out, and we'll just figure out, oh my god. The chat, those of you who aren't aware, Winky's running D&D December for us, but he's playing D&D with us, and that's because in 2014 he bought the DM's guide and finally finished reading it. That's why he keeps getting the rules a bit mixed up, because they've been updated since then. Winky's gonna kill me on Saturday, isn't he? Oh god. Okay, Forest 3 kind of looking slightly intense. Dude, just shoot it, like... Stop hanging around. That could be interesting. Highguard. PvP raid shooter from the creators of Apex Legends and Titanfalls. Not a big Apex Legends fan, but Titanfall, very, very interested in. When am I playing tomorrow? 6 PM Chronos time. No, Laxia, not according to the timestamps. 7 PM my time. 11 AM PST is correct, but 7 PM my time. That's a time conversion issue.
To the end.
Did you see the Diesel Punk Titanfall gamer guys making? I did not. No, that's me and Winky time. I know, Winky is Pacific time. You're talking about the mythical mountain time, Laxia, which isn't real and can't hurt anyone. GMT -7. What a weird number. My favorite time zone. The mythical mountain time. This looks interesting.
Moving in for the attack.
Okay. Magical guns and horses. That was very, was it Nyata? Or Symmetra, one of the two. Swing, swing, swing.
Siege tower coming in.
Cat.
The enemy is on gate.
I'm coming for you.
Marking baddies from above.
storm.
Was that a destructible environment I saw? You want it to be PvE, but it's free to play, so definitely PvP. Yeah, I mean, it'll definitely be it'll be Apex-esque. They're very, very popular at the moment. So
I am a warden, and this is my oath.
Players will ride, fight, and raid as wardens, arcane gunslingers sent to fight for control of a mythical continent. I mean, look, it sounds reasonably interesting, but I'm not sure. For that kind of game personally to be that fun for me, it has to be really worth it. You know, it has to be really compelling. And when I was watching through that, I didn't see, and I'm going to be honest with you, I didn't see anything that I would consider to be compelling enough that I guarantee to want to give the game a go. And I think that's the line for me, really, is that actually, like, it's not. It's just not. I just don't see it as compelling. It's not. Large. It's not covering, in my mind, enough like kind of new or interesting things. It just looked, yeah, like you say, it looked okay. It just looks okay, sure. Nothing new, yeah, exactly. And I think that's the problem. We've not seen this before. We might have to watch this again. Oh no, Warhammer 40k, what a shame.
In the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
That voice is... That, boom. I love that. That's very... It's very Astartes. Is 40k part of Chronopunk? 100%, yes. Oh, Punker Rose, the drops are live here. Yeah, so I didn't actually amend the drops. My bad. Wait, where did my message go? Damn it, Chronos.
Across
Grab that.
countless worlds, battles rage.
Hello, I definitely didn't forget that you were still in the Discord call with me. Yeah, what's up? You mean debacle, as in like a palaver?
Lead your armies.
Debacle. Debacle.
Worlds.
Debacle.
As the galaxy burns.
Okay. Debacle.
For there is no peace.
As in, this conversation's been a whole debacle.
There is only...
Yeah. Debacle. Debacle. Where I need to go after this conversation to regain some brain cells, yeah, bar. Yeah. I'm really excited about some of the games that we're sure to get at the Game Awards, which I know is the point of game trailers. They're meant to be full of hype, but the Warhammer 1 looks very fun. I love your chat, bro. Sounds like a YouTube pronunciation channel. Yeah, it's cron.os. That's what you're referring to. OS is. You telling me that the RAM price increases because of cron.os? That tracks. That makes sense. I'm fine with that. Ooh,
Can you give us a whole call? Yes.
Welcome back, team. Now, I need you to brace yourselves. Earth was invaded.
I'll be back.
You're welcome.
Lost in less than a minute. All of this.
Sci-fi co-op
was our
shooter
fault.
from Bad Robot and the Left 4 Dead design. Left 4 Dead, obviously,
We're the only
iconic
ones left
games that
who
I've
can
played. Is
fix it.
huge. I've spent a huge amount of time playing
And
Left 4
you
Dead across the
must
years.
use our machine, the same machine that broke the world, to unbreak it. Now, I know what you're thinking. This bloke's gone insane. This plan sounds impossible, and we're probably going to die. But that's where you're wrong. You're definitely going to die.
You're definitely going to die.
It's all part of my new plan. Every time you fail, I will use our machine to bring you back.
Reprinting. Reprinting.
If you can relentlessly experiment.
Reprinting. Reprinting.
Reprinting.
Test strategies. Learn from your failures. You will become the world-saving team humanity needs you to be. Trust me. The voice in my head
It's a Borg
hasn't been
cube,
wrong
okay,
yet.
but fancy Borg cube.
From now on, nothing is impossible. Now get out there and fail to save the world.
PlayStation.
Okay. That, I mean, it looked reasonably interesting. I'm not sure how much there is in there that's actually that helpful. Like, the Left 4 Dead's an iconic gameplay series. A number of you will have played that for a number of years. I can't say that the Left 4 Dead games are not good. I don't know if this will be great. It looked reasonably interesting, but I don't know if there's anything unique about it. I want to see more. Cautiously optimistic. It looks a little bit like Once Human to me. Ascent developer Neon Giants with No Law, an upcoming open world first-person RPG with a distinct cyberpunk style. Port Desire, you play as Grey Harker, an ex-military vet who left his war-torn life for a more peaceful one, tending plants. Okay, I'm interested.
Port Desire. A city that don't belong to anyone, but everyone wants a piece. No laws, no oversight. Just the jungle creeping back in. Both the vines and the people. The mayor stepped in where the government couldn't. Said the city needed order, and they'd be the ones to bring it. Keeping the peace on their terms. I walked away from it all. Kept my hands in dirt instead of blood. But desire is a fickle mistress.
Did someone kill his... Someone kills his bonsai, don't they? That is John Wick, but with a bonsai.
It won't forget my name. I asked for nothing, and they still came and took everything.
Was it? We're gonna go with some. We're just gonna do some Bitcraft while the drops are running. It's 12 hours worth for the maximum amount of drops, so I'll go for as long as we need to.
Simple.
John Wick about it. John Wick with the bonsai and mechs.
You reap what you sow.
Interesting. Okay.
It won't.
Let's have a look at those gameplay elements.
They're gonna learn something real simple.
So you've obviously got heavily armored opponents. You've got open world environment. You've got rooftops, a bit like something like Dying Light or like Cyberpunk. I'm guessing with the sliding, there may be a parkour system. If so, a Dying Light in a Cyberpunk would be kind of neat like this. Looks interesting. Okay, potentially. There you go. Looks like Cyberpunk and Dying Light had a baby. Exactly. Yeah, that's kind of the vibes I got from it too. John Wick was, I mean, yeah. John Clips. Ace Combat 8. I mean, there was always going to be another Ace Combat, but 6 years. Is that how long it's been? 007 for... I keep on hearing more about this. When's this out? 27th of March, 2026. Okay.
So this is a left. We're in the Lion's Den, Bond. Try not to draw attention to yourself.
Well, me? Never.
Never? I would never try and draw attention to
I
myself
am
as James Bond.
sometimes asked, Bothma, how is it that you hear every whisper in every corner of Aleph? And I answer, I built Aleph with my will, my blood, my whole self. This city is an extension of my being, my body. Today,
you reap what you grow. Nice. That, to be fair, Gaikotsu, maybe you should go work in marketing for them.
Easy girls, plenty of meat for everyone.
Girls, of course.
Okay. Again, I'm cautiously optimistic about this. Though I've seen a couple of the systems. It looks reasonably interesting. So be it. Marble Rivals. 250-hour puzzle game Order of the Sinking Star. 250 hours. Grid-based isometric adventure with a branching overworld made up of these smaller puzzles.
Let us begin. Template 4 Combiner. North. A world of heroes.
Can you charm that goblin?
It's too far.
I'll swap him out.
East. The Mirror Isles.
Will the mirrors repair my soul? Will I pass the test?
West. Endless caverns, beams of light.
Nobody else could get this old mine suit working, so all the rewards go to me.
Skipping stones to lonely homes.
I'm close to the treasure. Just a few more minutes.
You've got different heroes depending on different challenges.
Fuse and grow. We will it so.
Who are you? And what are these? Beams. They're
Oh,
very
you can
useful.
move them
Watch
between
this.
the... Okay.
Push a stone back across the water?
That's water?
When the portal appeared and I stepped into this overworld, I had never imagined such a device that could fuse realities. Not just mashing together terrains, it weaves the very laws of nature into a composite whole. The result surprises me constantly, but who has done all this? And what do they want with me?
That looks like a really interesting puzzle game. The way that those realms and those maps, like, align. Is quite interesting, and that, there's a huge amount of variability that will be doable by that. 250 hours is how long it's going to take to get used to the mechanic, just so you know. Lords of the Fallen 2. Okay. Every limb can be removed. Now that's what you want to see inside a game.
One must travel many paths.
If I'm playing a game and I can't remove every single limb from something, what's the point?
Salvation.
That was my problem with Dune. No limb removed. Okay.
Through light. Paths.
Level design and character and kind of all the design looks incredible already.
I will walk them with you.
Enjoy your work, Meeting Bird.
They may lead. No matter the cost.
It's a
Forgive me.
Oh, okay, that's fine. Using your chains as a chainsaw, literally. Wishlist. Outer Worlds is a stunning and unique take on a co-op platforming game. It's a stop-motion and puppetry-based game. An Epic Games publishing. Okay. Okay. This looks fascinating.
You? What were your names again? Well, I can't call you and can I? I shall give you names.
Namey. Name or namey? Yes, Naomi! And you, Bag Boy. Yes, children, I have a feeling.
Naomi and Bag
It's a
Boy.
feeling
Oh my
of
God.
destiny. Follow me, Naomi and Bag Boy.
I need a
Destiny
Thor reskin of
awaits.
that character. Big fish. This looks really interesting. We could do that with someone, you know? Let's have a look at that again. I want to see if don't make sure I didn't miss anything. Handcrafted world.
You?
Fascinating.
What were your
So-
names again?
What were your names again?
Well, I can't call you.
The art
can
style
I?
looks incredible. I mean, look at it.
I shall give you names.
This is what I love about
Namey.
non-AAA games.
Yes, Naomi. And you, Bag Boy. Yes, children, I have a feeling. It's a feeling of destiny. Follow me,
The feeling of
Naomi and
destiny.
Bag Boy. Destiny awaits.
I think that's very. It just looks so interesting. I don't think I remember seeing at any point another stop motion game. Is that? I just don't. Yeah, I can't think of any other stop motion. I mean, in terms of art style, you're looking at you're talking about co-op platformer games. You're talking about things like things like Unraveled, other kind of games like that. Unraveled, the one where you made the yarn, Unraveled. Very much enjoyed that game, Mango. I think that I really enjoyed the art style of that. Hello, how are you doing, bud? Good to see you. Welcome on in. I mean, yeah, all possible movements need to be hand animated. What it's gonna? I mean, if there's gonna be anyone that I would love for Thor to do like a dev interview with, that it would be that one. I think that would be good fun. Vicky, can you hear me? Did you forget that we were in a call?
Dude, that's fine about that. My ass cheek just clenched so hard. I was like, oh my goodness, what did I click? Who is here?
Oh god. That's made me laugh so much that I genuinely forgot what I was going to ask you. That fuck's sake. That's what it is.
Scare me again in 2 minutes.
I can see in your chat that Dirt Eater is being very kind and telling people what their follow age is. Do you want me to stop it from being a meme and having it in minutes? Because it is kind of a meme.
Maybe.
Would you like it in maybe like days instead?
I'm thinking decades. No, I think days is good. I like my new sister. No, I like my new job. you gave a man something to do.
I could.
He won't help me write these fucking names out, but he likes converting minutes, hours, and days.
So
and
you're
years.
fine with follow age being in minutes. Fine. Okay. You know what? Nutella sandwich says seconds. Then you know they're right. I'm tired of I'm tired of saying.
I feel like we should go back to the correct one eventually once the meme's over. He's just having too much fun. You never sent me a link. I then created the new form.
Okay, so we'll make a compromise. What I'll do is I'll just start changing it midway through your streams and changing the format just to mess with Dirty specifically. How about that?
Oh, that would actually, I would pay you to do that.
Done. Deal.
Shake on it.
Yeah. I'm sorted.
I'm
Perfect.
shaking.
Done.
I shook.
I fine. Shaken. Agreed. The contract is sealed. That's the kind of contract we'd like to make. this is what I was going to ask. I am going to... There is a game that's coming out called Out of Words, which is a stop-motion two-player platforming game. A bit like Unraveled or other like two-player puzzle games. When that comes out, do you want to play that?
Yes. My
are you
2026 resolution is to try to jump on more new games and actually just be a bit more with the times. Apparently, being the old gremlin that says, "Oh, none of my games are gonna be like this. I'm gonna be Minecraft." Yeah, that's not working for my career choices. So
what you're saying is that sticking to Minecraft isn't right for your career. So you're gonna have to branch out and do other games.
No, because I'm just getting called. You know who? Quite often.
What? In January, you could switch to Hightail. That's an option for you.
Oh, I know. I was thinking that. I was actually thinking that. Out of Words. Yep, that looks cute. Let's play it. It says console game. Do I look like I have a console?
Given that it's an Epic Games release,
yeah,
I would expect that it's going to be on PC as well. It's done by Epic Publishing. It's also on Switch 2. It says Epic Store. I'd be very, very surprised if it was on Switch 2, the Xbox, PlayStation 5, but not PC. But if it is on console, we'll find a way to play it on console. It's on Steam. There you go. It's stop motion puppetry is the art style. It's also not it's not got words in it.
So basically, literally for my intellect, then.
Well, I mean, they don't have any mouths, the characters, so
numbers and colors.
I mean, I think for you, if I want to translate it to you, I should do it via taste, surely, so you can just go around tasting the environment, then like working your way through it. Sure, yeah.
Told me I should stop licking things now.
I've told you that many. When we went into Hobbycraft and we were looking at all of the paints, I told you to stop licking them.
Well, I don't like going out with you.
That's a lie.
I love going out with you. You just tell me I shouldn't lick things, but the fact that I still do, just go on. Never mind.
Yeah,
Fine.
sure. That's why we can't go. That's why like I haven't taken you to somewhere nice in London.
Well, don't worry. 2026 is the year where I stop licking things. Okay, 2026 is the year where I try to stop licking things.
There we go. I'm glad we're setting reasonable resolutions for yourself.
I'm gonna try. See?
I mean,
Chicago World gets it.
Makes perfect sense.
You call me Kid Snake? I am. I even got one tattooed on me. I'm that much dedicated to the cause, bro.
So are you still writing all? You're still working your way through all of the subs you've gained this month.
I've only in the last 2.5 hours I've done 15 hearts.
Out of how many?
I don't know, like 70.
Oh, 7. Okay.
I was meant to be done with this by 7 p.m. so that I could move on and do my giveaway and then move on and then do my game and then giveaway and then wrap up. But,
well, the good news is it's not 7 p.m. Pacific yet, so you're fine. You've got 8 hours.
There you are, then.
Well, 7.5 hours. I'm being told I have to watch a Badger game trailer. So apparently
you go watch that.
So I'm gonna move on to my next trailer, but I'll jump scare you again soon.
No problem.
I love a new game. Okay, sunshine. Check. Back.
Freezing when you want to be staking.
Time
Fair.
for a new platforming
Do this.
adventure. My village was done. All I wanted was to go back home.
Badgerborn.
Tried exploring. Did some jumping around. You know, the classics. It's what I do.
What?
Everywhere I went looked strange. And weirdly tried exploring. Did some jumping around.
Yeah, jumping around about
classics. It's what I do.
What?
Everywhere I went looked strange and weirdly unfinished.
Waiting for...
And that's when I found it. And everything changed. Literally. Oh yeah! Make your own platform game, baby! Now we're talking! I had a new grasp on things. I learned tricks that blew my mind.
It's a badger becomes a game dev. I've never stabbed someone with a frying pan. No, I think he's a honey badger.
This thing is amazing! Made a bunch of new friends. Picked up new wheels. Figured out how to think big. And small. I had it all. And then the code broke down. Really? And that's when I found you.
Did you guys see that too? Basically, from the time the badger stabbed somebody with a frying pan, it just got weirder and weirder. You know what?
All I wanted was to go back home.
Lots of hands, fine.
Badger-born. Tried exploring. Did some
You basically got like a bunch of games,
You know,
like
the
Bloodborne,
classics.
for example.
It's what I
Wow,
do.
yeah, okay, so Bloodborne.
Everywhere I went looked strange and weirdly unfinished. And that's when I found it. And everything changed. Literally. Oh yeah!
Oh,
Make your
yeah.
own platform game, baby! Now we're talking! I had a
Okay,
new grasp
okay.
on things. I learned tricks that blew my mind.
It's in the code I can kind of get. Cyber Badger, yeah,
Really
fine.
Transformed myself. This thing is amazing! Made a bunch of new friends.
Nice Badger, nice.
Picked up new wheels. Figured out how to think big. And small.
Oh.
I had it all.
I would have believed that, Mango, yeah. This feels like a fever dream.
Really? And that's when I found you.
I'm both interested and confused. That's how I feel about this. That's the only way I can feel about the game. And I'm gonna be real with you. That's I mean, lead creator of the Mario and Rabbids. I mean, so it's got that level of Rabbids weirdness to it. Stupid Never Dies is set in a world where monsters are part of everyday life and you are a lowly zombie. You take on the role of Davy, a lowly zombie who must brave a dungeon to bring back Julia, a frozen human he loved. Okay. The tale of Orpheus, but retold.
In love, first sight to alone despair. Fiercely blazed my heart, even these frozen air. Dark and cold, the place that's on your face, I fell in love. Don't even know I got your name, girl.
I don't mind even carried you illusion. Shattered dreams, no see, no salvation, boy.
It's a zombie game for the millennial emo, isn't it? That's what it is.
I will break through the wall, I will stand tall. With you here in my heart, I will never fall.
I'm excited to finish my craft in Bitcraft because I don't actually know what I was really making. Oh. There's probably going to be... Wait, that was just processing that. Okay. Make sure I didn't leave anything anywhere. Anyone I like. Whereas like, I'm not seeing any of the actual content in this. Hang on. I'm gonna have to go back, chat. Soz. Okay, now we switch to the gameplay section that I wanted to see. Stupid Never Dies. I mean, I quite like the music for it already. It's a bit similar to Shape of Dreams that we were playing. Kind of like you've got level-based monster killing, combos, kind of leveling up, less randomization, kind of roguelite elements, but kind of cool to be relying on zombie abilities to fight our way through a dungeon. Devil May Cry. You mean Devil May My Chemical Romance? Is that what it is? Devil MCR Cry. Okay, interesting. An adorable game about a dog herding sheep with the free shepherd. It's not gonna, 20. I'd. If this is the one where you can have multiple of the dogs as well, I think I've seen the trailer for this already. Have you ever wanted to herd sheep? Devil May Panic at the Disco, exactly. Okay, that's not normally what I would expect to see. Oh, it's a good boy. Look at the good boy. Okay, I'm in. I'm sold already. To be honest, I'm done. I'm happy. Like, Good Boy Sim 2027. You know what? No matter how shit 2026 actually ends up being, you know, we could go to war. We could, you know, we could invade the moon. Jeff Bezos could replace us all with lemons. At least we know that in 2027 we get to do Good Boy Sim. I'm not sold you are the dog, so I think you can't pet the dog, but you can roll around asking for a belly rub, and I'm sure we can like make friends with the shoops, all kinds of stuff. So look, at least we've got something to look forward to now. You want to be sheepdog? Who doesn't? I enjoyed Stray. Being a cat was good fun. I didn't play a huge amount of it. Being a cat is good. Being dog good too. Why not? Why not do more? We do more good dog game. In fact, you know what? I'm going to watch that again. I like the different maps. There's going to be some level of puzzle to it, as you can tell. No, don't go for a swim across that. No. Not across the fjord. Oh, they've done the animations well. It looks like there's kind of like structures of some kind across this land. I'm just very interested. Like, I'm interested in the story of Sheepdog game, which confuses me, but I'm kind of I'm into it. I'm into the confusion, I guess. Last of Us and Uncharted 4 director, and it was next project, Coven of the Chicken Foot. Had a bit of a stronk then. Last of Us and Uncharted are pretty big games, so... That'll be the sleep deprivation, G. That's what that is. He looks like a nice friend. An elderly witch who quietly goes back to work after all the dungeons have been plundered and the monsters have been killed. Emotionally rich, stylized single-player adventure will see Gert needing to form a bond with a peculiar creature to fulfill a covenant's oath. There's some kind of eidolon. Don't eat the fire. Oh no, he's got the green glowies. Terrifying. Okay. Interesting. Decrepit first-person Souls-like. Terrifying first-person Souls-like that's headed to PC in 2026. Oh, it's a roguelite as well. Start fresh from the knowledge you gain from each escape attempt. Hello, Goblin Scout buddy. How are you doing? Okay, so looks reasonably interesting. Looks like a solid kind of VR style game, to be fair. Audio Mech, a rhythm game from the creators of Audio Surf was one of my favorite games when I was like, oh, fight against your music. Your music powers your weapons. You've got a bass blade based on the bass of the song you've chosen. You've got a higher bass. You've got a vocal cannon, so that a song will create a gun. Rebel bombs. Audio surge. Okay. You have to fight the same music that you're. Any music works, even streaming. Okay, any music works. That's really cool. Love that. Guild Wars 2? I haven't played Guild Wars 2 for years and years.
The best time for you to play Guild Wars 2 is now.
Maybe not. Not right now. We're kind of busy.
Magic.
I would have to relearn Guild Wars 2 because I don't remember it. I've had so many surgeries since I played Guild Wars 2 that like all of that memory is gone.
A community of millions.
I logged in a few years back and was like, I don't remember how my Ranger works anymore. I should start again.
Dive deep and explore a wealth of lore. Celebrate the release of
Guild Wars has a hugely lore-rich world.
Visions
Guild Wars 2 has probably been out for... I'm not even sure I want to think about how long that's been out for, to be honest. I feel like Guild Wars 2 will have come out in something like 2010. You just started playing Guild Wars 2? I'm going to Google this and then feel weird about it. Guild Wars 2. Oh, 2012. Oh, 13 years ago. Oh, I feel... Oh, I can feel my knees aching. Oh, I'm getting old. Yeah. Yeah, the problem is that I remember playing Guild Wars 2 at launch. That's the that's where we're at with that one. I'm unhappy. Oh, Solasta 2. Okay, it's turn-based. This is a turn-based RPG. It's really cool. It's very, very good. It's got some great voice actors in it. It lists them down here. It's got Ben Starring, who's from
as testimony of my undying love.
Expedition 33. I met him in the launch event last year. Great fun. Very, very nice dude.
Our goddess more than I ever could. Rickard, my cherished, find your father's steel and face the challenges ahead.
What happened? She knew Marike was coming for her.
Never forget. The bonds that tie the six of you will be your strength.
He's in a couple of things, yeah, Bamiyabi, yeah.
You should have saved her.
She deserves the peace of death.
Bitcraft, oh yeah, I was waiting for my...
What an interesting family you must have.
Thanks, Aaron.
That fear.
Who was that was there? That was... Oh, okay.
Stay in the light.
Very distinctive voice. Baldur's Gate 3, yeah.
Never give into darkness.
Ah, you're alright, not enough, don't worry. Yeah, Amelia Tyler's got a very, very distinctive voice, yeah. Yeah,
Your
Baldur's Gate 3,
mother.
Hades 2.
Marhin.
Devora Wild in it as well. Okay, so that's cool. Orbitals. Doesn't tell us anything about them. We've got Warframe, Wuthering Waves, official Back to School trailer, Hitman World of Assassination. Okay. What this? Lost Skies already isn't something that exists. It looks very like a loft. Your own ship, okay. I mean, Mango, they're also downwards eventually. If you go down long enough, there's also a sky there. Have you played it, Goblin Scout? How is it? 7 Deadly Sins, Ontos.
Please! Over here!
Sounds creepy. It's Kepler again. I love the guys at Kepler.
Come, talk to me first!
I love my Kepler guys.
I can explain what's going on!
Okay, it's from the creators of Soma, so we know it's going to be, well, yeah, just strap in.
What is existence, really? Surely a question without an answer.
Is that...
Your father thought he knew. And it inspired him to grant
that Bill
wishes.
Skarsgård?
Who's that?
Is that his name?
Nightmare. Yes.
That's why all of us are here.
No, not Bill
You want to
Skarsgård.
understand, to know. Then you have to step beyond the walls surround you. Play your father's game. Push the very limits. Until you're reality itself.
It's their father, isn't it? It's,
breaks.
I always know it's one of the Skarsgård. Yeah, that's the point. Okay, that looked reasonably interesting. The Skarsgård, the only Skarsgård that I know guaranteed is Gustav. That's the one that I know. Soul Frame, okay. We might be checking this out at some point.
Find me.
Yeah, Vladimir Harkonnen. Yeah, that's Stellan Skarsgård. Yeah.
Betray me again.
Interesting. Battlefield Red Sec beat Battlefield Friends official trailer.
Let's jump! This isn't Conquest.
It's Red Sec. It's a lot of fun. Yeah, and it's free.
Free Red Sex?
Do you think anyone here said sex?
He said sex. You said free.
Redacted Sector.
Really?
Yeah.
Is that the name?
It is.
We gotta jump! Am I supposed to have a big gun?
No, you're gonna find big guns down there, and we might even get a tank, noob.
Oh, a tank? We're not getting a tank if we don't jump! Oh, we need to jump!
Yes! Go, go, go!
Yeah, Red Sex!
It's Red Sec!
That trailer is what it sometimes feels like interacting with chat. Mango, you know that I'm talking about you. Okay, so that, I mean, let's just, make this, do this. Did I see both the Tomb Raider trailers? I did. And I said as a joke that at some point I'll add as a subathon goal to do a Lara Croft cosplay for either of the Tomb Raider games. Triangles are the best angles. I really like, I just like, I still can't get over how good this looks as a game. I loved Audio Surf, man, so like, yeah. That's basically how I felt when I saw this, Taffy. Yeah, hang on, let me approve that message. There we go. Damn it. There we go. Did any of you play like audio surf talk? It was a great game. Really enjoyed audio surf, to be honest with you. Oh, we've got the ads here, so bear with me, chat. We will a bit of a glance through what we see on the Game Awards here. And then we might do a... So some of you... actually, we'll talk about after the ads. We'll talk about after the ads. Give me a second. Whoop. Whoop, 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 whoop.
Jump! This is...
Wait, that was the trailer. God damn it. Spotify, stop being so dumb. Welcome back off the ads, everyone. I do like that you guys are discussing the min-max capabilities of playing audio. What was it called? Audio Mac. Because yes, theoretically, you could min-max your music taste to the game. So ones that has the perfect amount of like vocal for the vocal canon, or the right bass line, so that you always have a large like bass sword. Songs for Dragon Force for speedruns because you don't get anything once the song is over. Well, it's all kind of stuff. Like it's just great. So, Expedition 33, I think I love what they're doing with the post-release content. I don't know when that's coming out. Here you go. Look, chat. If anyone ever asks you, this is definitely everyone on Steam, whether you like it or not, was born on the 1st of January and then a random year. You just kind of scroll back and just choose one. 1919 sounds about right.
Have quite the imagination there.
Yeah.
When is this out? That's the question.
Me too. Vaso mentioned this place, but he never showed it to me.
It was his private hideout.
You think of Anomalous Songs? The new content's already out. Oh, we could do a completely fresh playthrough of Expedition 33. If I took my painkillers for a week beforehand, I won't remember any of the game.
Nice try.
Let's dance.
find a day when I get some back pain over Christmas, and then multiplayer's mission 33 the next day.
Yes. My hair is impeccable.
Ooh, you're an artist.
I don't even think I got to what lovely feat, Goblin Scout. Del Chant, how dare you? I resemble that statement. I could achieve the same result for cheaper with blunt force trauma. Mango, we have the Nuhus here in this country. The painkillers that I take are like £2. Well, that's quite a large dose, given that the prescription for a month is like just under 10. Blunt force trauma is quite expensive in the long run. It's just not short-term expensive, Mango. That's the difference. Wait, what was this in for the Game Awards? That's hilarious. What am I rolling in Ashes of Creation? You'll have to find out. Next time on Arc Raiders. To be honest, I'm not surprised. This is actually done very, very well. I think ultimately what might have cost Arc Raiders some quite high scoring votes and points are the bugs and quality issues inside the game. Oh, it got mobile game, did it? They won an award. What did they win? Multiplayer game? I can see that. I think they would have won more, and they're currently facing a lot of negative sentiment online. I think they could have done Game of the Year had they not been dealing with those issues now. They fixed those. They fixed them like a couple of days after the Game Awards. That's the problem. Like, you wanted to fix this a few days before the Game Awards so that everyone's talking about the fact the game is fixed at the Game Awards. It's just the timing, you know? It is impressive, but that's why I think they missed out. And that's why I think people who were saying, oh, you know, Arc Raiders Game of the Year, I think those bugs stopped it from being kind of Game of the Year considered for a lot of people. That's what I think the issue was. Because people like Shroud were really pushing for the, you know, the Arc Raiders vote.
In the grim
Add to wish list. Especially better than Arc Raiders. I agree on the votes from what I've played for sure, but they're very different games. Not everyone will like them both. Hello, I am indeed here. Hello.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I came here for a distraction.
Oh, okay, that's fair enough. We've just been talking about some of the games, so I'm literally just like finishing up on game stuff. Do you know anything about Warhammer 40k?
Educate me.
Well, that's my point. It's an awfully deep area of lore, so I was going to watch a video with chat about Warhammer 40k at some point. But that's basically my plan for the rest of today. That was in my my stream title. Why is there loads of fucking snow all over the ground in Bitcraft? Sorry. What were you planning on doing with the rest of your stream?
I'm debating what game to go play.
Okay, debating which game to play.
Yes.
Do you have any particular calling for games? Like, is there anything that you've got on your list that you want to play, or?
I don't know.
Hi, Bailey.
No.
Bailey's come to say hello to you.
Hi, Bailey. Meow meow.
He says, have you bought him any chicken?
Always. Always.
Sorry, what did you say?
No.
What game was on your list? Do you have an idea?
Not one.
Not one. Okay.
Not one.
Okie dokie. Did you want to try RV there yet?
Oh, you want to play together? Are you not? We can go play that.
I have to keep playing Bitcraft because people are getting dropped, so I can't focus the content. But we could do that. Bailey, I know.
I don't feel like you're gonna enjoy it so much if you do it that way.
In windowed mode. That's true. Also, we should probably do it when we've got more time because it is what 8 p.m. and I'm not sure how late everyone plans on doing stuff today.
You carry on. You carry on with your crafts
You
of
can
the
come.
bits.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really remember how I started playing Bitcraft, like what to do at the start. So I would guide you through it, but I would actually be fundamentally useless at it, which is hilarious. Let's eat my fish and bulbs, and I've lost where I was. Meow. Hello. Are you having issues with a certain platform?
Yeah, I got suspension.
You got a suspension on the red platform because they don't call it a suspension on Twitch.
Yeah.
What did you get suspended? Did they tell you?
Mm-mm.
Okay, so they just
No
decided
clue.
they just decided that they didn't like you today. Okay.
Yeah, I got suspension midstream.
Midstream? What?
I've never had it before. My stream went offline. Literally on the screen, all it said is this account's been suspended, and I had to go offline. I've never seen it before, but let's be real. Like, dude, what do I do? What? Oh,
So they are obliged to give you reasons for the suspension.
I don't have a single email here or anything. It just says terms and conditions. So I want to say copyright.
So when you get a copyright strike, that one is really like that's made really obvious. Normally, that's right there. Yes, chat, you are hearing Vicky indeed. I would contact support. You're a monetized account. You've got the correct numbers of you should get you should get through support reasonably quickly on that one and find out. But is it a permanent? Are they?
I don't know. That's the thing. I just can't go live again. But
I don't
know.
It's not giving you a stream key. I mean, it's not the end of the world. At the end of the day, you've got Twitch for the day. You've been live for what, 4 hours today already, or so? 3 hours, 4 hours.
Yeah.
You've done a good stream. You've had some fun. You know, you've done a few
is my
bits.
Twitch dying? Can you still hear me?
I can still hear you. You're not no problem at all.
Go to.
Oh yeah, you're lagging on Twitch.
Yep. But you can still hear me, right? So it's not my internet.
Yeah, it's not your internet.
Your stream's still running?
My stream is still going fine. I'm not seeing any issues. I think people can hear you as normal. I have just had a very weird
Did you have the pop-up now? The 2000? And the circle stream died, I think, didn't it?
Error 2000. My chat's just completely disconnected though, so that's fun.
So it's not me then?
Well,
Do you think it's something YouTube shitting somewhere? Not YouTube, fuck Twitch.
It could be.
Yeah, we can hear you on Chrono's side, but something with Twitch. So I was gonna say, it's not my internet hasn't died. Cloudflare? Now you're spinning for me.
Oh dear.
No. I don't have time for this today.
Not again.
Now watch my viewership half, by the way.
This is the issue that I've been having with Twitch at the moment. Like, is it Cloudflare down? Is that the problem? My chat, I can see my chat. Don't get me wrong. I can see you all. I've just got on both of the systems I use to read chat, which are separately connected, because one gets the feed that you get, chat. Other one gets mod feed, which is a separate run. Mod feeds seem to be working fine. Both of those refreshed, but chat feed is having a bit of a problem. You're working again.
Am I back?
You're back. Yeah. You are fully back. You are stable. Your viewership has not yet updated for me on my end.
I dropped by 20 so far. Watch it. It'll dip to half. Watch it now 40. And watch another dip is gonna go till about 30.
That's the really demoralizing part about crashes on Twitch, because they're so frustrating, and then you just don't recover. This is the reason why
literally you just want to end your stream.
Yeah,
every time.
100%. Yeah, it's very demoralizing, especially because a lot of people obviously think that streamers really want large numbers because it's more ad revenue. So what it really means is more ability to leverage with sponsorships and to actually get to do cool things. Because when you go to like an event and stuff, and this is something that I noticed really early on, because obviously I got to go to these events with Thor. Like, people ask you what your follower number is at certain events. And, like, it's a really weird part of TwitchCon culture or, like, streamer culture to just ask people like, how many followers have you got? And then that's how they judge your value. And it's just, it's so just like,
one of the biggest
what's your CCV?
things people asked me at TwitchCon party, at the partner party, was how many people I stream to.
Yeah, what's your CCV? Yeah. Like, and it's just like such a wild question. And then I get the first time, that's what the thing is, it's quite good though, because then I get the whole, well, you know, I don't stream, I just moderate and community manage and head up the business and manage all the things behind the scenes. And then some people are like, cool, that's really awesome. And some people just immediately switch off. And you can
Virtual
tell.
PP ruler pan said. Literally it. Show me what says on your ruler.
Yeah, it's.
Ooh.
Yes, my EP is longer than yours. Taskman and Diesel, both of you, thank you both very much for the resub. Sorry I missed those a minute ago. I've been distracted yapping. How unlike me. But yeah, this is so, like, when you see your viewership drop to like 40 midway through the stream, what that means is it's going to throw off the average for the whole stream, because you've had slower stream start, people generally tick in. As you get to the end of your time slot, people tend to fall off as well, because, you know, that's also a thing. So to have a dip right in the middle of it throws down the average across the entire stream more than you ever want it to. And it can just feel very demoralizing, especially having it lots over time. So, you know, for example, when the 2K streaming went live, there were a number of bugs and problems with it. And people were getting error 2000s left and right. Over time, that became really problematic. And crashes are not good for anything. Like, even when your stream, like, sometimes if you have a game that crashes or Twitch lags, the Twitch will end up behind the streamer by a few minutes. That just kills chat interaction, which again kills the stream. So those kind of problems on the platform have a disproportionate impact on normally the mental health, but also the broadcast quality as a whole. And like,
I think that's like the biggest problem for me, is where like my mentals take a dip, because I'm like, oh well, that died, never mind, why do I bother? And then you just, you know what I mean? You don't mean to have that attitude. It's just instantly go, oh, never mind, I'll just fuck myself.
I instantly get this emotes feeling. Let me share it with my chat as well. The immediate Kronos why the. Yeah, because that's kind of all you can do. Is just.
And my chat's connecting again.
No, chat, hold the line. So it sounds like Twitch is having some instability, which is obviously what we want.
Like, surely it's not me, right? Like, is it me? How do I know if it's me?
You know it's not you, because if anything's going to fuck up, it's going to be Discord, because Discord always fucks up. So, you know, it's just one of those things. And, you know, you love to... That's, I think, like, when people say, you know, what's harder, streaming or, you know, other things? If you are streaming and you are, you know, doing a full-time job at the same time, written to full-time stream, when you're a full-time streamer, it's harder than a 9 to 5 in terms of managing your own mental health, because like those kind of things like actually matter to everything. But it's not like, when we were talking about this when I came to visit you, it's not like as manual as doing a 9 to 5. It's not that, it's very, very different. But that level, like the mental is definitely harder, I think, because you're working for yourself, and it's more akin to being self-employed. Because that's what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, no wonder it's going to throw you off, but you'll bounce back, and it's just one of those things. At the end of the day, like we were talking about, like sponsors care about numbers, sure, but they also do care about how much you care about the brand, and the best sponsors you have are the ones that you have that rapport with. You know, you and Charlotte Tilbury are a great example. Because you're very passionate about the brand and about them, and they, you know, they work with you well as a result. Like it's a really good partnership. You got this. You and Suki got this. She's so cute. Let me put some of this back on. Yeah, Delchant's right. You don't have the out of sight, out of mind that a 9 to 5 has. Yeah. You don't get to disengage in the same way. Oh, thank you, Kawaii Cos. No, it's just Vicky's got this. It's really easy to be thrown when things don't go your way, and especially when things don't go your way like several times in a row, or like you just want that like one day where it just everything goes well. It can really hit you hard. So like this happens to all of us. Like we all have really shitty times. I was having a really shitty time last night. Like it just wasn't. It's completely okay to have a hard time and struggle for it, and it's really frustrating when it's something so outside of your control as technical issues on Twitch. So like. I never have a problem if like Vicky wants to call me after one of these like issues on Twitch. It's never a problem. And if you don't like it, chat, you can leave because this is just how it is. If you're having a hard time, come in. We can chat about it. That's how this goes. Especially you, Vicky. You got this. In the meantime, I'm continuing my fish and bulbs addiction. Who doesn't like fish and bulbs?
To eat?
Yeah, so rather than like making potatoes, I planted bulbs. So I have fish and bulbs. I went out to get fish and I grew some bulbs, and it's like fish and chips. This is called Savory Deluxe Fish and Bulbs. Fish and bulbs. Adrenaline was thinking about fish and balls. Okay. Nice to know what's on your mind, Adrenaline. Good job. You don't eat fish, you just eat bulbs? Okay. Dirty to know. The only thing you're allowed is dirt. It's in your name. I can't believe that you'd betray your own namesake like that. If they're low calorie, they'd be like... I like how my chat, if they're low calorie, they would be light bulbs. And Vicky's chat talking about fish balls. The dichotomy of chat. Absolutely, I've muted you so my chat can't hear you. Is everything okay? Do you want to step away and I can chat with them for a while? It's honestly not a problem. Yeah, feel free. I'll talk to them about all kinds of shit. Fine. Yeah, I'll chat with them. We're good. Hello, Vicky's chat. You guys are stuck with me for a little bit. I'm just gonna babysit you guys for a second while Vicky goes and gets herself sorted. Grabs herself probably a cup of tea. Give her a moment. Thank you all very much for that. I'm just gonna get Vicky's chat open. And they're in mod view, so I can smite anyone. No. I know I wouldn't need to smite anyone. Bully the babysitter? Sure, yeah, fine, you can try. Smite. We're abducting them, exactly, yeah. I'm just doing... This is what happens occasionally. Like, sometimes Thor will go AFK, he'll just leave me in a call talking to like 2,000 or 3,000 goblins for a while. I'll just be like, okay, hello, what's going on? You peeked into my stream to see the cat earlier, very cute. He's called Bailey. He is very, very cute. I actually, one of the things I did, started doing like a year and well over a year ago now, I started posting a photo of him every day. So if you want to see more photos of my cat, it's the only thing that I post on Blue Sky. Twitter is used for corporate stuff. If I have to do a sponsorship post, I'll do it on Twitter. Bailey pictures only on Blue Sky. That's how this works. It's somebody asked if I would make a Blue Sky post, and I was like, no, the only thing that my Blue Sky is used for is pictures of Bailey. If Bailey likes the product and he sits with it, that's fine. Then we can talk. But no, that's not happening. Not a thing. So my Blue Sky, purely pictures of Bailey. If he stands with a product, that's on him. He's chosen the product and endorsing it. You've shared my Blue Sky with friends to come and have a daily prescription of cute cat. He is very cute. He's also very demanding. Classic Buster, honestly, not a problem, but not a problem. Like I say, I do a lot for my friends. That's how this works. And Vicky's a good people, so she stick with it. Hello, Thunder Gwyn. Thank you for coming in with the Prime sub. 6 months. What an absolute legend. Thank you very much for being it. Enjoy your toast emote. Enjoy your Bailey, your toast icon, sorry. Enjoy your Bailey emotes. I'm really glad you're here, bud. I'm glad that you guys like the Bailey. It shocks me that it's been six whole months now. I mean, I'm into the 7th month of streaming, which is wild. The music fighting game would work wonderfully with the Let It Die soundtrack. I really want to try out the music fighting game with the K-pop Demon Hunters soundtrack, because I just feel like it would be really satisfying for those two to work well together. Like, the vocal canon's going to be hella powerful. You've got an orange tabby, so he's fun. Is he a plastic eater? Those of you in Vicky's chat, how many of you have raised plastic eaters? It's completely fine. We know there are plastic eaters among my chat, so I know how that works. But some of you have, yeah, of course, he's an orange tabby. Of course he's a plastic eater. Like, it comes with the territory. Hello, Luther, bud. How you doing? We're doing all right. We're just doing a little bit of Bitcraft. We're chatting to Vicky's chat while she's AFK. We're doing a little bit of, we've gone through the Game Awards stuff. We've looked through a bunch of the trailers, talked about what we can see in them. We've broken down the Warhammer 40k one like 3 times. And yeah, we'll probably, in a minute, I'll probably switch to watching a Warhammer 40k video while we're doing Bitcraft for the drops, which is cool. We're probably about 2 or even 3 hours in now, so you might even be getting close to your second drop. If I recall correctly, I created a command and updated ! Drops properly because, you know, I'm smart. I definitely didn't set it to 20 minutes only and lose it earlier. Let's go to my drops inventory. I apparently am at 60. How am I at 62% of 3 hours? This is... I'm streaming the damn game. Twitch drops are horrifying. It's because I'll be watching multiple streams and it's just not counting it all the time. That's the main problem. Oh, thanks, Paladin Berserker. I will copy that. Let me grab that other window that I had. You can learn to stream and run the game for me right to the other 32% of time. Yeah. Path of Exile new season launch has been smooth so far. That's good. Like I said, I haven't played Path of Exile before. Your cat likes to lick tape, Tony Libra. I can understand that. Some cats like, I think, the smell of tape. I know that some of them like to play with it, and then when they get stuck on them, they. Which I'll be honest with you, when a cat gets something stuck on their paw and starts shaking it wildly, I love it. Absolutely. I just can't. Bailey does it occasionally with a leaf. If it gets he gets a claw through it and it gets stuck, he just starts shaking his paw frantically. I giggle every single time. Every single time I have a laugh. So much fun. Catch you later, Paladin Berserker Jedi. I hope that your work goes smoothly, bud. Take it easy. Those of you over on Twitch, the ads are about to start in about 45 seconds. So unfortunately, I'm not going to pause those. We have to keep pre-rolls off. While we're doing that, I will stay here so we can keep chatting. Vicky's chat, she is a subscriber, I believe, so you should be good. If not, I guess I'll see over on this one. We'll be here. We're just chilling in chat. Generally, I don't do anything substantial during the ad break. I don't like people who can't afford to subscribe or, you know, might be considering subscribing, having to miss content or not understanding what we're doing. So I'd normally pause for ads. That's what I do. Taffy, your sister's orange tabby has a particular taste for the plastic Christmas tree. Ah, delicious. Yes. Delicious plastic Christmas tree. Mmm. The cats get their claws stuck, and then after you help them, they act like it was. Yeah, Bailey does that with blankets. If he's lying on me and he gets stuck, he just looks at me like, "Excuse me, human, I'm stuck. Help me." And then afterwards, he's like, "Thank you. Your awful blanket that I love sleeping on did this to me, and I'm wounded." Can't believe Vicky does. Oh wait, no, she doesn't get ads. There we go. I'm gonna say.
Don't get ads.
I just wanted to make
shared
sure.
my thingy though. I need to refresh. I might be able to share my thingy.
The thingy. Oh yeah, you're
Thingy.
Sometimes I feel weird. I don't. I like to wait to use that like like the right time for streamers now. If I'm not throwing them off. Yeah, this is the right time. No, that's very kind of you. Here we go. Welcome back, by the way. Do you like the little Thor bot?
I love it.
It's my favorite ad Thor so far, I think, because it's just so convenient. Like it's so distinctive.
I thought it was a real picture.
No. Oh my god, Vicky, thank you so much for the tier 1 sub for seven months.
Bread.
I mean, you've been toast for 2 months now. I hope you enjoy your Bailey emotes.
I can never copy this. Can I?
What do you wanted to copy?
Was sent a link of a clip
Of me with the paw.
that needs to be an emote. That needs to be. Can we get that into a GIF, please?
I'm sure we can. I'm sure that somebody in chat will manage. All other forms of media pause for ads. The Odyssey is actually Twitch. There is that. That is very true. Yeah.
Yeah, I never know how to like recover from this part. Chicago.
Do you ever like leave your foot in front of a fan that's or like a heater for too long, and all of a sudden it gets so hot that your foot just catches fire? You're like, oh my god, I'm on fire.
I won't lie, I'm so fucking cold right now. My leg is like jittering.
So I had that problem, and then I got like a low power efficiency little heat fan. It was like 20 pounds, I think it was, and it just sits below my desk. So like I just turn it on, and it just kind of just blows a little bit of warm air out, keeps my feet warm, and that's enough to keep the rest of me warm. It's ideal. You wish your feet were on fire? Well, I mean, I know one solution for you, Goblin Scout. Right, let me do this. So this is the Warhammer 40k one that Paladin Berserker Jedi sent across. Apparently this one is different from what we've seen. David Harbour. I do feel like, I do agree, I think he would make a good, you know,
For 25
a good
years,
commissar.
Creative Assembly has entertained millions of people all around the world with the Total War franchise.
Oh yeah, I mean, I've played every single Total War
I'm here to help announce
in the last
where Total War
half decade,
is
if
going
well, much more.
And it'll be in a universe that is so
Imagine
close
that, Mango.
to my heart. I'm excited to reveal that Total War is headed to the grim, dark future with Total War Warhammer 40K. Some of you may know this, but some of you may not know this, but I am a huge fan of tabletop gaming. I've painted endless miniatures, spent a crazy amount of time dropping dice under a table. Of course, as you might expect.
Does the industry not calling it Total Warhammer? I mean, that would separate it from the franchise. It would mean that
some of my favorite aspects
broadly,
of the
I think I think mostly it would just be a copyright
more
nightmare, to be honest, at the
details on
Crowley. That would be the
that
problem.
later. Let's take a first look at
But
Total
Mango,
War
the adverts
Warhammer
for the Super Bowl
40K.
are the best bit. Like they're just so American. Like
In the grim darkness of the far future, every soul's survival hangs by a thread.
oh my god, it's gonna be so good.
Mankind is beset by endless tides of aliens, traitors, and demons.
I've been talking about Warhammer 40k Total War as an idea alone since the first of the Total War Warhammer games was announced, and I got the collector's edition for it, which was great. This and Dawn of War. See, we've recently had a real glut of good Warhammer 40k games. We're talking like Space Marine 2 kind of like tier of games. Rogue Trader, really solid game. There are some other 40k games coming out soon that I'm also really excited for. Well, it's because that's because Dawn of War Soulstorm, when they remastered Dawn of Wars after quite a few years after Soulstorm, so that remaster is the third Dawn of War. You just install Rogue Trader, hype to give it a go. Oh, Rogue Trader is great. It'll give you a real great like foray into the 40k universe if you haven't played much into it before, in some of the areas that you wouldn't normally like get to investigate. Darktide was good. Yeah, you've got Dawn of War 1, Dawn of War 2, Dawn of War 2 Retribution, and you've got Dawn of War 1 Remastered, and then you've got Dawn of War 4.
For there is no peace.
Oh, you love CRPGs and you've been listening to the lore podcast for a few months? Very nice, okay. Who's your favourite character in the lore? I haven't got a pen and paper in front of me, but it's going to be it. Hang on, hang on. Don't say yet, Laxi. I want to write it down. But no, where's the pen gone? God damn you! Pass me. No, okay, I haven't got a pen. I'm just gonna hold it in my head. There's a dev into. Okay, no, wait. Yes, but that's for me later. That's not for you guys. You're gonna get to see this. So you have to learn a bit more about You have to learn more about Warhammer 40k first, chat. Are you checking how to spell it, Laxia? It's gonna be Trazen the Infinite. It's gonna be Trazen. Everyone new to 40k loves Trazen. Because Trazen fucks. Okay, you're just bad with names. That's fine. That's fine. Everyone loves Trazen the Infinite. What are we doing? We are doing... The Beginning, Necron. Is this his recommended order for them or just a playlist? Let's have a look. Wait, that's not... Jeez. What is Warhammer 40k? Let's have a look. Playlists. What do we want to do? Ooh. Warhammer 40k lore history in order. This sounds like what we want. That is the correct order. Okay. We're just going to start with this. We're going to start this off with those of you in chat who don't know anything about Warhammer 40k. You decided that you know what you didn't want to learn about that weird nerd game, maybe that Magic the Gathering was actually more your speed. You liked your cardboard crack rather than your plastic crack. We're going to assume you have that level of you know, because you haven't become a plastic eater yet, which is a very important part of Warhammer 40k culture. So you can eat your leftover sprues for good recycling. Nemesaur's a good character. Nemesaur's, yeah, okay, yeah. We'll get there with Nemesaur. So I haven't watched through quite a lot of these videos actually, because I already knew some of this stuff. So some of this stuff will be stuff that I'm relearning, and some of this is we're going to kind of do while we do it. If you have any questions, feel free to ask in chat. We'll just kind of quietly play through, and while we're playing some Bitcraft, and we'll just chill. You know, the doctor that puts bombs in people's brains. I mean, I can understand that. Yeah, that's fair. That's a nice thing to like. Sure. Probably like a Fabius Bile. Fabulous Bill. The Emperor of Man, the Carrion Lord, for whom 1,000 souls die every day. Human blood, human flesh, the stuff of which the Imperium is made. I'm excited to kind of talk about some of this stuff, because even with Thor on stream, you don't get to go through it in detail, and like you guys get to body double while we're doing this.
In my series of primers focused on the universe of Warhammer 40,000. If you're watching this, you may well
Belisarius' call is a Chad. Belisarius' call is just like, he just gives 0 fucks and does not agree with
what's it all about, and why should you consider looking into it any further? Well, for one reason, in recent times, people's appetites have been reawakened to highly immersive TV series like Game of Thrones, or movie franchises with a decent backstory. 40k goes considerably far beyond these examples. It is one of the biggest miniature wargames in the world, and features an ever-evolving story that expands in written text, video games, and of course its original and arguably most important feature, the miniatures and its tabletop game. It is created and owned by Games Workshop, a UK-based company producing tabletop games and associated materials. Now, I will cover elements of 40k as briefly as I can today, but I won't skimp on detail just for the sake of time. It's as to the point as I can make it, but if you want to know more about specifics, here on my channel I've covered in detail some of the core background areas of the game, which is continuing to expand. I'll also be continuing to produce these short primers to the world of 40k, and I'll also be continuing to make the longer form content which is featured regularly here on the channel. Often referred to by those already consumed by Warhammer 40,000 as the hobby, 40k is not one thing to one person. It is a highly detailed narrative spanning multiple empires, from world-ending galactic campaigns to lowly individual soldier stories. It is a series of usually middle-of-the-road video games with a few standout gems. It's a hobby of addictive miniature painting and crafting, and it is a tabletop wargame now established for over 30 years. It has spawned a variety of smaller games designed to be played without acquiring a huge army, games like Space Hulk, Necromunda and Kill Team, and these often require only say 6 to 10 pieces per side and are very accessible for new players, whereas standard Warhammer 40,000 tabletop may require larger armies with many Space Wolves. Now before we come to the lore, it is worth looking at the original tabletop game, as this will give you a better understanding of just everything about it. If you've never seen or encountered a tabletop game, this is not important. It's actually very simple. Usually 2 players will engage in a battle laid out on a table at your home or a gaming venue. The area of play will be set with terrain pieces, often crafted and painted by the players, and they will alternate turns moving their miniature soldiers or vehicles, and will resolve engagements through random dice rolls according to specific rules and combinations of preset unit stats. There may or may not be a mission for one side to achieve, and these games can be highly strict or open to player interpretations. Players will usually paint their miniature soldiers for use on the battlefield, and these can be in a variety of factional designs and colours. Some people prefer their involvement in 40k to be focused entirely on this hobby of painting, designing and modifying these miniature units. And this part of 40k can be just as all-consuming as the lore or the tabletop. Some may choose to split their time between each part, or devote all their hobby time to one piece of the whole 40k hobby, be that the lore, tabletop or the painting designing element. Now comes the challenge for me, summarising 40k. So Warhammer 40,000 is set in the distant future, a future beset by galactic
A
war,
very
from
small pile of
skirmishing
shame. It's
city
only your
turf
whole
war
living
level
room. Well,
through
yes,
to
with a whole
planetary
army as
conquest
well
and
to be
system-wide
painting for someone.
campaigns
You've probably got a
fought through
few
its
extra
space and
boxes around Lost
planets.
One Brat.
It is far more pessimistic than most other deep lore universes,
Yeah,
and also regularly borders
he
on
makes a good point there, that when we're talking about Warhammer 40k, you have to remember that the entire world of Warhammer 40k is satire. It is literally not satire in the comedy sense of ha ha ha, you want to have a laugh at this, but satire is in the poking fun at political or organizational tropes and designed to kind of take those stereotypes and take them to an absurd degree. So nothing in Warhammer 40k, while it is incredibly dark and incredibly fascistic, oppressive, there's lots of control issues, there's lots of very awful things in Warhammer 40k's themes. They aren't designed to be taken seriously. You're not meant to agree with them. And if you think that it's okay to put, Nazi symbols onto your models, you're a crackhead. Get out of here. Just going to say that one up front. Because that was a problem with Warhammer 40k a little while ago. People were thinking, oh, it's okay to put those kind of symbols on models and take them to grand tournaments. No. Not okay. So, there are some real brutal and horrible themes in Warhammer 40k, but you're not meant to agree with it. So if you find yourself agreeing with the human experimentation bits or, the hyper-oppressive military states, I'd like you to do some heavy thinking about yourself, because what the fuck? That's my heads up about the Warhammer 40k games. You're not meant to agree with it. You're not, the heroes, in quotation marks, are still bad guys. Everyone is a bad guy. No one is really good. There's degrees of bad, sure, but there are no good guys. So just because you see the Imperium of Man and they're humans and they are the most recognizable force, doesn't mean that they are good people. It doesn't mean that they stand for what is right. And it doesn't mean that they are the ones who you'd have to root for. So if you're like, you know what, fuck yeah, I like chaos, do it. Do it. I don't care. You don't agree with the Imperium? I would be, if I was actually in the Warhammer 40k universe and I had complete free reign over where I was, I would likely be branded as chaos because I would probably be a renegade Marine Legion. That's probably where I would be at. Because on the fringes of space, there are groups of Space Marines who have left the control of the Imperium and are just kind of mercenary warbands. That's a thing. They are effectively traitors, and they are branded as chaos because they are renegade, but they haven't embraced the chaotic powers. That's kind of one of those things where it's at. What Legion would I be from? Well, at that point, none of them. I feel like being a rogue trader. They are. If you want to, because a lot of the Warhammer 40k games, you tend to see them based and set in the, from the perspective of the Imperium of Man, or related to their exploits, because it's the human factions, the powerful ones. That's the norm, and so a lot of the times people are like, oh yeah, the Imperium of Man are the good guys. They're really, really not. Billions of people die every day under their oppression. They feed their god emperor psychers on the golden throne just to keep the lighthouse alive that lets them navigate. It is a huge corrupt system of control and brutality across light years, colossal distances of space. So that's a whole thing. Don't agree with any. Who are the gold guys? Those are the custodies. We will cover those. Those are basically the Emperor's elite bodyguards, the elite soldiers of Earth, the scions of terror. They are effectively, nowadays anyway, the offspring of the most powerful and politically savvy people inside the Imperium. They are custodies. Yeah, I mean, well, yeah. This disguised as a theocracy, effectively, yes. Ironic part of all of the Warhammer 40k universe, and what we will discover going into this, is that the God Emperor of mankind, who is, the lead figure that you see in the Imperium of Man, fundamentally never wanted to be worshipped as a god and tried to wipe out religion. That's one of the things he did on the way to the throne. He literally just wanted to wipe out religion. That was basically his goal.
I witnessed the supervisor walk from the service desk to the floral counter,
which obviously,
and asked the florist, "Guess?"
Checking on that. Apologies, forgot you guys get to hear that as well. If you walk right into a 40k conversation, apologies. Yeah, mates, we're currently talking. We're kind of watching kind of a primer video while we do a little kind of casual Bitcraft on our Friday night. You heard TTS? You did indeed hear TTS. Yeah, I was checking a little something was going on. Just wanted to make sure everything was all right over on the stream. And then when I opened up mod view, it autoplayed. So you know, thanks browsers. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of preface all of this with the fact that, like, yes, you're going to probably get some quite brutal stories on this, and Eliminator, you're going to have to wait until we cover it off in detail. I'm not going to give a bunch of random opinions off the front, right at the front of like covering off all the lore. We're 10 minutes. We're not even 10 minutes into the first lore video, and you're asking for very detailed bits of opinions that, like, for most people, they won't mean anything.
Describe as
you're going to have to wait and see.
Horror.
That is how I keep them keen, chat. That's what I was told.
Which has through many thousands of years achieved an unimaginable level of technology.
Winky's been teaching
and then
me.
Lost the majority of this zenith through a devastating war. Humanity after this ancient war was left broken and fragmented across the galaxy. It would be later reunified by one godlike individual known as the Emperor of Man, and he would set in motion the new order for mankind known as the Imperium of Man. But a devastating civil war known as the Horus Heresy would befall mankind before the Emperor could complete his goals for humanity, and he would instead now become a living corpse enshrined on Earth or Terra. Humanity would become shattered by this civil war, and after a slow, painful recovery, it has become for the longest time a stagnant civilization.
So that's the key point here. So we've got a couple of events that kind of covered off in really close detail. When we're talking about the background of the Imperium in a couple of episodes' time as we go through these videos, and that's a huge set of topics. What you have to remember is humanity had gone through a huge golden age. We'd expanded out to the stars. You know, humanity they were the dominant force in the universe. You know, we had something called STL. We could basically print matter. We've gone through the stage, and then because of AI. So funnily enough, this is where the Dune references start coming in. The Men of Iron were a big problem. We created AI and thinking machines so powerful that they were able to be corrupted by. They were able to think. They basically had soul's equivalency, and they were corrupted. They turned against humanity. It's very kind of difficult, and it's for 140k set in the year 40,000. So there's a lot of time between now and then. But humanity have had this golden age. They've been completely decimated, set all the way back to pretty much, the modern age, if that. And then they've recovered again. So this is the peak of recovery, is when humanity is kind of reunited in around the year, in the kind of the late 20,000s, I think it is, the start of the 30k kind of era. And no, 30k is, it's probably about the 25,000s kind of time. And so, humanity gets kind of stuck together by this, shining God Emperor, as these becomes. But actually, how they get there is the important part, and that's what we will get to with some of these later episodes, because
suffocating under its own
it's a
bureaucracy,
hugely detailed step-by-step case that just creates
the smallest steps towards advancement in the most
but the
recent
reunification of Earth and stuff was all before that. All the lead up to the Dark Ages, etc., was around and around 25.
It is a weak and precarious civilization, simultaneously able to wield immense military power. Humanity itself, through thousands of years of conflict with alien races, who are more often than not excessively hostile, has become a highly xenophobic race. It views almost all other races as needing to be exterminated, and has almost no morals or ethics as to how this is
how would that ever happen? Isn't that ridiculous, chat?
The empire of humanity is essentially a totalitarian state that worships the Emperor of Man.
There you go.
The Imperium of Man
that worships
has large, if not complete control over its citizens, including many aspects of their lives, economy, social life, education, private lives, science, and indoctrination into its ideology. Any who are not seen to be a follower of the Emperor may and will be persecuted as heretics, and this is often largely open to interpretation and leads to large-scale abuses of power and executions. The Imperium uses this deeply entrenched worship
Humans
and
wouldn't have abuses of power.
to control
They wouldn't
and
get
mobilize
things wrong.
mass populations of its citizenry for its armies like the Imperial Guard and Imperial Fleet. It also will utilize its citizens to fulfill whatever role is needed. These roles can, and often are, fairly unpleasant, especially when the
Welcome
rule of law
on
is
in
often
Radical
severe
Skull. Thank you
and
very much for the
absolute.
raid, buddy. Hope
Humanity
you're doing well.
also wields in its arsenal the Emperor's greatest gift, the military sledgehammer known as the Imperial Astartes. These are the iconic Space Marines, genetically enhanced superhuman warriors who represent the pinnacle of human modification and military power. Their forces have access to some of the most powerful weapons and force multipliers humanity wields. Much of this tech is ancient.
There's also the
and
fact that they would be
requires
welcome in the
careful care
tower, and
repair
therefore
by
you would have
specialists
communist catgirls.
dedicated to retaining this critical knowledge.
We are indeed
But as
crafting
powerful
a
as
bit.
humanity is, even
Well,
with
we're
its
doing a little bit of
small progression
40k,
in its
chilling
most
out,
recent
talking to
times,
chat about
it
Warhammer
still
40k in
stands
the
on
universe,
edge
doing a little bit of Bitcraft for the
annihilation
drops.
by various
Having a
alien
kind of a
races
chill
or
day. Hope you're
entities.
doing well.
Humanity somehow has survived to this point despite being on an almost permanent risk of complete destruction and forced extinction. Within the lore, this has nearly happened on multiple occasions, and what is left of humanity now in the Imperium of Man
Yeah,
are
now
the
Kawaii
remnants
Cos
of
is
those
interested, because I said
survivors,
communist
highly
catgirls,
ignorant,
yeah.
fearful people in a fairly constant state of decay where
You might not
critical
like it, but that is
technological
technically
information is
true.
often lost.
Because of the nature of the Tau Empire.
The Imperium and
That's how that
humanity's
works.
primary
You'd end
goal
up
is
with
to
communist
locate
catgirls.
lost
That's the thing.
technology from the zenith period of mankind, known as the Dark Age of Technology, otherwise referred to as the Golden Age. It also focuses upon the continued defense and expansion of its territories, and of course the extermination of all alien races, known collectively as the Xenos.
The Xenos.
Because humanity has become so violently and ignorantly xenophobic in the far future, it also has no
That's a really
qualms
good way of
about
just, yeah, that's the best way of putting it. That's what humanity ends up as, violently xenophobic, like vehemently. You didn't like Tau before, but now I say that. Okay, so Mango's sold. Fine, okay.
Planetary levels of
welcome on in,
genocide.
Mango.
If you're not
Thanks for
human
being
and
here,
don't
bud.
worship the
Appreciate
Emperor,
you.
then you are the enemy, a heretic, and must be exterminated. Diplomacy is almost not a thing for the Imperium, and the usual recourse is to just shoot on sight. In
That sounds
fairness,
about
though,
right for the
there was a
Imperium,
time
man.
where humanity had attempted a more diplomatic approach, but this over time has just disintegrated, with
I like
most
the
of its
cats.
contact with aliens resulting in some kind of conflict. It now simply believes all other life must be extinguished, or at the very least dominated and enslaved.
The nice thing
for
about the
work or
Warhammer 40k
experimentation.
universe is
These
lots
cases
of
are usually
fire,
quite rare.
loads of
There
fire
are
weapons
6
of all
other
kinds.
races that
Everything's
are
very
seen as
hot.
the enemies of humanity.
hot right
Any
now.
of these factions can be played by you within the tabletop game of 40k, or models for collecting and painting. Some players will dedicate themselves entirely to one faction, building it up, fleshing it out to the limit of their model making ability, and others may have multiple armies of different factions. The Necrons are a very ancient race, strange creatures that appear like metallic skeletons. They're actually formed of living metal. They span the galaxy and are in a continuing state of awakening from their tombs after many thousands of years of sleep. They seek to rebuild their empire and dominate the galaxy. One of their key abilities is that of reanimation. They can reassemble themselves after death and fight on. They're also generally mindless automatons. How this came to be is another story.
That's the
Games
next
Workshop
video.
has seen fit to recently rename some of its units, largely it seems for legal reasons, but
Yep,
since forever
it's a
this
whole thing.
faction has been known as the Eldar. More recently
Yes.
it is known as the Eldari. But basically,
So a lot of you might be confused about how, like, you used to hear things like Space Marines much more than now. You'll hear Adeptus Astartes. You'll hear, you know, rather than Imperial Guard, you know, you'll hear specific terms. Rather than hearing the Eldar, you'll hear Eldari. You'll hear the, you know, the Drukari. Basically, for copyright and trademarking and other kind of reasons, they decided to take the old names that everyone just kind of referred them as Dark Eldar, which you couldn't claim. Eldari, Drukari, you know, they changed a number of things they weren't able to grab. You know, Adeptus Astartes is grabbable, whereas you can't take Space Marines. It's too generic a term. So that's one of the reasons I think behind some of these renames that you started to see. Just do this and keep playing.
basically it's the Eldar. These are derived from the elves of many more fantasy games and are basically space elves. Despite this quite simplistic analogy, the Eldar have a rich and tragic lore. Because of past disasters that have left the Eldar with no homeworlds to speak of, they now travel the galaxy in vast ships known as craft worlds. The Eldar wield powerful weapons, but are generally physically weak, and they also have immense arrogance.
They're called Eldar in
towards
Fantasy 2.
other
They've had
races.
to be,
Their defining
again,
feature,
for,
and to some degree their
copywriting
biggest
reasons.
flaw, is that the Eldar are very powerful when it comes to psychers and psychic abilities drawn from the warp.
The Eldar are
Dark
very
Eldar
powerful
are
in
essentially space
hand-wavium, yes,
pirates
that's
who
how
live
that
lives
works.
of excess and sadistic torture porn. Anyone who looks like they're about to be captured by the Dark Eldar is rarely something that you want to
one of the
contemplate,
worst ways
and
to die in
suicide would
40k
generally
Dark
be
Eldar.
significantly preferable.
I'd rather be taken by
A
Chaos
faction
than by
of
Dark
many
Eldar.
faces and contradicting goals. Chaos is as its name describes, and it originates from the parallel dimension known as the Warp. And this dimension is a reactive plane of existence.
The ads are here, so I'm just going to switch to some music, go AFK for a second and grab snack. I will be right back. Do this. We will keep crafting. I'll be back in a minute. Take it easy. Look after yourselves. Stretch. Have some water. Hydrate before you dihydrate. Hello, sorry about that, chat. I was just getting the plans sorted for dinner, so I was having a bit of a discussion. How are we doing out there? Hope you're all doing well. Welcome on in, those of you from Thor's stream. Now he's just finished. Andy Finley, thank you very much for being here, bud. That resub at tier 1, you are awesome. Really appreciate you, bud. How are you doing today? I'm glad that dumped straight into here. I don't really know what we're going to do with all of these planks, but hey, this is where we're at. Let's take all these tier 1s and turn all of these into planks. No, wait. They need to become... Yeah, they do need to become planks. Yeah, we've got quite a lot of wood that we're breaking down. Doing well. I'm really glad to hear it. Yeah. We have something tomorrow that I've just forgotten about. I need to do some work. You're suffering the AOC Q pains. It's very British, but you're well, yeah, exactly. If you're Scottish, you probably won't like that Q pains. And that's like T-Pain's cousin, by the way, for those of you who don't know. You've got work? Oh no, kill it. Those of you who might be new on in today, what you might not realize is that thanks to John O'Clock, who's an absolute legend, and also because of a bet that I now have to do a shot of Vicky. Is it smoky bacon and horseradish gin? Is that what it is? Okay, thank you. No, I'm just you're auctioning it. I might take it off of your hands and do it as like a see if chat will dare me, because if I'm going to drink for money, I guess bacon and horseradish isn't going to cause any kind of issue, right? I'm not going to like, oh, I could do a little bit more of that. Oh yeah, but smoky bacon, horseradish, and tonic. Yeah, that's great. Yeah.
Oh, let me cheek a little horseradish drink. Built different.
I mean,
sorry guys, Chrono's here.
Sorry, I just wanted to ask. Yeah, so that's what I was at. Sorry for disturbing you.
No, you're good. You're good. I'm still staring at the same hearts. Haven't really achieved much, to be honest.
I think there must be an easier way of doing what you're doing. I'm fairly sure that Stream Elements or another kind of source can actually give you a feed output of all your subs.
But you need to remember, like, my hands are on like backwards. I'm pretty sure. Like, I never do things the right way. I do things the most idiot way.
That's your brain on backwards, not your hands.
I think it's all of it, to be honest. I don't even know where I'm at anymore.
How are you doing it? Are you just going back through the list? Is that what it is?
Yeah, so Phil made the list, so whenever anyone subbed, he would write it down.
Nice, okay.
And then Dirt just went through the list and pick out all of the names, and then he made me a list, which I am working through. And then I realized I still somehow missed a bunch of people off, so...
Would this not be... I feel like you'd be more comfortable doing this down in front of your TV downstairs, but that's fine.
Dude, I won't lie, like, my brain, I'm listening to you say words, and I'm understanding that things are being said, but I won't lie, I have no clue what the fuck is happening.
Oh, okay, so the lights are on, but nobody's home. Give me a second. I'm going to give some shouts out. Massive shout out to...
How do you know? I am.
Massive shout out to Valencia Thrallwin. Thank you very much for those 200 bits. Absolute love for you. Thank you so much for that. And Sven Marcus J, absolute legend. 6 months at tier 1, 7 months in total.
I'm gonna love you.
Sevens in chat. Thank you. Thank you very much for that, bud. I love that me and Vicky co-working.
This like we're completely doing different things, but every like hour we have a little catch up.
I was literally just saying to chat, I'm really enjoying like the casual like check-ins and the co-working.
It feels like we're working, right? It's like you have a colleague and you're like, hey, how is all good on your side? Yeah,
about once an hour you get up, you have a cup of tea, and you sack off doing any work for about 5, maybe even 10 minutes just to go and have a chat. Yeah, it's great fun. I'm enjoying it.
I feel like we should do this. This should be a more routine thing.
I don't know why more streamers don't do a thing with like take like a 5-minute ad break at the top of the hour, right? They pause their content, everyone, and then all the streamers jump into like a Discord call and have a little bit of a chat for 5 minutes. I think it'd be great fun. I feel like it'd be a great system. Anyway,
I think we're onto something.
I think so. I think we're cooking.
Moving forward, we create a little channel where we join, and then we just come have a little chat once in a while.
I'm down. I'm down.
Deal.
Well, I need to go thanks to people.
No.
So I'll be right back.
Yeah, that's fine.
Thank you very much for that giant emote there, Silent Seven. Dumb. That's a great emote. Who's that from? Oh, I'm getting an error through Twitch. It's from Evie. Okay. that is a genuinely hilarious emote. Anyway, let's get back to what we were doing, which is Warhammer 40k. Because you guys obviously want to know more about how horrifying the future is.
Existence that absorbs
this is like politics plus. That's what this is. Sorry, for those of you who are back, thank you for sitting through the ads. First of all, those of you who did that. We are watching Warhammer 40k video, learning a bit about the kind of the early lore, just chilling, playing a little bit of Bitcraft, getting some drops, progress, just kind of having fun. So feel free, hang out, ask some questions, vent, talk about your day. Everyone is welcome to do anything. We're just kind of chilling. Friday night, kind of casual stream. I don't normally do these this late on a Friday, but we'll stream for a little bit longer. I've probably got a good couple of hours left in me if I need to, but I've also got to be cognizant of the fact that tomorrow morning I've got an earlier stream because we have a sponsorship. So I might do some work and getting that ready while you're watching this. So if you see that I've mentally tuned out for a second, that's why.
Creatures. The reactive immaterium would lead to the birth of entities of godlike power, the Chaos Gods. They each focus on specific mortal desires. Khorne is the god of blood, representing war, rage, and hatred. Tzeentch is the Changer, representing ambition, scheming, conspiracy, and sorcery. Nurgle is the plague god, representing mortality, morbidity, and despair. And Slaanesh is the god of lust, greed, excess, pleasure, pain, and perfection. The continuing desires and emotions of the galaxy's inhabitants sustain these entities. However, they also reach out into the mortal realm through their manifested entities made from the warp known as demons. And these hellish creatures are enough to send ordinary citizens insane on sight. They're backed by traitors to the Imperium, the corrupted Chaos Space Marines. The gods of chaos and their agents can also infect the minds of mortals, and often cults and worshippers may spring up on planets across the Imperium. This is again one reason why the Imperium of Man is so ruthless about purging heretics. While chaos itself in the material world appears as one enemy that simply wages war, it is in fact in an internal conflict within itself. Each of the chaos gods fights for domination over the others, and this occupies the majority of their focus and energy. Each god's ultimate goal is complete domination of the Immaterium, a goal which seems unattainable and dangerous to their own existence.
So that's a really key point there about the Chaos Gods. The Chaos Gods are ultimately personified forces. They are not, in the same way that you would imagine them, an individualistic being. They are a personified force. So if you use the example of Tzeentch is the best one for the example. They are the personification of change, and all that entails. And so if that god wins their goal, you get change forever, nothing but change. But at that point, that's not change anymore. By the nature of what it is and what they desire, what that force is, were it ever to win, it would also lose. To get rid of anything but desire, so that all you ever feel is desire, fundamentally undermines that there would no longer be desire, because it would be everything. Enough bloodshed wipes out everything. Khorne would have nothing. Everything becomes immortal. There is no disease. Grandfather Nurgle welcomes all into the garden. Be immeasurably powerful, but it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be the domination. So it's not like they have ends that are understandable in kind of mortal realms.
To pass. Chaos is one of the most varied and pervasive forces in 40k and has many forces operating under
I can tell you guys about the sponsorship.
Some dedicated to a specific
really
god,
a secret.
others
I'll show you what the game is
undivided.
At some point when we get to a natural stopping point, if you want.
Now everybody knows the orcs, right? Middle-earth and all that crap. Not these orcs. These are more Mad Max Fury Road crossed with British football hooligans, and then you're in the right ballpark. Also in space. Space orcs are likely a genetically designed species focused for hyper-violence and to be almost impossible to permanently exterminate. They are as hilarious as they are dangerous, and their entire society focuses around casual violence. The orcs, though, are also probably the most sunny and optimistic of all races, strangely. Their genetic disposition sets them to see things as generally good and enjoyable, especially when it comes to fighting. And they never really see failure as a negative, because it means you just get to have another go later. They also operate more on instinct by design than learned knowledge.
Yes.
Their willpower becomes more powerful the more orcs are present, meaning when they are collected en masse, they can literally will things to be true by collective belief. They also
Okay, so this is what's really interesting. The orcs, and this is what Mr. Roberts mentioned, the orcs do not rely on learned knowledge. They do not seek to educate themselves. They work on a basis of instinctive belief that works across their species. When they're gathered in these ultra concentrations, those instinctive beliefs that they tend to have, for example, red go faster, purple is the stealthiest color, those start to bleed through into the world. So yeah, exactly. They do believe in fairies. They do. I don't. I believe in the Fae, not fairies as they're presented in Peter Pan. The Fae, very serious. Don't fuck with the Fae. Treat them with respect. Fairies not respectful. Why are ultra latrines the main Space Marine chapter? Orcs think blue is lucky. Yeah, pretty much. Also because the ultra latrines and, blue cleaner.
They have a strange ability to just cobble together vehicles and weapons from scrap. They also have no real governing structure. Leaders are chosen by progressively being better at smashing their rivals' heads in, until an orc eventually reaches the position of being a war boss. When orcs collect in huge numbers, they may launch a massive campaign of raiding and attacking anything that's not orc by launching a warg, essentially a huge no-holds-barred slaughter fest. Anything in the way, best begin.
G'day, CS King, how are you doing? Happy to chill a bit while listening. Looted. I love Luton. It's the person I recommend for 40k.
That the galaxy is not a friendly place. The Tau operates similarly to the Orcs on a more optimistic level, but that's about as far as their common ground with the Orcs goes, because the Tau exist on the fringe of the Imperium and are unusual as they actively encourage other races to join their cause. They collectively follow an ideology known as the greater good. This is their guiding principle that working together is better than working against one another, as this leads to a stronger, more peaceful society. However, anybody who disagrees with this best prepare for war. To be fair though, the Tau do usually attempt significant levels of diplomacy before declaring their target a lost cause. Their military is largely focused around technology and ranged combat, something often mocked and derided by their enemies. The Tau themselves are comparatively weak and use other races absorbed into their faction to fight in close quarters.
No, Dalchan, I've got my own name, thank you.
Tyranids are an unusual exception to all previous Xenos. They do not operate on an ideology, a political structure, or debatably a single leader. They are the most Xenos of Xenos and have begun a steady invasion of the galaxy. They are presumed to have arrived from beyond the borders of the known galaxy and are hostile in the extreme. They do not wield any technology as we would understand it, or their ships, forces and weapons are biological in origin. Tyranids are one of the most nightmarish factions within 40k. Their singular goal is biomass, that is to strip planets of all biological and mineral materials, leaving them barren, dead husks. They assault planets with extreme prejudice and will not cease their assault unless they are damaged to a point where their acquisition of biomass becomes negative to that being expended. They use all material to birth their forces on their vast bioships and recycle their own units by dissolving them back into the pool of biomass, which then they draw to create anything else they may need. They absorb the genetics of all that they encounter and use this to evolve and create more hostile and efficient creatures and biomachines to achieve their goal.
Absorb every bit of DNA that they process and then seek to adapt that to basically make them stronger
against themselves when the Tyranids arrive to destroy the world. The Tyranids are controlled en masse by something called the hive mind. This is essentially a broadcasted collective consciousness that enables them the powerful skill of being able to operate as one, but made up of millions of individual entities across a planet.
The hive mind is very fascinating. I'm excited to learn more about it.
Seemingly unstoppable and have already wrought terrible destruction upon many others across the galaxy.
The Tyranids are one of the greater threats, I would say, that we all face in 40k.
Are only the initial scouting parties to the Milky Way galaxy, and if this is true, the Tyranids could be the ones to end everything. While not wanting to touch on the subject of psychic power too strongly in this video, many factions in 40k feature what are known as psychers. These are essentially individuals who can wield what you might describe in other universes as magic powers. Some factions have strong psychers and others have none.
I'm hoping they cover the Gene Stealer cultists because they're actually a very important and relevant part of the Tyranid forces.
Individuals who can use these powers do so at considerable risk, as the warp is an unstable and dangerous realm.
Warhammer 40k is a lot of hand-wavium.
Is a complicated one and can affect many aspects of life in the far future, but this is something best covered in another video. The takeaway for you today is that Warhammer 40,000 is a world of vast-scale warfare and complex interfactional and internal factional power struggles. 40k is by its very nature often absurd to the extreme. Sometimes this can be somewhat detrimental to its own narrative because when everything is supersized and extreme in the extreme, suddenly everything looks kind of the same and then it becomes arguably less impressive. However, 40k just owns its
the lore develops and evolves over time. I think that has to be remembered.
Roll with and suspend your disbelief.
Yeah,
for many who are obsessed with 40k, the hyper-violent, xenophobic, genocidal nature of its occupants is largely a source for much dark humor. Most people that are into Warhammer, they don't take it too seriously. But it is also fun to take things in 40k very seriously because it contains so much detail. But simultaneously, there are many memes and pure nonsensical comedy that comes from 40k because of just how extreme it is. The classic It Sounds Like Heresy being one such example whereby anyone who dissents from the official line of thinking is declared a heretic and executed on the spot. It's one that I enjoy using all the time in the comments. And the key theme of 40k is purely about war. The lore is a vast, all-encompassing backdrop that stands on its own.
And so that's what I like about the Total War setting
for galactic wars that are unending.
That is Warhammer 40k. Warhammer 40k is set in, and they are empires across the stars, all of them geared towards total war. Total war is a definition of an economy. It's an economy position that a country will take or an entity will take when the entirety of the economy is geared towards the sustaining and winning of this war. It's basically become the current form of war in the modern day is total war. The entire economy gears towards it because that wasn't historically always a thing. You had small regional wars. It wasn't a total war. Like, we're talking about scale of warfare at that point. And therefore, that's what those total war games, are always about. When Rome was in a total war, it literally geared its economy towards the expansion of Rome. That was the whole point of some of the Roman expansions. We're talking about, some of the Empire times when, the British, the French, the Dutch were all over the shop having all kinds of horrible lads holidays where they were like, oh yes, that country will do. They don't have a flag. Oh, they live there in those. Let's give them some civilization. Back when my ancient forefathers were having the worst lads holiday ever and the world is still recovering from it, that was another time of basically total war between, around some of those times. So Total War Warhammer 40k is becoming a thing. I'm very excited for it. I will be immediately contacting Creative Assembly via my via SideQuest and telling them, I demand it. Dinge demands it so. And I think that's perfectly reasonable of me, and I haven't got a problem. And if anyone says I have a problem, they're a heretic. You might not like it, and if you don't like it, you're a heretic. Thank you, Shadow Wolf Lukey.
Focus this way because it represents the background for a tabletop war game that is surprisingly about factional war. 40k itself operates on a fairly healthy dose of irony. Much of the events and organizations,
I'm glad Luton covers at the end of this video, to be honest,
often are the result of half-truths or pure indoctrination. And some of those that are held up as heroes are not what they appear to be, and as usual the context of events are very important, but many things can end up being actually quite subjective. The fact that the Imperium itself has, through its devout worship of the Emperor, now has its state religion embedded in almost everything it does, which is hilarious when you consider the Emperor of Man set out to eradicate religion from humanity entirely. Warhammer 40k draws from a lot of historical events and ideologies. It also borrows heavily from other settings like Dune, 2000 AD, Lovecraftian influence, obviously Tolkien, and
But
even
obviously,
older texts like
Dune,
Milton's
which we've been
Paradise
very big on. A
Lost
number
and
of
the
people here in the
Divine
community
Comedy
very
with
big fans of
Dante
Dune and the Dune
Inferno.
universe.
40k
That has a
has
lot of tie-ins
continued
with
to be
40k
fleshed
because
out
that's,
over time, and it shows
you know,
no
40k
signs of
drew
abating.
from
If
the
anything,
original
it's
Dune
moving
stuff.
forward at a faster pace.
If you're just
than
how they do
ever.
battles
It
and
is a
planet conquering
universe
game,
that has
I am
consumed me
fascinated
for
to
some
see it.
30
Rin.
years,
Yeah,
and I highly recommend
fascinated
that
to
you
see it.
allow the darkness of the far future to enter your life. You may live to regret it, but you will undoubtedly enjoy it. Thanks for watching, guys. As always, if you have a suggestion
That's
for
it. Now
next
you're all hooked on
40k
Warhammer 40k. We're going to go and immediately learn about the Necrons, so you're even more hooked. But before we do that, I will tell you about the sponsorship that I'm doing tomorrow. So tomorrow morning, it'll be myself. It will be. Oh, let me just do this quickly. We'll be playing Enginefall. So it's a player-driven crafting shooter set on colossal post-apocalyptic mega trains. What more could you want? Post-apocalyptic mega trains, chat. Look at this. Look at it. Show me a mega train. They need a fuel core, so they're going to try and hook onto this giant train. And there's people here. They're friendly people. Oh, maybe not so friendly people. So it's you're working a friend slot game with this concept earlier this year. That's hilarious. So it'll actually be myself, Thor, Pirate Software, and Elohim, if any of you know him. And we're going to get together, play this as a group. There's going to be a dev interview. I think it could be really interesting. So this is the plan. Yeah, it's a bit like Snowpiercer in that regard. Yeah, sure. That's kind of my vibes. And also we can look, if I accidentally push Thor off the train a few times, that's just good business. 1,001 cars long. You start in third class, and you literally you start in the tail, alone or with your friends as you scavenge, craft, and build your way to first class. So it is basically Snowpiercer. I love Snowpiercer too. I love the film and then the TV series that came out with what's his name? I'm just gonna call him Lafayette because that's how this works. I haven't seen the 4th season of that yet. You're trying to get to the first class, and you get better gear car by car. Then you got to escape to get, you got to upgrade your personal home. So like, as far as I understand it, we have our trains. We basically go and hook onto the back of the train. It's on ITVX though, or probably you might have. I haven't got time to binge the entire season before I have the sponsorship. That's rude of you. Did he just leave a bomb on one of those guys? David Diggs. That's the one. Sean Bean playing Lafayette in Hamilton would be hilarious, by the way. I would pay to watch that. Thank you very much, Del Chant. Thank you for that mental image. That's giving me a good laugh. The idea of Sean Bean trying to do a French accent. You're invited to playtest for this. Interesting. I'll be playing it on stream tomorrow morning, pretty much first thing. So I'll be going live bright and early. Do it for your... Yeah, okay. So that's our little train, our little service train. This is what we live on. And we're going to have to Grand Theft train. Conflict, crafting, and chaos on colossal trains. Like, what? Does that not sound like fun for us to watch and play together, chat? Like, do you not think this will be hilarious? So we're going to be checking this out for a couple of hours tomorrow. I'm really excited. You had me at trains? Oh no. I was told that I have a very autistic friendly community. I don't know what that means, but is this what they mean? Is that what it is? Is it that everyone here likes trains? Oh my god. You know how they say that you become friends like with people that you kind of you gravitate towards people who are similar to you. Does it have fire trucks? For fuck's sake. You do like train? You like glue? I admit that tracks. That tracks. It has nothing to do with the fact that you like trains. That's yeah. That's what I was told by someone. So, like streamer, like chat. Oh no, it's your job to clean them. People are disgusting. I worked for 2 years doing bar supervisor work, and when I started doing that job, I used to have to clean the men's and ladies' loos after a full day of a like holiday seaside town like pub. So very, very busy. And I learned 2 things in that time. 1, yes, people are disgusting. 2, why are women's bathrooms often worse than the men's? I've never found poop on the ceiling of a women's bathroom when I was cleaning it, but sorry, of the men's bathroom when I was cleaning them. But the women's bathroom, men never stand close enough to the urinals. That's a thing. But like, there were times when like because you would always make the new kid do the loo cleaning, right? That's a thing. There would be times when they would come out looking slightly scarred, and you just know that it had been a difficult day. I don't understand it. I don't understand. Anyway, so that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. So I'm really looking forward to that. We'll get ourselves sorted. We'll have a bit of a play around. We may have some accidents where Thor, unfortunately, has some very regrettable issues. It's really sad, I think, when Thor falls off the train and happens to die. Like, you cast understanding on the Kronos. Oh my god! Because they're throwing things at each other in the loos. That's because they go to the loo together and they're too busy having fun, messing around. They need to learn that it's not a play area. Ridiculous behavior. You found Manga. That reminds me of one of my jobs in London, where after one of the staff Christmas parties, there was a company wide email that was sent around saying, to the person who was sick on the floor outside the CEO's office, we have you on camera. Please report to the front desk. You know who you are. Like, there's CCTV in the building. Like, you mean therapy content with Thor? Where I just push Thor off the train, just like, whoop. Oh no, I slipped again. Oh no. How many times do you reckon I can push Thor off the train tomorrow before he gets really annoyed? Like, where do you reckon the line is? You reckon it's 7 times? 4? I think even 1 push is 1 sub. I feel like that's a very quick way to get fired for a very low price today. I'm glad to know that you appreciate my employment so well. How long until I get bored? What, of pushing Thor off a train? I don't think the sponsorship is not going to be long enough that I could get bored of that. I'm very much looking forward to it. I think it's going to be really enjoyable. It looks, as you all know, I enjoy me a good survival crafting game. I think they are they are often quite fun. They're often fairly similar in certain ways, but each of them has like their own little mechanics, their own little fun ways of finding it. And I'm really looking forward to giving it a try. The Mega Trains content, basically getting to do, Snowpiercer without the snow. I'm in. If I get to name my character, I'm going to call him David Diggs. Why not? You think after 3 times thing is, after the 2nd time I do it, he'll start getting paranoid. So I'll have to start being like really careful. Valencia, thank you very much for those 300 bits. And Var, thank you very much for the giant emote. Welcome on in, Explorer. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the follow. Don't stop pushing on trains until he's nervous about getting on an actual locomotive with me. He's already concerned about getting on a locomotive with me. Because in the UK, the one time I've got on a train with Thor, we take the Eurostar. And Americans get very confused by trains that can go like 200 miles an hour. It scares them. It fills them with fear. And I find it deeply hilarious. So he's already nervous about getting on an actual locomotive with me. He might get the intention part if you drop a grenade on him after the yeet. Thor is the one who can't be trusted with grenades. Just to be clear, Thor has killed me with grenades way more times than I've killed him by dropping him off of ships or accidentally messing up combos. Like, just to be clear, I'm the innocent one here. The trains in the UK were amazing. You felt so easily impressed. I feel like if you're from the US, the bar is very, very low on like what it is that you actually want from a train service, because like British trains are okay. They are that we complain about them a lot, but as a train system, we've actually got quite a good network because we're a very small country comparatively. Somewhere like Germany, we like foreigners can like joke that the trains there are really good. The Germans hate it when their trains are late. They I've never seen certain German people more upset than late trains. It's like someone spat on them. So, like, the bullet train from France is Wild American. That's the Eurostar. That's what we're talking about. Yeah. So it's basically it's a hyper speed train that runs from the UK through. You can run like to Paris. You can go to Amsterdam. You can go to Rotterdam. It's pretty convenient. You'd be upset as well if more than 60% of the trains are late or cancelled. Wow. You got to sit there pigeon watching, and that was great. There's a lot of those. Yeah, don't worry. We've got them everywhere. As a Swiss user, but the Swiss trains are great. Not only do you have trains that go through basically just like mountains for just hours and hours and hours, but you have double layer trains in Switzerland. Love it. Love Swiss trains. Very fancy. Trains take about more than 5 minutes in Japan. The passengers get a written apology and a letter for your boss, like I'm sorry I'm late. Here's my sick note from my doctor. Genuinely hilarious. Well, the price of trains in the UK is very expensive as well. Train networks are getting more and more expensive because of the way they're run. I think that's the issue. Right, anyway, so I got distracted from what we were also getting distracted from. We're playing a little bit Bitcraft, we're just hanging around, getting the drops, chilling out on a Friday night, occasionally checking in with our friend Vicky, who we're in a Discord call with as she chats with her chat. But we're also watching Warhammer 40k videos, because I'm trying to get my chat slowly indoctrinated, so welcome on in. Welcome to the brainwashing, where I get you interested in plastic crack. And before you realize it, you understand that both the Imperium of Man is good and bad. Now we're going to learn about the Necrons, which are angry, undying metal skeletons who made a really bad choice several thousand millennia ago. Well, quite a while ago, and still suffering for it.
Welcome to my new series exploring the universe of Warhammer 40,000. 40k is a vast and fascinating universe with lore so complicated you could spend literally weeks discussing it. So one of the most difficult choices for me was where to begin with it. Now, the universe of 40k is such a mass of cross-referenced nuances and interlinked stories of revenge, justice, hatred and brutality. It's like trying to explain the whole of human history to an alien race. So breaking the lore of 40k down into YouTube videos is quite a complicated matter. Now, one last thing to mention is that Games Workshop themselves have stated that in the 41st millennium, information is fragmented, intercepted, distorted, suppressed, and often flat out just false. Yep. So with this in mind, a lot of 40k lore, beyond stuff that you would consider out-and-out facts, can be regarded more as hearsay than something that's just set in stone. This is especially true
bit of flex
of
on
ancient
it, bit of
lore
nuance
and race histories. This is in part because it allows Games Workshop to make changes to the universe without upsetting devout players. But it also makes a lot of sense in reality, where war has been raging since almost the beginning of time. Also, if you look at humanity, it's often true that history is written by the victors. And so with that in mind, you might expect some facts within the universe of 40k to be anything from an eyewitness account to complete misinformation, which then, translates to becoming the gospel word as it's passed down through the ages. So where do we start our journey into the grim darkness of the 41st millennium? At the beginning, of course. We leave the Imperium of Mankind behind and travel some 60 million years before to the earliest time, where one peaceful, hyper-advanced race were masters of their own destinies. These beings are simply referred to as the Old Ones, and they are, as far as recorded, the first sentient life in the universe. Their lives focused on the acquisition of knowledge and to seed the universe with life, terraforming and creating new species. including one unintelligent ape-like species on a small blue planet in the Milky Way. Now, very little specific details exist around the Old Ones themselves, but the story of their place in the grand scheme of things is where we will begin. Now, the Old Ones had great psychic powers and built many wonders of godlike beauty and size, and it was this vast understanding of the universe that allowed them to manipulate alternate dimensions and begin constructing their arguably greatest achievement, known as the Webway. Now, as its name describes, this is a web of pathways that allowed the Old Ones to travel through a vast sea of dimensional energy known as the Warp. The Warp was a dangerous and disruptive expanse of powerful psychic energy parallel to real space, although in the early times it was a lot more passive than it is in the 41st millennium, where it's extremely full of dark.
Didn't the Old Ones also make the Crocs? Yes. I'm hoping that at some point we will learn about the Crocs, because they're actually an area of the lore that I don't know much about anymore, which is a shame. But yeah, the Old Ones made a bunch of different species. The old ones. This is what this is about.
To travel through it, though, at this time, it still required protected psychic pathways, and that's what they constructed. The Webway enabled the Old Ones to travel across unimaginable distances at incredible speed, essentially crossing space that would take millennia comparatively instantaneously, enabling them to reach the far corners of the universe. They believed that all life was useful, and they are known to have brought about the rise of numerous important species and formed thousands of worlds, which they also made their own. As the Old Ones expanded, they encountered other advanced species, although none as far as themselves, once again remembering we are at this time millennia before the dawn of mankind. One such race the Old Ones happened across were known as the Necrontyr. The Necrontyr's planet of origin was barren. It was radiation blasted due to their violent nearby star, making their home incredibly hostile to life. Their bodies were riddled with radiation sickness, and they lived extremely short lives, constantly preparing for their inevitable deaths.
Inevitable deaths.
Cities were built
I think they lived like 40 years was the estimate.
Little more than vast tomb complexes with a few temporary homes for the living. Now, they vainly tried to improve their mortality through scientific means, but after centuries they were consigned to the fact that their bodies could not be changed to survive on their home planet. Somehow, though, despite this, they altered their plans to instead reach to the stars in a bid to escape their cursed cyclical fate of painful, unending death. And this is where they were to encounter the Old Ones. However, while the Old Ones were able to travel anywhere in space in mere steps and possessed near immortal length of life, the Necrontyr could not have been more opposite. They had to use slow-moving, non-warp-ready ships equipped with stasis crypts that enabled the short-lived crew to survive out amongst the stars.
Have a good one.
They clad their ships in living metal, which was a metal literally that grows and lives like that of an organic material. And this was to allow it to withstand the rigors of spaceflight. Despite this, though, colonization for the Necrontyr was a slow
The funny thing is that humanity has looked at self-healing materials for a long time. If you're looking at so what I was talking about there was the Necrons, basically, the Necrontyr at that point used a self-repairing metal technology on their ships, and they would enter stasis sleep and allow their ships to basically repair themselves and basically kind of reconstitute themselves from that living metal. We've the Romans made self-repairing concrete. We've looked at things like fungus for radiation shielding that will regrow itself. So this idea of reusable machinery and technology inside space travel is even something that we as humans are exploring, even in this day and age. So actually, I quite like, again, that tie-in. That makes sense. That is actually a very sensible way of doing it.
Process, as was everything in their history.
Post in the box, thank you very much for that info.
And seeing their secrets
that.
of near immortality sparked a hope was raised within the Necrontyr. They finally saw a chance to be saved from their pain, a chance to live. And they petitioned the Old Ones for the secret of eternal life.
The Necrons
refused this knowledge.
Yep.
In many ways, this refusal of knowledge doomed the universe to its fate of unending war and the events that were to follow.
So there we go. The Necrons asked the Old Ones, the elder beings in the universe, the immortal, those who could do the unbelievable and unimaginable. They lived forever. They could travel across systems and across stretches of spaces in a heartbeat. They could create things like the webway. They could engineer reality in ways that we don't really understand, and the way that they don't really detail in the lore to keep it, to keep it unclear, just lost in the mysteries of the past. The Necrons, who were a short-lived race who had been suffering for millennia, and all they wanted was to escape their fate, sought out the Old Ones and asked for help. And the Old Ones just said no. That's what happened. And that, as Luton has said in that video, then goes on to very clearly talk about that decision, that no, that one refusal to help ultimately has kicked off every single other bit of Warhammer lore since then. The war that has raged in the heavens since then, absolutely colossal. Yeah, they would have been capable of granting some kind of aid to the Necrons, and they said no.
Necrontyr burned with the resentment and hatred of the Old Ones and their unwillingness to save them from their pain and suffering.
A little bit, see these unimaginably powerful beings who hold themselves up as the best, and they say no. Going to build some resentment, especially on a race like the Necrons, where all they want to do is live.
Necrontyr were battling one another. The encounter with the Old Ones led the Triarch, the ruling council over all the Necrontyr, believed that an external foe would unify their species, and their bitterness to the Old Ones led to war, and it worked. The prospects of vast spoils and the secret to immortality brought the Necrontyr dynasties together to launch their campaign against the Old Ones. Their hopes, however, were typically short-lived, as the Necrontyr were unable to match or outmaneuver the Old Ones, whose use of the webway enabled...
Excuse me, that's a screenshot from EVE Online. As soon as I saw that, EVE Online, my battle sense is very strong. I know full well what a Titan looks like. I know full well how this works. Didn't even need... that's a little bit of cognitive dissonance there. Eve sneaking into my 40k. That was PTSD. What you just saw was PTSD of Eve. Whoa. This looks a little bit like... Maybe BTAC R? It's 2B2T, is it? Okay. Oh, 10 years ago. Oh my god. Oh, 10 years ago was 2015.
Always reinforce, preempt, and win battles against the Necrontyr. Eventually, conceding defeat, the Necrontyr were forced to retreat to their homeworlds, defeated, and importantly, more bitter and full of hatred for the Old Ones.
I love that you can use an EVE Online shot.
This time, the Old Ones
that's
forgot
hilarious.
about the Necrontyr. They'd been vanquished. But the Necrontyr had no intention of dying out so silently.
Yep, Necron lost
Instead,
that, obviously.
They redoubled their efforts to find new weapons to destroy the Old Ones and achieve what they sought so passionately, the secret to immortality. During their research for new weapons, they became aware of creatures living from the destructive solar radiation from their sun. These life forms were named the Satan, star gods in the Necrontyr's language.
Oh, he calls them the Satan. Okay.
And the Satan at this early time were not particularly aware of anything beyond their need to absorb raw energy and power. Their godlike energy seemed nearly invincible to the Necrontyr, the perfect weapon to unleash against the Old Ones, but if only they could harness that power. And they did through their living metal. They constructed bodies, empty husks, shells for the Satan to inhabit. And it's unknown how they contacted the Satan initially, but through some means they encouraged the Satan to take physical form using the living metal bodies that were constructed. Now, a Satan known as the Deceiver spoke with Zarek, the Silent King, Lord of the Necrontyr Triarch, and told him how long ago the Old Ones and Satan had also been at war, but the Satan were defeated and scattered. This common foe brought the Necrontyr and Satan to a close alliance, and the Necrontyr began to worship them as gods for their...
You meet a being called the Deceiver. You probably think, yeah, worshipping this guy as a god, great idea. Here's the Necrontyr brought their destruction upon themselves. I mean, what option did they have, though? You're talking about a race in desperation who are living in constant pain and agony and just seeking to escape from that. The fact that the Old Ones left some of the Satan alive is ultimately hubris from the Old Ones. And again, the Old Ones' aloofness and the refusal to help is what drove the Necrons down this path.
supreme
Which obviously
power.
is going to go well for them,
But
right, chat?
as the Satan,
right?
once without conception of the world around them, became more manifest and intelligent, it was clear they were not the salvation that had been hoped for. The Satan offered Zarek an offer for his race, immortality. But this was not to be the immortality of the Old Ones, but that of living metal shells that they had created for the Satan. They proposed that a great period of biotransference would take place to give all Necrontyr that which they craved most, unending life. In his desperation for victory, glory and immortality, the Necrontyr Zarek agreed to transfer all other Necrontyrs into living metal bodies, that their flesh would be destroyed, but their minds and essence would live forever. This
also isn't the first time this appears in Warhammer 40k. The idea of a living suit of armor that is inhabited by the mind of a creature also pops up again later in Rubric Marines, which we will find out more about as we go through this. But the idea of the Necrons was basically to take their broken, ultimately very, very weak and pain-filled, physical form and switch into this living metal exoskeleton, completely kind of replace their soul almost directly into effectively like you say a living suit of armor. And it makes sense kind of when you think about it in that certain way. They are transcending their flesh into metal bodies, into a new form that is more durable.
The biggest tragedy ever to befall the Necrontyr. Their minds were dulled to that of soulless drones, and only a few leaders maintained some semblance of their former selves, including Zarek. And it was at this time that Zarek realized he had made a terrible
Oh shit, Zarek done me fucked up.
And
oh, that was not what I wanted to do. Where was I? That went on to the next video. That's not what I wanted to do at all.
Which the various dynasties of Necrontyr power. But, as the Satan, once without conception of the Necrontyr Zarek agreed to maintain some semblance of their former selves, including
Apologies.
Zarek. And it was at this time that Zarek realized he had made a terrible, terrible mistake, and doomed his entire race. The Satan turned the Necrontyr into slaves, ruling over them with extreme disregard and cruelty. The Necrontyr were extinguished from the universe forever, and the time of the Necrons had begun.
The Necrontyr were gone up, and the entirety of their race biotransferred.
We now return to the Old Ones, who during this time were largely unaware of the Necrontyr's demise, or the resurrection of their ancient enemy, the Satan. This ignorance would prove catastrophic, as the Old Ones were left with no time to prepare an adequate defense against one of the most destructive wars in the history of the entire universe, known in the ancient history of the 41st millennium as the War in Heaven.
So you'd spell
so named, it was a war
that would be like
literally
this,
between gods and on a scale of unimaginable proportions, making the wars between races in the current time of Warhammer 40,000 seem like mere skirmishes by comparison.
How's Warhammer Old World? The Warhammer Old World is a separate spin-off storyline. They've brought them together and apart over the years, just Eric. Sorry, just those of you on Twitch, I'm answering just Eric over on YouTube. The Old World fits into Warhammer 40k a little bit further down the line in that the Old World was Warhammer 40k, but just taken to fancy. They liked the setting, they kind of moved it over, is my understanding of it. It fits into kind of what the normal kind of narrative would be. So, you see an overlap of those two. So they included things like our Warhammer Old World used to be, is what became Warhammer 40k. They are separate kind of, as far as I still understand it.
And the Old Ones,
yes, exactly. Yeah, when they took over that homeworld, they were the settlers of Satan.
By the Satan, with their immense power over the material universe. In this time, the Satan spread out like vicious predators, consuming entire worlds, feasting on the creations of the Old Ones, who now retreated to only their strongest.
You ever been so hungry and oppressed by your ancient foe that you consume planets to overthrow them?
Entire worlds were razed, suns extinguished.
They actually did it for sheep. They were short on sheep because of the rubber.
Uncontainable Satan.
You're very welcome, just Eric. Thank you very much both for being here.
Only venturing out when it was essential, but even these once impenetrable paths were not untainted by the fury of the Necron. Facing complete extinction, the Old Ones seeded new life they hoped would protect them.
There are days when I feel like I can eat a planet, you and me both,
but
but
psychic abilities to defend against the Satan. The early creations were the Eldar, the Knib and the Rashan, and whilst the Eldar would live through to the current time, almost nothing is known of the fate of the Knib or the Rashan, and it's entirely possible they were destroyed completely by the Satan and Necrons, with only the Eldar surviving this early time. Among their other creations were also those which would become mankind, beasts that lived in their own ecosystem but had no specific role defined for them by the Old Ones and were left to their own natural evolution. During these ancient times, the Eldar learnt a great many secrets of the Warp from the Old Ones, who regularly visited them, mentoring them on how to control their psychic powers and learn to use the Warp. Eldar legends originating from this time state that they were raised by figures of shadow and light, referring to them as First Ones. It is said they were the first to have reached into the starry night and to be older than gods, yet mortal and subject to time. They are said to have left the Eldar and returned to the sky in order to allow their charges to develop over millennia. They would return later in strange, vast vessels that were worn and scarred. This was of course due to them being engaged in an unending war against the Satan, with the Old Ones returning to inspect the Eldar and judge if they were fit for the war ahead. The Old Ones are known to have aided their younger race in focusing their psychic abilities to create warp-derived entities and use them as weapons against the vampiric gods of starlight, which of course is a reference to the Satan. Now the Eldar legends continue stating that in the time of the First Ones, now dwindling in number to the point that they lost influence among the Eldar. And without their creator's sensibility and guidance, the Eldar's psychic creations born from the Warp itself changed from sentient weapons into living gods of the Immaterium, who were the very first of their kind, and this change instigated not only the final catastrophe for the First Ones, but in time would come back to haunt the Eldar themselves with apocalyptic consequences. The war in heaven continued, and by the time the Old Ones had prepared their forces, there were only 4 Satan in existence. But swathes of other life forms in the galaxy the Old Ones had seeded were already extinguished. The Old Ones finally unleashed the new races, sending the Necrons reeling as the power of the Warp was an anathema to them, and they struggled to contain the advance of this new offensive. In response, the Satan unified for the first time in millions of years. However, now a new and devastating unforeseen side effect of the Old Ones' creations began to manifest in this period as the young race's psychic development disturbed the energies of the Warp itself. And from this pure energy came mass and form, and older Warp entities became predatory as the Warp began to become a more hostile environment.
So the Warp didn't used to be the same kind of anathema to everything that it is now, which is interesting.
The universe, forcing the Old Ones again to bring about the emergence of new species to defend their final strongholds. They were now under assault from so many different directions, they barely had anywhere left to turn. Among their creations included the green-skinned ultra-violent Croc, later known as Orcs, and the technologically adept Jakiro. Now though, the Old Ones, even with their vast knowledge of creation and their near-immortal lifespan, had run out of time.
Jakiro are very cool.
With
they
their
are basically
network
like
being breached,
hyper-technologically savantish like orangutan species.
Warp, tragically, it manifested by the very creations that they had formed to save them. Among the most insidious of these entities were the Enslavers, who
these things are rough.
penetrated and dominated the minds of the younger races in order to open portals for themselves to the material universe. The plague of Enslavers was the final blow for the Old Ones, who were scattered forever, their power and knowledge destroyed. The combination of an unending onslaught from the Satan combined with the mistakenly unleashed Warp horrors led to the Old Ones' complete destruction. The surviving Satan and Necrons had the final pleasure of seeing the demise of their most bitter enemy. Now after the destruction of the Old Ones, Zarek, lord of the former Necron tier Triarch as you all remember, was left biding his time, waiting until the time was right to strike and lead a Necron revolt against the Satan. The Necrons focused the unimaginable energies of the living universe into cataclysmic weapons created from all their amassed knowledge that were too devastating for even the Satan, the godlike Satan, to endure. and these Satan, near gods, almost impossible to destroy entirely due to their very nature, were instead shattered across the universe into energy shards. Zarek now saw that having destroyed the Satan, the remaining new races created by the old ones, such as the Eldar, were becoming more powerful, knowledgeable and dominant. The Necrons, exhausted by eons of war, could not stand against them. So rather than risk certain annihilation, he ordered that the Necrons withdraw into their tomb worlds and slumber in the Great Sleep. To reawaken...
Dr. Kronos, we are looking for you.
Hello, how you doing?
Hello, Dr. Kronos. What's the reception?
Oh, okay. You go for Dr. Kronos.
Dr. Kronos, reception is calling, and reception is wondering whether you would be participating in a cook-a-thon, some may say, of guidance of a voice call. What that may partake is a third-person perspective of a reading of the recipe, whilst the said streamer participates in the cooking. Some challenges may be yes, this is chat. What is it? Chat, what is it? Some challenges may entail giving me 1/3 of the measurements, whilst I have to use my noggin to work those out. And
wait, hold up. Chat are going to give you 1/3 of the measurements.
So you will.
So I will give you 1/3 of the measurements.
Yes. The question is, if somebody gives you a recipe, would you be able to find a few hours of your time in the next few weeks where you have to read the recipe out to me? I'm not allowed to see it. So I'm going to have to cook. Well, she's basically guiding me to make a dish of some sort. And then let's say I'm going to do like a sub goal where for the next 20 minutes, I lose the correct measurements. So that way you will have to be like, I'm going to need 120 mil of milk, but actually it's like...
Okay, so you want me to start converting these measurements into? I would like you to give me.
No, we'll give you the whole list. Well, I'll give you literally everything.
Oh, but if they do that donation, which they almost certainly will, because chat loves to fuck with the streamer. You want me to convert it into things like 0.56 quarts.
So I'm gonna be like, oh, I know what that is.
Half of a small sandcastle bucket.
Oh, yes, that would be good.
Yeah, things like that. Just make it into ridiculous. Basically, Americanize all of your measurements.
Oh, yes, can't say it.
Yeah.
Say it. Yes.
Yeah, like a small boulder's worth of sugar, for example. Like, like, okay. No, I can see how this works.
Like,
I know that America uses eagles per guns, so that's fine.
167 grains of rice, please.
I could have some fun with this.
I know, and I thought that might just be up your street.
Yeah, I can measure, roll out the dough until it's 0.0001 football fields in length.
Now you're talking like a champion. 7 bald eagles of alcohol, please.
Bald eagle.
It's eagle per freedom.
The eagles per gun.
And guns per yeehaw.
No, eagles per gun.
Eagles per gun?
Yeah. Eagles per gun.
How many yeehaws equals a certain amount of freedom?
There's 50 yeehaws in a freedom, but you also divide it by the number of people who are in the yeehaw. So if 10 people are in the yeehaw, they have to do 5 yeehaws each before it becomes a freedom.
I can't argue with that.
That's there's definitive rules here. It's very difficult for me to explain them. There's not quite time for that.
Once you get them, you get them.
Yeah, you get well, I'm very used to working with Americans.
Yeehaw.
Yeah.
So 5 yeehaws.
Yeah, but as Dr. Crowley says, fluid yeehaws are different from solid yeehaws as well. Lurican.
That's not funny, Lurican.
That one's a terms of service violation, Lurican.
Look, I'll help you. I can't even help him. He's a mob.
Time out, do it. No.
Just type in vanish.
That's how I've recently had a friend who is a moderator on another streamer. You know Perry, don't you? Yeah, you
Oh, yes.
Her
excuse me, I knew Perry before you knew Perry.
Quite possibly. She's impersonated me. You know that, right? She's pretended to be me.
Well, yeah. Who doesn't?
Wait,
Lord
what?
Daddy.
Do we need to have a conversation about impersonating people again?
No.
You can't just be going around impersonating people. It's not okay. Not okay. Her lead moderator, sorry, got a week's ban on Twitch for making a joke like that. It was just taken out of context. So like, unfortunately, as a chat member, you don't get. This is what one thing I don't like about Twitch, but does make sense, is that if a streamer does something wrong, they look at the context of what they've done wrong in the report. Generally, if you're a partner, particularly. If you're a chat member now, you just get it's just that chat message completely out of context and none of it matters. They're not going to look at the stream. They're not going to look at anything that was going on. They're not going to look at what's actually acceptable in the stream for your culture. They'll look at the message and just make a dead ass kind of claim based on it. So like you have to put like a /s, or you have to put a kappa in, because that's the only thing that can save you sometimes.
Thanks for being a mood kill. I just came here for the recipe.
If you ask a moderator a question, you're going to get a moderator based answer. That's just a thing. That's how this goes. And it would suck if Lyric got banned. Very funny, but also awful.
How I delete message you down? Just don't worry about it.
You should be okay.
Pandora box is open now. Buster said.
Yeah. So you have to be careful about what you say. Like, always make sure that out of context your message like isn't going to get you in trouble. Lurican fully dead. Rest in pieces, Lurican.
So can I count you in?
I'm in. I'll just make it. It's basically like vibe cooking, so I'm fine with that.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine because we're trying to make a little list of things that we can do. And for example, we're thinking if we hit like the 700 one, Lego store, London. You and I going to London next month.
Yes.
Just go to Leicester Square.
It depends on where we go. I need to look up where we're going in London and stuff again, because there's lots going on.
We are going like a stop away from Waterloo.
Stop away from. Okay. Yeah.
Like,
so Clapham Junction kind of direction.
Yeah. More like east.
We'll have to replan
it. By the river. It's like by the Thames that way somewhere.
Couldn't
tell the station. It's a really fucking weird station name. Honestly, couldn't even tell you. It's just one of the stations that I've never ever had to go off to, ever.
Like Surbiton.
Somewhere along those lines.
Okay.
Also, by the way, I forgot that I owe 400 bicep curls, so I did 10.
You owe 400. You owe chat 400 bicep curls.
Yeah, you see, sometimes you know how mouth moves, but brain not registering.
Yeah, okay.
The keyboard was moving, and mouth and brain was not comprehending that those goals I actually had to do.
Oh.
It's just one of those things, like. So, like, for example, there's 395. Yes. Sorry, my bad. It's 395. I lied. Don't worry about it. It's not 400. But all of a sudden, it's so much easier. Second of all,
and you've done 10 of them. Awesome.
Yeah, I've done. Thank you. Yes, but it gets worse. It gets worse. I'm not sure if you can see me. Can you see me?
I can see you. Yes.
Oh, hi. Howdy. Oh shit.
Make sure that you switch arms like of those bicep curls, because if you do 400 bicep curls.
I'm doing two.
Okay.
The problem is.
Okay.
The problem is that if I turn this off, I'll show you. Wait.
Okay, I do have a question for you though. After that.
Yeah.
So you've got 395 bicep curls.
Yeah.
Okay, when you said you're doing both arms at the same time.
Yeah, look at this. I got fucking cast iron bullshit thing. Yeah.
Okay, so follow on question: how many biceps do you have?
I hope 2.
So when you're doing bicep curls, how many bicep curls do you do each time you're using both hands?
Oh yes, Mr. Lawyer, guys. I owe you 192. If you don't agree with the answer, it's twitch.tv/Chronos VII.
Well, if you've already done 10, that means that the 400, if you've done, yeah, you've done 10, so that puts you down to 390 total bicep curls owed. You're doing 2 at once, done.
Yeah. Chrono has got such a good voice for podcasts or something. That's why I said I wish he did podcasts.
I would podcast. I just came onto the internet to make memes and to play games. If we could podcast, I'm doing D&D on tomorrow.
I have an idea. My podcast name would be Hi Friends. Hi, comma friends. But it's
okay. Yeah. Nice.
You take it however you want to. It's Hi Friends.
We go somewhere like
Hi
Amsterdam,
friends.
and then it's
just Hi Friends.
just Hi Friends.
It's just Hi Friends. And then when you come home from Amsterdam, it's Hi Friends. See? So my podcast name would be Hi Friends or Hi Friends.
Hi Friends.
For you. Hi Friends. It's for you to understand. And I genuinely feel like we should run that.
None of your chat have recognized that the last 3 letters of my name, Kronos VII, are also the first three of yours, and I'm disappointed.
I know. Guys, have you not realized me and Kronos are literally like holding hands with Twitch names?
Yeah.
It's look, Kronos VII.
KI.
Kronos.
Look at that.
See?
Yeah.
Crazy.
Amazing. I love that. I've been teaching chat about Warhammer 40k and they're now all addicted, right, chat? You're all very interested in Warhammer 40k.
Have they all downloaded it?
Yeah, Alpha, but Alpha,
gaming.
you're sensible and you're part of my chat, that's why.
Lurican said Vic Kronos.
Oh my god. Yeah, that's... I would have expected Dirty to say that as well.
Vic Kronos! God damn it. 7 is way too much. Dude, you can't even count to 2. Don't pretend you can count to 4. It's crazy numbers. Does your chat lie to you? These people pretend they're like their IQ is higher than 24.
The chat lines, my chat know that they raise plastic eaters. That's how this works. Cats are like their owners, and if you've raised a plastic eater, that says something about you.
They're trying to gaslight me that I'm as stupid as them.
Vicky, does Suki eat plastic?
She does. She's chewing on jigsaw puzzles on the daily.
Well, there you go. That says something about you.
Alpha? That sounds like a liar. Gaslamping. He's gaslamping us, everyone.
You're not a Warhammer guy, but you do play D&D twice a week. But Meister, you should just consider playing, you know, a little bit of Warhammer. Maybe just try a little like Warhammer 40k lore video and see if you enjoy it. And then maybe you'll watch more lore videos.
Are you getting commission on this?
No, you should just check out Lutin09 on YouTube. LEU.
I love the fact G just said, "What if I'm the plastic eater?" She is. We saw the sweeties who eat.
G, I know that you're a plastic eater.
She eats the space raider things.
It's getting G to stop eating the plastic that's the hard part. Like that's.
Yeah, G. Grow up, G.
See, Vicky. I have Vicky. Can you see my screen?
Of course I can.
Okay, so what I've been taunting G with is these. I've got a whole tub of her kryptonite that I'm just saving.
Oh, fuck right off.
look at how many of them there are. Like it's the same size as my head.
Is that Costco?
Yeah.
I need to go to Costco soon. When are we doing that?
We can go to Costco when you come back up here when we go to London if you want. You're gonna have to stay for like a day. We're gonna have to get that sorted. We do.
No, because like my day, I'm not sure about yours. My day only has like 6 hours in it. Yeah, no, it's 24, but like realistically like 6 of like action. So if I'm doing like, I'm currently naming like 2/3 days worth of stuff. Oh yeah, I need to go get my passport. Oh yeah, I want to go to Lego store and stream.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I need to go to Costco. Like.
That just kind of saves up. For those of you who don't know what those are sherbet. They're basically like sugar paper, and inside them is sherbet.
AKA G's favorite sweetie.
Some people in chat like holy fucking flying saucers.
A small piece of heaven.
You love.
How's those cold sores, G?
You love them, but they set your ticks off. Oh my! I'd never even considered that the stimulant effect from the sherbet could actually. I'm going to be honest with you. These flying saucers scream untreated ADHD because it's just like that rampant sugar hit just to really like pep your brain up so you can focus for 5 minutes. That's kind of how that works. And some of you in chat are now being called out.
Communion wafers. That's better. Perfect.
Yeah.
I love those.
Yeah. Communion wafers for
Sometimes I
kids.
asked for 2.
Yeah. You mean a cup of sugar? Yeah, that's what that is.
A dip dab. Oh.
Oh, dip dabs were, yeah. Oh.
Anyway, I'm gonna carry on with my life.
Okay, so I'll finish I'll continue with my video. Enjoy.
Sorry, enjoy.
60 million years in
I
the
love
future.
the little check-in. It's great fun.
Over the galaxy once more.
How is everyone doing out there? Hope you're doing well. You've never eaten a cup of sugar to get something done? That's a lie.
He destroyed a protocol that allowed him to control over the Necron race and journeyed out into the void of intergalactic space, where he may not find solace, but instead penance for dooming the Necrontier race in his deal with the now vanquished Satan.
I'm fairly sure that's been changed now. I'm fairly sure Zarek's back.
Destruction from the Satan and Necrons. This survivor hid away where he continued his old ways.
Too much sugar actually makes you really tired.
And prodding
yes,
around.
That's.
Now we'll discuss about what he may have been doing in future content.
Have you ever had a can of Red Bull and fallen asleep?
He departed into the warp in order to hide and watch as
the old
fountains
were your favourite? I bet they were, Mango.
As the
that also
Necrons
sounds
now
like a
retreated
euphemism
into stasis
specifically
until
for
this
you.
time of cataclysm had ended, the lesser creations of the old ones, such as mankind, continued their own.
Not gonna Red Bull to take a nap. Yeah, that tells you something. That does. That's you don't like. What about anything with caffeine alcohol? How do you feel about it?
But the Eldar would survive.
Hydrate. I'm out of all drinks. I will grab one in a second.
The last Necrons depart into their great sleep after they had turned on the Satan.
Have you told me how much you love me
lately? History of the old ones
possibly yes, but you can never say it too many times.
This really is the foundation for all events that would follow and sets a lot of facts and implications into future events. So join me next time as we discover what the Eldar do with
so that's the backstory to all of this. The ancient war in the heavens, the fight between the Satan and the old ones, the Necrons being pulled into it, the Eldar being part of it. The races created as part of that lead off to become humanity, that lead to become the orcs. The creation of these creatures that utilize this warp web way, and the warp that was created by the old ones, and that's actually what changed the nature of the warp and gave birth to these great beings of chaos. And all of these various small changes, the various choices that led up to this point, are what gives the Warhammer 40k universe so much kind of swirling issues, because this war never stopped. So I'm just going to press play on this. I'm going to pause the video immediately. I'm going to grab a drink, so just give me 1 second, and I need to hydrate because Mad Dog has correctly reminded me that I should look after myself, and I've lost where my Spotify window is, so there we go. I'll be right back. I allowed that one through, Mango. Enjoy. Hello, I am back. I found a cat. That's what I got distracted by. That's why it took me so long. I apologize profusely. He's really cute. He's so adorable. He's trying to tell me that he hasn't got food, which is a lie. The side called Large Victorian Jar. The size of a large Victorian jar, though. Gee, you probably wouldn't want a large Victorian jar. They were famous for going up chimneys. They'd be small. The Warhammer 40k lore gets pretty wild. I mean, there is, yeah. You've learned about Grizzguts. Yeah. Grizzguts is hilarious. For those of you who don't know, Grizzguts he was an orc warlord who traveled back in time, and because when he got back in time, he realized that his favorite gun, there's two of them. So he killed himself and took his gun from him. And that's fine. What time tomorrow is the D&D planned? 7 p.m. UK time. I'll be live for the day, so I'll be here. So 7 p.m. UK time. It is 11 a.m. Pacific time. Maybe a little bit later than that, potentially, depending on what else is happening that day. Thor's got a D&D. Thor's got an interview before D&D, so he might end up like kind of doing it. There's a sweet shop online. There's 5 kilogram, but that's insane. The fat controller size jar. Gee, that should be your next Halloween outfit. 9 p.m. in Finland. Yes. Anyway, let's get started on this. The Eldar. The rise and fall of an empire. The Eldar are a pretty formative group. They're very important for
the Eldar.
The way the current kind of setup is.
Who were the most knowledgeable beings in the universe, but were destroyed in a fanatical genocide by the Necrons and Satan. The Eldar stood victorious, the unlikely benefactors in a war of unimaginable proportions, and now found their race in complete dominion of the known universe. Now, just to mention again, as I did on the previous video, that the time we are dealing with here, as with much of the history in the
Bailey. I love how Suki went off of Vicky's stream, and then Bailey immediately walks in here.
History are inclined to become cloudy. The Eldar history is one steeped in mythology and legend, so it's fair to say that you could lend some artistic license around the events of this period.
Catch you tomorrow, Delchan. Thank you very much for being here, but I appreciate you. Have a good evening. Just kind of chill, hanging out.
Today about the ancient history of the Eldar up to the 41st millennium. I'll then cover their race of the current period in a separate video. The war in heaven was over, and the Eldar stood unopposed in the universe. In this time, we're speaking of the ancient Eldar. This is an important distinction to make between the modern Eldar of the 41st millennium. Ancient Eldar held a different mindset and outlook on their lives, and with good reason that we'll look at in due course.
You're not so much a
the ancient Eldar had been crafted and refined by the old ones for one purpose alone, and that was to destroy their enemy with vast psychic ability. It is possible that the Eldar gods spoken of at this time were actually weapons created by the old ones for them to wield. This is the version that I subscribe to.
That's my belief. The avatars and other things that they deal with are weapons of the old ones. Same thing that kind of tracks for the Empire, not the Empire, the Eldar.
Also, unnaturally long lives by humanoid standards and intellects which would enable them to create some of the most precious
what is 65 pounds? What are we talking about?
In the universe.
There's the 5 kilograms. You do not need 5 kilograms of.
In essence, the Eldar gods, which it appears were initially immense.
You don't only get to see me when you get up in the morning. It's only before you go to bed. That's because it drops because I didn't go live earlier and I was having a bit of a rough morning, getting stuff done.
Living gods, such
got a few more things to do this evening, but just
connection to the
doing that now while we're watching
the
this.
Eldar of the current day seem to have lost through the mists of time and their mythology this fact that the gods they worship were potentially created by themselves, albeit in their earliest, most ancient form, either directly or indirectly. Each of the gods was known to gift the Eldar a trait and be part of their development. Eldar mythology states that Azuran gave the Eldar wisdom so that they may know themselves. Isha gave the Eldar love so they may know one another. Vol gave the Eldar the artifice as a means to make their dreams become realities. Lilith gave the Eldar joy so they'd be happy in their lives. Kurnus gave them the ability to desire so that they would prosper. Muraheg gave the Eldar foresight so that they would know their place in the world. And lastly, Cain gave the Eldar anger so that they may have a means to defend their gifts. It then becomes even more complicated though. The Eldar in their legends refer to a time of war between their own gods as the War in Heaven. Now this is particularly confusing as you remember that the war between the Old Ones, Necron and Satan is also referred to as the War in Heaven. Now it seems likely that these events occurred during a period of cataclysmic war across the universe and at the same time have caused this period to have a blurred point of reference. Now when you consider this is all meant to have taken place some 60 million years ago, it seems very feasible that this would occur. The Eldar have focused more on their own gods in this time than the events between the Old Ones and Necron-Satan alliance. Given that the Eldar lost respect and communication with the Old Ones during the war, this would make sense, and that they potentially could lose some information about the period through the vast timescale and various events that have befallen them. Instead, they're focusing on the mythological aspect and their own gods, which are arguably of much more importance to the collective Eldar consciousness. The legend of the Eldar gods is very much one of mythology, so I'll cover that in a smaller subsidiary video. What I will say is that there was a period of strife amongst the Eldar gods' pantheon. You'll hear that word a lot in reference to the Eldar gods. It simply refers to a council or circle. Think of the Greek gods of Olympus. Now this dark period of bloodshed and war was not just among the gods, but also against the Eldar themselves. This not only divided the Eldar from their gods, ceasing their ability to guide them. This period was a disaster in many ways, but the whole series of events was caused by a misreading of foresight borne by one of the gods. Now this miscalculation, in my opinion, actually doomed not only the gods themselves, but also the entire Eldar race, and I'll elaborate on all this in a future mythology video and what its implications were. Now, as I said before, the origin of the Eldar gods is one of speculation, but I believe that these were weapons gifted by the Old Ones, or at least guided in creating them for the Eldar, and were masses of incredible psychic power. But when eventually the Eldar were left without the influence of the Old Ones, who had by then been extinguished, these masses changed from mere weapons to sentient life forms, the gods of Eldar civilization. Remembering that these powers were first created to combat the Satan, gods powerful enough to devour stars themselves. It stands to reason that the psychic weapons created for or by the ancient Eldar could transition to powerful entities within the Eldar race, given their immense psychic force.
Sorry, this is mythology, this is history? I mean, yes, weapons, but it's history of their mythology, that's how long ago it was.
They would have just been offensive. They could have been shielding, protective, or informative. And given the specific nature and description of each of the Eldar gods, I'm inclined to think that this is the case, and that these so-called weapons each had a function to bolster the Eldar.
How are you doing, Moo? It's lovely to see
essentially what was an invincible army. So just to recap, during the earliest days of the Eldar, the Old Ones had helped them to develop and craft their psychic powers, knowledge, and skills. Over time though, and because of the War in Heaven, the Eldar were left more and more to themselves to develop and advance. When the Old Ones were destroyed, they were at the point where they left entirely to forge their own way forward in the universe. After the War in Heaven, that was the war of unimaginable proportions. Once that finished, and the Eldar had defeated the Necrons, the Satan was shattered across the universe by the Necrons, who then retreated into their tomb worlds, leaving the Eldar as the most powerful force in the universe, with forces able to crush any who opposed them. An obvious comparison to this would be the Roman Empire in its advancement and strength over any other society at this time. Now, this situation
he's just a big bitty boy, isn't he? He just wants to know what's going on, because normally I don't stream this late, so he's like, cool, what are we doing? Where are we going?
Both in their technology, population, and most importantly, their collective
obviously do some Bitcraft, where we talk about Warhammer 40k, and we cover off some of the lore.
At this time for the Eldar would be their gods.
Catch you later, G. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate you.
And had up until now aided and guided the Eldar.
Oh, we've got the ads
Some of
in
the
a minute.
more powerful ancient Eldar, like the earliest of their race, spoke to these gods in first-person terms and even fought against them. But all of this was to end. The gods were no longer entities that were able to assist and help shape the Eldar as they once had. Now they could only be contacted through spirit stones and help guide them in a much lesser way. So the Eldar would now enter a period of previously unequaled growth, a golden age in which they would spread their knowledge and culture wider than any that had gone before it. Such was their own dominance that over millennia they filled themselves with a great arrogance, a sense that all other races
they picked up that kind of elvish arrogance that the kind of elves are famous for in the lore.
Their psychic
Is the Cronus late night stream going forward? Nice way to settle down for bed. I appreciate that, Lukewarm. Maybe we could do a classic. We could do like a Friday night stream consistently. It's not impossible. I just need to work around my schedule and think about what I want to do in the new year and stuff, because that's what we're kind of planning for now.
Their souls would return to the collective.
We've got the ads, so I'm just going to pause this so people don't miss out on the lore. We can kind of chill, chat. How's everyone doing out there? I'm going to have a drink. My food is bringing me ready soon. It's definitely not too late to have dinner. Cozy vibes are enjoying it. Oh, I appreciate that. Thank you. It's nice to hear. Thor's busy checking out the lore, as you can see, the Thorb. Thank you for those 100 bits, Blaster. I made sure to give Bailey the pets on the heads as requested. Playing Primordials and Lurking. Can't wait for Thor to try it. What is Primordials? I'm not sure I've heard about Primordials. Oh, Primordialis? Sorry, not Primordials, Primordialis. Physics-based roguelike fish builder. Unleash your creativity to defeat creatures using venomous tentacles that trace... Wait, what? Okay, hilarious. Runs a bit. Is it Ivorion? Have a great night. Don't need to go pass out. Don't forget, orcs make everything they believe happen. Thank you for being here, Lost One Brat. You are absolutely awesome, bud. I hope you sleep well. It's Noiter and Spore. Yeah, Spore Cell Stage. Yeah, Spore Cell Stage. Spore Cell Stage Noiter. We need Thor Emperor. I mean, we could do that. Tomorrow's D&D a continuation of the previous one. Tomorrow is a one-shot. So it's starting afresh. So we've got new characters. It's a new story, new setting. Wait, oh, okay. Who's the little baby? Okay, you're done. Yeah. I'm hoping you guys saw that. Oh, you didn't because of the ad sign. Damn it. Oh. It was ridiculous. All the D&D this month is one-shots, yeah. You caught a glimpse? Oh, good. Hope you feel better soon, Andy Finley. Chest infection is never nice. They do tend to stick around in a rather horrible way.
Into a new
Welcome back after the ads. We'll resume this. You guys can see the Bailey as well.
This enabled the Eldar to achieve a height of cultural technology that would nor could ever be equaled again. Over the vast periods of time involved here, literally millions of years, the Eldar reigned supreme. Their strength, pride, arrogance, and avarice grew. Their sensibility and self-control waned.
Amoxicillin, something I'm allergic to, sadly.
Their race was so advanced that they no longer needed to perform any physical or menial tasks, nor did they need to work to support their society. Their only causes were either self-betterment, the pursuit of knowledge, and most often of all, to indulge their desires, no matter how extreme.
this is
now, whilst
where you
this may
start
seem a
seeing
deplorable thing, you must remember that the Eldar have far more powerful and overbearing emotions than humans, and this would lead them to indulging in ever more perverse ways to satisfy their desires, both through violence, cruelty, torture.
They basically
sex,
out-killed,
depravity. It became harder
out-banged
and harder
everything. My
for
leg is
these
absolutely fine,
extreme
Balthazar. Thank
fanatics
you.
dedicated to dark pleasures to
Exactly, Mr.
satisfy
Dave. Yeah,
their
penicillin's
decadent
it's a remarkably
so
common
their acts
allergy.
became more violent and more creative. Soon, the streets were literally running with blood, and the insane bloodlusting roar of the swathes of citizens could be heard.
Oh, I've not seen
throughout
any
the
of
Eldar Empire.
Winky's D&D campaign
Now,
or
as you
planning,
become
so I'm
desensitized to something over time, you have
I'm
to
looking
push it
forward to it.
further and further to achieve any enjoyment from it at all. And the Eldar in their lives, where they had literally nothing other to do
I'm really
at
looking
this
forward to
time
it.
than
D&D is always
pleasure
fun.
addiction, was like a disease infecting the whole of the Eldar race. The Eldar slaughtered one another at the slightest whim and feasted on the corpses of their fellow kin. All the while, the world burned around them. Cults dedicated to nightmarish depravity grew rapidly across the Eldar society. Whole lands fell to the different aspects of arcane knowledge and sensual excesses. Billions upon billions of Eldar, numbers greater than you can possibly imagine, spread across worlds throughout the universe, all cascading towards the darkest epitome of emotional worship. Even before this time, it had been prophesied that the Eldar would fall. The Old Ones warned the Eldar about it, but their predictions and warnings were forgotten, dismissed, and ignored over time. However, it is not to say that all was a hopeless mess of suffering and exorbitant pleasures. Whilst many had slid into chasms of depravity,
which did Thor end up
there were
going
many
with?
who focused still
He
on
went with
improvement,
a
development,
wizard.
and the core tenets of the Eldar race.
Bye.
Discoveries by the Imperium of Man have found hints at just
I know,
how
baby
far
boy.
the Eldar had advanced with their technology. One of these ancient devices enabled the user to literally will anything they could imagine into existence, drawing on their vast psychic powers. If you could imagine legions of Eldar Guardians that would appear and be real and physical and have mass, you could build endless streams of fleets, even whole cities. Whatever your
what are you
imagination
doing,
could
you
be,
little loaf?
you could
You're so
create
adorable.
it using this highly advanced device. But on
Have you
discovery
entered
of this
full loaf
device,
mode?
it
Where
was
are your
deemed
limbs? You're
unusable.
lying
It had
down.
been tainted by the forces of chaos, of darkness. The idea of using such a device of such devastating power, that whilst it had been touched by chaos, is an unthinkable one for the Imperium. It goes to show, though, just how far the Eldar had developed, and who knows what other advantages of similar genius they had created, but have since lost. This period of wonder and decadence, however, could not last. Some saw it coming, although perhaps not quite understanding the gravity of what was to come. A group of Eldar known as Exodites concluded that the Eldar had grown to disgusting excess, and so left the homeworlds to live on fringe planets in a more sustainable, pure existence. At this time, a great many more of the Eldar began to grow uneasy with the numbers and severity of the degradation of their society. Their seers, who had powerful precognition, warned that this dark path would lead surely to evil and suffering for the entire race. Yet more Eldar left the homeworlds of their empire, considering the remaining society unsalvageable and beyond help. They built great starships so massive they were near artificial planets. These are referred to as craft worlds. Some of the strongest Eldar stayed on the homeworlds to selflessly try and alter the path their race had taken, believing it to be not too late to save their
There goes
society
my back.
of beauty from whatever horrors would lay ahead. Surely the Eldar could not be destroyed. How could the Guardians of the Galaxy fall when they had the most advanced technology, the most knowledge and power? So you see, the ancient Eldar had drifted from guidance by the Old Ones too early. And despite the warnings from the Old Ones, the sense of what could happen was never truly instilled into them. This, combined with the fact that their own gods took over as the primary religion within the Eldar, meant they lost and ignored the truth of what they could face if they did not control their extremely powerful emotions. Remember that the Eldar were created for one purpose: to destroy the Necrons and Satan through the use of psychic power and warp manipulation. They all have a powerful link to the warp, this parallel dimension of malleable energy. Over millions upon millions of years of sliding towards depravity, the Eldar's psychic emanations began to create
Humans and Manetti attract to
form.
cats. No, just
This
baby.
was
I just
continually
love him.
added
He's just
to
such a baby
and
boy.
strengthened as things became progressively worse in the
Wow,
Eldar
yeah,
Empire.
you're a baby boy.
Souls
Yes,
of
it's
departed
you.
Eldar cultists and sacrifices forming a massive ball of negative psychic energy.
Meow. Yes, he was
This
a
would
big
cause
baby
such
boy.
an imbalance within the warp dimension. It would actually create the immense psychic storms which humanity at this time would define as the Age of Strife.
The
Without
Age of
understanding
Strife.
they actually had a massive effect on other races at the time. The Eldar
Your cat wraps
still
his
had
front
their
paws around your
webways
arms
to
and you
travel
can't
through
stop petting the
universe,
chin, but you
for
also
any
can't
other
get your
races,
hands away from the
interstellar travel
knives.
and
Oh
communication
no,
was
not the
rendered
knives.
impossible by the high
Oh, the
level
leg
of
he
disturbance
deploys
in the
ready
warp
for
energy.
the
This would last
he deploys
for
the leg
millions
so
of
when he's
years,
done he can
and a
kick my arm
hugely
away and I'm like,
disruptive
okay,
event
fine, you're
for
done,
many
good
other
job.
races.
Thank you for letting me
So,
know.
you know,
I'm fine.
thanks for that,
He's had
Eldar.
enough and he's now done.
But despite the most selfless efforts of the strongest Eldar back on Homeworld, and the
The
calls for the
strongest
endless
Eldar.
emotional excesses to end, it barely abated. It became worse and worse, a downward spiral of disastrous proportions. Now, to any big society, this kind of horrific abuse would be a problem, but it was worse than could have been imagined for the Eldar. This mass of psychic energy that had been growing in the warp was now to reach a point of criticality. It would explode as it transformed inert psychic energy to a living consciousness of pure hate, suffering, and decadence, a reflection of the Eldar's millions of years of societal abuse and hedonism given nightmarish form. The psychic scream of the birth of Slaanesh was to be so powerful it would literally rip the fabric of the universe in two. It tore the souls of the Eldar within 1,000 light years, slaughtering the greatest number of Eldar in an instant. No one knows the figures involved in this loss, but it could be no less than trillions of lives, not to mention all of their homeworlds, and some of the craftworlds who had not even travelled far enough were annihilated in an instant. Their research and technology destroyed, the wonders in their culture which had stood for millennia obliterated. The Eldar gods, who despite being separated from the Eldar still cared and protected their followers, tried to combat and defeat Slaanesh, but all were slain or shattered, apart from just a couple of their gods who managed to escape the horror. The
Yes,
Eldar
Bailey,
had
you're
truly
so
lost
cute, aren't
everything
you?
in an instant. Only those who sheltered at distance in the wraithbone hulls of the craftworlds and exodite planets were spared, leaving a mere fragment of the Eldar behind.
1 second, chat.
The Eldar race did not just fall at this time, it was nearly wiped from existence. The only other survivors were ironically the Dark Eldar. I'll make mention of this specific Eldar group another time, but the Dark Eldar were essentially a cult or a mix of cults who worshipped the most purely depraved side of the
You've
Eldar.
got scars on the
They were
knives,
part
that's
of the
worth
many
it though, it's
who
worth it for the
orchestrated
love.
the fall of the Eldar. They had created a home for themselves within the Eldar webway, and this protected them from the immense shockwave as Slaanesh came into being. But this was only the beginning. The horror of what had occurred
The
would not only
birthing of Slaanesh was an absolutely huge and like basically universe changing thing. Like the psychic scream when a chaos god was birthed was absolutely I mean
haunt the Eldar for many millennia, but it would also unleash unseen nightmares into the reality of the
unleash
world.
nightmares into
Until
reality.
this time, dark
literally
forces from
warped
within the warp
reality.
could only transition to reality by channeling themselves through a psyker or being summoned as so. With the warp and reality torn apart, these two now merged, and the horrors of the warp could easily bleed into the material universe, corrupting, destroying, and ravaging. It is also said that the Eldar homeworlds still exist, lost within the realm of the warp and chaos, suffering a never-ending nightmare of their own making of pure, demonic suffering for any Eldar who remain there. The tear in the warp dimension in reality would be known from this point onward as the Eye of Terror, and gave birth to the gateway for the
Some of you
myriad
remember that we spoke about the
forces
Eye of
known
Terror
as
earlier.
Chaos. This devastating event had a wide-reaching effect on all races in the galaxy, and was far from over in the history of the universe of 40k. Since this time of darkness, which the Eldar refer to as the Fall, it is spoken of understandably with sadness.
There's
and
no cult in
humiliation.
Basing State.
The Eldar are now
nothing to worry
broken
about at
and
all.
a
There's no
scattered
cults. Why
race,
would there be
lacking a sense of unity and
Cult?
coordinated objective. The Exodite world saw all of these events confirm that their choice to abandon the ways of technology and hedonism was the right one, and consequently they've slipped into a more primitive technological level of subsistence and just existence. Happy in its simplicity and with no interest for the power that caused their destruction. The survivors of the Eldar homeworlds who had foresight enough to abandon their planets now drift through the stars in colossal nomad fleets.
At least as we aren't a cult, and all-knowing leader is always right, he says. Exactly.
Created
There's
prior
exactly
to the mission
no
to
cult
preserve the
vibes.
true Eldar way of life, they're loaded with life forms, culture from their planet in both religion, biology, technology, and politics. Each of these craft worlds remains independent of the others, and they have no commitments to one another. They will often ally one another in times of need, but their society is very much shattered from the days of the ancient Eldar and is just a shadow of its former glory. The process of reincarnation that the Eldar once revered is also no longer possible, as they discovered after the fall that Slaanesh would snatch and devour their souls at the point of death.
See, that is also huge, like devouring the souls of the fallen Eldar.
Where once they did not fear death, as they knew their spirit would be reincarnated and their life's knowledge preserved, now it could
So that's the key point. Have I beat the queue boss? No, I'm not going to do that tonight. I just wanted to chill today rather than dealing with Ash's queues and stuff. This is the key part about this bit of lore. When Slaanesh was birthed, it fundamentally changed the Eldar life cycle. The Eldar would die, their souls would be reincarnated, and that knowledge and that skill would be preserved across time. After the birth of Slaanesh, Slaanesh started eating their souls upon, death. So, like, all of a sudden, the basic life cycle of the Eldar has been fundamentally... that was the wrong option I just chose inside Bitcraft. But the life cycle of the Eldar no longer works, and they are basically going to die out. That's how that works. And that's all comes down to, effectively, the god that they banged into existence.
Be ripped and consumed by the Chaos God.
The Dino
Slaanesh.
Eldar are an interesting race.
To counter this horror, the Eldar developed Spirit Stones. These are the red orbs you'll see adorning Eldar armor, vehicles, and weapons. The purpose is to absorb and store an Eldar soul at the point of death, so that it can be then placed into a craft world infinity circuit
so they can keep
as a
those
life
souls.
Source of information for the Eldar.
You
and
queue
to
for 2 or
save
3
that
hours into the
soul
servers and for
from
maintenance.
Slaanesh,
That's very
ever-watching,
this is why I don't play it for the
desiring.
first couple of days. Andy
Now, the
Finley.
Eldar have been greatly changed by
Catch
the
you
fall,
later, Opponent
and their
Box. Thank you very
society
much
is
for
still
being here,
reeling
and I will see you
from the
tomorrow for
sheer
D&D.
scale of
Indeed.
the horror it created for itself.
Hurrah!
And all the while, Slaanesh
Who
is
is fixed,
constantly
though?
stalking.
I mean, yeah,
they
it
can
is now.
never escape, and that's what they fear more than anything. But Eldar prophecies state, though, that one day their gods, some of whom were consumed and destroyed by Slaanesh, others were lost long ago during the Eldar War in Heaven. It is said that they will one day rise again as the saviors of the Eldar, to see them take their place as the rulers of the galaxy once again. Whilst this might seem a hope of a doomed race, it's not out of the realms of possibility. The Eldar are one of the most powerful races when it comes to psychic powers, and the Eldar gods, as you remember, were weapons designed by the Old Ones to combat the Satan. So it's not somehow out of the realm of possibility that there's some truth to this. The Eldar gods could recombine, resurrect from the depths of the warp. If it were to happen, then perhaps this period of ruin among the Eldar would be viewed more as penance than actually as ruin. Now, the Eldar had been shattered by these events and were left significantly weakened. To date, their fall had the largest impact, obviously, on themselves. But it's worth to keep in mind that the Eldar were the ones who originally caused the Necrons to retreat into their tomb worlds. They'd since then grown in strength many times over. But since
Not
the fall,
just the Eldar,
all
but
of
they were
this
part
was
of
lost,
the issue,
leaving
yeah.
them significantly weaker and more scattered than ever at the end of the War in Heaven. This could still have far-reaching consequences as the universe of the 41st millennium faces new threats from the awakening Necron and the invasive Tyrannid hives. The Eldar story is one which is far more significant than sometimes is given credit, and whilst many other
the
empires
Eldar are the formative
stronger
race
than
in the galaxy. Like, without the Eldar's influence, there
are
wouldn't
even
be
close
anything that we
to
have
what
inside
the
the
Eldar
lore.
had achieved with their own. the reality of the other younger and less powerful races such as mankind, Tau, orcs, facing some of the most nightmarish forces in the universe is a sobering prospect. The Eldar, if their prophecies of godlike resurrection and intervention prove accurate, could be the last true hope for the universe.
Huge, right?
We'll be moving on from the Eldar now to look at mankind and the Imperium and their place in the
Mankind
universe.
and the Imperium are obviously a absolutely huge topic inside of 40k. As you guys can't see, but there is the Empire of Man 1, an hour and a half, the Empire of Man 2, hour and a half, the Empire of Man 3, an hour and 5 minutes, the Empire of Man 3.1 addendum 24. So together, that's 4.5 hours covering the Empire of Man. So if you want to really no, I'm wrong. Then there's also the Terminus Decree, which is also about the Emperor. That's another 40 minutes. And then there's also another hour and 40 minutes on the Emperor of Man 4. So we're going with there being just over 6.5 hours on the Emperor of Man. We're gonna do some listening in. It's gonna take some time. We might be here until tomorrow. But the Imperium does have the most fleshed out lore of all the factions. That's the main thing. What I'm going to do, though, chat, is I have a sponsorship that is going to start in 11 hours. I'm going to go and eat. I'm going to go and sleep. And I'm going to go live again tomorrow instead. I'm not going to go live overnight and then go into D&D because that's just going to be bad for everyone involved. And I'm already running on a sleep deficit. For you, tomorrow is in 2 minutes. Well, thank you very much for being here, Balth. I mean, I really appreciate it. Hanging out this late. I need to go and have some dinner because it's 11 p.m. and I'm really looking forward to D&D tomorrow, so I want to be well rested. What carpenter level am I after 6.5 hours? Well, we just finished our timber job, which is great. We went from level 40 up to level, I want to say, we were 39, I think, and we went up to level 43. Let's have a look. Professions. Carpenter, we're at 43 indeed. We've still got level 2 tools. This is the funny part about this. Like, I know that this area used to have a bank that had a bunch of like free tools left around it, but I've completely lost how this is all laid out. So, gems. It was like a whole area that used to have. Got to sprint, like over here or something. Here we go. This is basically how I've gotten all of my tools in the game. I've gone to the spare tools and weapons. Nice, okay. Hello.
Dr. Kronos, reception here.
Hello, this is Dr. Kronos.
Dr. Kronos, hello. We have some people at the reception still kicking off about the minute situation. How would you like me to address this?
About the minute situation.
About the following minute situation, yes, yes. They really, really wanted to speak to Dr. Kronos about this decision.
Specifically Dr. Kronos about it.
Yep. Dr. Kronos is known as the best doctor on site. Yes, he was advised to be supporting the reception for the evening.
Lucky Dr. Kronos?
Lucky Dr. Kronos, yes, please report. Please report.
You want me to hang on? Okay, let me. That's actually not too difficult because I'm already in Nightbot. I'm literally doing my sponsorship commands for tomorrow morning, which is deeply funny. Commands, follow age. You want this in years, yeah? No, weeks.
I was thinking like megaseconds. Is that a thing?
Should
be. How about light years? How about light years?
Light years is a measurement of distance rather than time, unfortunately.
You know what? They should follow me in distance. Stay the fuck away from me.
There you go. How's that? You can have that. I don't know how this will work.
Can somebody do followage now?
That is absolutely all right, Balthazar. I thank you for saying that because that's actually really kind of you. Vicky, I was actually going to end now and head off was basically my plan. So I'm going to get some sleep for my sponsorship. No, you're all right. That's quite all right. It was lovely talking to you. We are hanging out, but I also do need to go eat dinner and eat because remember I don't eat dinner until the end of stream and it's 11 p.m. So like.
No, I've been eating Walker's Red Salted for the last like hour and a half.
Occasionally I'll have like a chronic Pringles binge and like that's.
Oh my god! I had Pringles yesterday.
Oh yeah, yeah. When Pringles are on offer and you get a delightful Pringles binge, right. Thank you all very much for being here. Those of you who are heading to bed, thank you very much. We will
Love you, bye.
How long are you live for, Vicky?
Oh no. Till the sunrise.
Till the sun.
24-hour stream. Not today, tomorrow. Maybe next week. I don't know. Sometime.
Do you want to do it on Christmas Day? We can both do it. It'd be hilarious.
Only if Santa visits.
Only if Santa visits.
Mm.
We'll see. We'll see. Quite a long way to go on Christmas, but doable.
You have a beautiful evening. Bye, bye, Chronoshare.
Yep, so you can definitely say goodbye to my chat. Yeah, there's definitely, you won't see any of them at any point anytime soon. Just everyone say bye to Vicky. Hang on, make sure that I'll write it out for you. You can say.
What are you doing?
I know what you mean. There's a message for you, chat. You can use that. You can say, oh, we vote welcome on in. I'm really sorry. I'm heading off for the night because I've been live for 6.5 hours. I'm gonna get some sleep and some food before I go. But I'm gonna send you to a friend of mine who is pretty awesome. So I will catch you guys soon. Thank you all very much for being here. Take it easy, and I'll see you tomorrow bright and early in less than 11 hours. My sponsorship. You guys are awesome. Thank you all very much for those follows. Lurican, you are my 11,600th follower again.
Scammed.
Nice. Nice.
Not you. My chat's about to get scammed. I'm smashing for every single giveaway I have.
Nice.
I know.
Enjoy.
Bye.